things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget? Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. But like a wildfire, dynamite. The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burn like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burn like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
I guess it's like a lot of difference between Santiago and EWC, because on Santiago it was our first international tournament, and I think we was like not ready for everything what was happening in the Master Santiago, but in Paris we started to play much better. I guess like a team, our communication, everything started to play better, but we still need something else to win all matches. I mean, we can win like for easy. He was winning like one map against Heretics and MIBR, but we will need to take a more focus and need to play more. I guess more strong to beat the teams like this. Yeah. I guess. Like if you tell about energy, our energy is fine. Like we can, how to say, from our first international to second one, it's a lot of difference, because we start like, you know, we have more confidence, more energy. We start to play much better than we playing before, and I guess if you're gonna keep it up, everything gonna be good here.
首先在 EWC， 因为我的发挥不是特别好嘛，然后其实我想了很多，然后我有点不自信嘛，在打的时候，然后回来调整了，我知道我们的问题在哪，然后就知道出错点在哪，然后慢慢改就好了，然后大家一起努力向上就好了，我觉得。
I mean, like, why we don't change? Because we believing in our roster. We was like really close to qualify to the Masters London. We was fourth, I guess. Yeah. I think we was playing good. Like we lose against DRG, we lose our third map. We was winning 4-0, something like this. We was playing good. We believing in our roster because we have good synergy, I guess. Everybody like each other, you know. Nobody hating each other. I like this. And we just need to play more because you know, we, last season, I mean stage 1, we have a lot of changes. We was playing with the 3 different players for one tournament, and of course it's for us is like really hard. But now we just start to believe that our like last guy by, we understand he's a good. We just need to play more and more with him, and I guess everything gonna be good here, and I believe we can qualify to champs.
因为我们现在4个人是一个比较稳定的输出点，然后你换人也不能换的，就是换人不能换的很大幅带吧，因为你会少了很多东西，改变很多东西。对，然后其实白是比较适配我们的英雄池的，然后他也很努力吧，他这个人很上进，所以我觉得我们现在5个人很好。
Like previous patch, when everybody was playing with Yoru Violet or like Yoru Race, it was good for us because, you know, we have like in team we can play with, I mean, 3 people, 3 guys of us can play duelist, and for me, of course, it's like I like it because I'm a duelist. But this patch, our coaches was thinking. Every time double duelist is fine. I mean, it's very good. We have a Kira on race, like we have buy good Neon. I can play everything what I want. We have, if you want JRQ can feel Phoenix, like, you know, we can play like different comps on every map with double duelist. For us it's fine because for example I'm main operator and I need a guy like for example like a bike who just running for me on neon blah blah blah, and yeah, for me it's fine. I mean for our team I guess it's the, how to say, like the best option to play double duelist because I think our team is really well with this. Yeah.
就说版本升加热之后版本被消了是吧？首先在升第二歌的时候，为什么我们会一直选夜路？因为我们要跟着版本走嘛。然后我也是一个比较喜欢打慢推进的一个指挥，然后有夜路的情况下可以免费有通知权，让我有更好的思路。对，然后在更新了版本之后，我们发现，火男他被菲尼克斯被加强了。那我们就选择用菲尼克斯，因为它其实我觉得和夜路的属性虽然说不一样嘛，但是都很强力，所以我们现在就一直按照这个版本走。然后因为反蒂尔他在第一交火点的就在第一交火点很强，他基本都能拿到首杀。当他拿到首杀的时候，我们优势就会无限扩大，我觉得。所以现在也会让他玩到上伯乐这种英雄，就和夜路差不多。
Like it's really hard. I mean, like for example, you know, it's like different hours schedule, like everything different. Like for example, in Russia, it's like -6. I mean, like -5 hours from China. Everything is different, but I don't know. My team, like you know, they really, I don't know how to say, like take me good, and they're every time. Trying to help me with everything, like for example GRQ, he's speaking really good English and I'm just asking everything about him, like really everything. He just translating to everybody what I need and I really want to say thanks to him. But about team talk, it's much easier right now because Kira really fast improving in English, like no joke. When I came first time, when he was start to calling, he's like maybe guys go A, and start to call on Chinese, but now he just calling everything on English, and I really like to see it. And yeah, it's now it's like our communication so good. Yeah.
我觉得首先是我们自己的问题比较大吧，在之前的比赛就能发现，我们在人数优势的时候老是拿不下吧。对，然后对狼队的研究也有，但是他们就像在莲花赌神。我们会一直在 A 大跟他们对抢嘛，但是他们的阵容其实没有我们那么好抢，没有我们强力，但是我们中间有点差错吧，可能细节不太好。其实我觉得，就我一般都能知道他们在干什么。人员调整没有，因为他们不管怎么调整，其实他们之前的他们也比我们先打过2场比赛嘛，对，我们也看了他们的录像。首先谢谢你的问题，然后因为我的位置转化确实比较有点大嘛，因为首先在指挥上玩决斗就有点就是少吧，很少人会这么做，对，然后两个位置的区别就是在玩决斗前置位的时候，我可以带着大家在一起走的时候交流很多细节的道具，分配很多工作，但是在中期的时候。我的大局观没有那么好，需要大家一起做，因为我在第一交火点很难看到地图上的所有信息。对，然后在选择欧门的时候，在后置位的时候，第一交火点不是我是比较在后面的位置，所以我能更清楚地掌握全局的信息，然后来做拉扯的动作。所以我觉得两个位置都有优势和劣势吧，但是还是取决于我们整个团队是什么样的风格。
It's really funny, like you know, sometimes, for example, against heretics, when I was playing Chamber, would like diff me without any chance. He was playing much better than me. But when I have a like good game, or I feel like you know, Chamber Sheriff, it feels really well because for me, like for the smart guy with operator, I really like to like you know dodge ability, pick on timing, pick through smoke, TP back, like blah blah blah, etc. etc. And when he's by playing Neon, he just running over every spot, GRQ running also. I just need to bait and lure. Yeah, like. I think like for me it's like nothing special. Like say much like everything. We just need to win them. like Knight saying he's our father, and of course we need to beat him lower, guys. Yeah.
首先我觉得他们现在气势确实上来了，对比第一赛段，但是我没有就是觉得他们可能比我们更厉害吧，因为我觉得我一直相信我们队伍现在就是一条绳，在经历了 EWC 的失败之后，我们大家都一起复盘了很多问题，然后在昨天打蓝队的时候，其实我们改变了很多，但是也还有一点小问题，但是我觉得这都是很容易修改的，所以我觉得战胜 BLG 不是什么问题。
Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm? Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
If you catch my drift. Next to me, come on. feet right next to me. Come on.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess.
Right. I can't see your OBS feed, King. It's not coming through. Yes, yeah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the walkouts. We've already gotten it started and good to go. Myself, Mad Dante, and joining me hopefully soon, my usual partner in crime in my duo vaults. But while he is getting ready and set up, of course, everyone should not need any introduction to All Gamers, a team that kind of came out swinging in the previous stages and have done quite a lot for their, I guess, their fans, but also done quite a lot to kind of shush the haters, shall I say. And while they're obviously coming through, their roster shouldn't really need too much of a kind of introduction, really. I mean, we all know the big ones from BLG, Russia, Nef, and YZ, and then the names from All Gamers right in front of you. Kira, Shrimp, Fangear, who had a pretty phenomenal first stage, but just didn't really kind of arguably get the support that All Gamers needed, and typically that honestly is a little bit more, I think, relevant towards going into stage 2 now with the kind of change-ups. A lot of these teams have obviously had roster changes, or some of the IGLs have kind of swapped to the coaching roles. For teams like Titan Esports Club and FPX, that's been pretty notable. Titan Esports Club, of course, not been having the most solid performance, but a big upset, and we're starting to potentially see the plans of 2 analysts and a coach, so we'll see if that continues to work out for them. But meanwhile, Billy and All Gamers, we've just seen All Gamers and Billy, despite differing performances over the stages, Billy's fans in particular never stop loving them, and there's a lot of players that do get a lot of love. I mean, again, we've already kind of talked about them, but K-Knight, YZ, and Russia are the big 3, I think, for a lot of viewers and for a lot of fans. So it'll be very interesting to see how they are getting along. And of course, we've already got the map picks and bans, and starting off, it's not the first time we have seen it totally, it's the second time, but Summit as map number 1 to get sorted out as the teams kind of come through and get themselves lined up. We still have a lot to talk about with Summit. We still have a lot of feelings and opinions, shall I say. Probably the most, I'd say, divisive map we've had since Icebox. A lot of teams are either already looking at Summit as kind of their pocket pick map, or they're looking at Summit as they refuse to kind of go near it for that same reason as Icebox. A lot of really close and tight angles, a lot of sort of deathmatchy style. So obviously your Flash is incredibly important and pivotal. Your Phoenix, which, I mean, we have seen both of these rosters run time and time again since the Neon and Yoru nerf, so not going to be too surprised if we see them pop out. It is more of a case of the controller choices and the meta, whether we see the Viper Wall double controller as, well, standard on over half of the maps currently in the pool, or if we start to see, you know, the kind of comeback of the Sentinel, the Cyphers and such getting a little bit more love. which we've seen teams in other regions kind of play play both styles, either double controller or that relying on the sentinels and actually getting that value. It is just a question, obviously, of how those executes can come through and how those kind of plans are getting sorted out. Little bit of a hot take from myself, as a lot of you may probably know, when Vito was getting like really picked up on Abyss, I was a big disbeliever. I never really kind of seen it. I actually think this is the map. This may be the map that Vito can really start to find value in, to really start to get a lot of angles with the interceptor and the teleport, or the crosscut, I guess I should say, to really get that information and to really get that kind of map presence. But we don't have to really talk much about it. I'm not totally surprised that we don't see it, of course. I don't think anyone would have popped out the Veto so quickly. But all gamers going for, I mean, pretty kind of standard issue. We do see the double controller being picked out by all gamers, and BLG K-Knight rocking the Cypher. So one side, and kind of the sides that we would have expected, all gamers going more the double controller by still on the Neon, and then BLG going for, honestly, what if you looked at this comp, you would, and you were kind of told to guess the map, the double controller missing from BLG is probably the only thing that would make you believe that maybe it's not Lotus. But both of these compositions we're seeing, I mean, the Sky instead of the Fade as well, another potential hint towards that. But either way, the agents have now been selected, the map has been picked, and I believe I've got my my partner here with me.
Yeah, it's been a hot second ever since I'm supposed to be here. Thankfully, though, I don't think that I'm too late to the party.
Not at all.
Yeah, you know, I'm here at the perfect time just to get straight into the action. We've seen most of the teams struggle off the back of the return from EWC. Let's see if all gamers can get back in their stride. Usually can be a very dangerous force. Bilibili, of course, still looking to reassess themselves, perhaps into a top contender once again. They have been left to the wayside a little bit earlier on. Still really should be a dangerous team. It's always the question of, well, how hard can YZ go, right? Because YZ, of course, as we know, is one of the best players in the league.
Yeah, BLG have been relying on YZ, and hopefully we get to see a little bit more of him shine. This is BLG's map pick, so kind of just trying to surprise all gamers and take the ankles out from under them. Vol, I have to ask, what are your thoughts on the map now that we've seen it played out at least a couple times?
I feel like people are picking it, thinking like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing, they don't know what they're doing, and then we can just have a mud fight at that point. Like, I have not seen a single clean summit just yet.
Oh, it's difficult to have a clean summit, but here we go. The deathmatch angle's already kind of set up. Fangir having to get the teleport away with the rendezvous. He is stuck on towards the A site, and it is an awkward site to push into. Kira just raising up the wall and showing exactly how difficult it is to do exactly that. And the both Julius from the side of BLG already taken down, and the site not even really contained.
Yeah, you know, it's never really an easy time when you cannot expand past the space where you need to plant. And I feel like that's really where they kind of fell apart on the side of Bilibili. There's a chance here for the rotate. It's solid timing, of course, for K-Knight, but all about Shrimp on the other side. Clean shooting from him to find the first. Less than a single point of health, but thankfully the cavalry is here, and by going to be able to find that one. FD left in a 1-on-3, two of which are low. That's the first of which, but he's left to 35 points of health and doesn't even have the time. They don't contest him. They get him after time. Oh, this is brutal. This is perfect from all gamers.
Yeah, stunning work from the defense there, and we will get to see it, right? This is exactly what you would expect. All gamers going for the Viper Wall from Kira, and just how strong that is. And despite all gamers, like that really solid attempt from K-Knight to lurk with the Cypher, gain all that map presence, it is still incredibly difficult well, it made it basically impossible, really, then for BLG just to get the stack on towards the A site, which you really need. And then, as you said, the fast rotate from all gamers completely decimates the rotate and just makes life really easy for AG.
And of course, you know, one of the things about Summit, whenever he's trying to play it, has been the fact that there are like a couple of those, very heavy DM angles. I guess Fangir again pushed out of there, but it does feel like once you get that initial flash of the angle, it feels even like a necessity to the attack side to be able to play. So in a weird way, like the map feels severely defender-sided because of that, because there are like a lot of utility attacks just to get in some of the more important positions to try to play for the orbs. I guess is also another aspect to it, but hey, in this anti-eco so far, it's really that difficult for the side of all gamers. Held pretty well. That is a fantastic seize. Slows down the play, but there's K-Knight on the other angle. That could be a problem in the periphery. Not so much so for Shrimp, who is absolutely precise. Finds his own hat-trick. Now, everybody else is left to be easy meat on the table for Bai. A couple of kills for the players of BLG. Shrimp made sure that there will never be any real contention in this one.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. We'll get to see that again. That readjustment from Shrimp, that's essentially 2 180s back to back. Beautiful, beautiful work there. It isn't a low buy from BLG, and the paranoias and such as well did support him, so wasn't just a one-man show, but as you just talked about it, Volt, the utility on this map is so important, so getting value out of that from GRQ Smokes or GRQ's Paranoia going to be very, very important. And now with a full buy up, we've seen how aggressive both of these sites can be kind of pushed out of as defense to try and take that initial angle, try and steal that initial frag, but currently BLG not biting to push up.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we're talking about that. They have been able to keep pushing Fangir out just because of the chamber being a chamber. He's just very easily able to rendezvous past that angle. So they're trying to switch out the perspective. Of course, Fangir apparently one step ahead, but perhaps not fully ready for YZ being as close as he is. Go down immediately here in the bonus. Of course, they are taking some chances with this round being a bonus, but perhaps a little bit too far from the chamber. Now, out of this round as is, but there isn't really that much time for Billy, right? It's 45 seconds. And a major point of their forces are all splitting from middle, perhaps to regroup towards that B side here.
Yeah, looks like it. Neff's got the Trailblazer out and trying to scout out the information. The knee relay bolt as well to come through. So the swing from Russia, very clean. Paranoia's traded out, but despite the flash, the team flash at that, Russia manages to still get GRQ down. The screen is now going to fall down that door, slamming shot onto Shrimp, and his positioning is going to get found out. Kira did go for the hero rifle here. Fangir as well, not finding anything with the headhunter, and now Kira with this hero rifle very much having to decide that it's worth the save here. You cannot really afford to rush in and die to this spike or to any member of BLG and then donate an additional Phantom as well. It's not really, well, donating maybe not the word, but to give it up and to not have it for this next round would be absolutely crippling. So Kira, all on him to survive, but in a map this size and with all this space to work with, that shouldn't be the hardest thing to do.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anybody from the side of Billy is going to go into him. Instead, he's the one to present that duel. And I'm not sure that that really was worth it. Just a single kill for the Viper. Perhaps a bit over-ambitious from his side. Still, now we're going to get the buy from all gamers, and hopefully that'll be enough to see them look a little bit more as a competition instead of perhaps falling apart one by one there, because that really was the case. Every time you look at that, individual duels, no real trades. And that's not really how you play the game of Valorant now, do you?
Especially on a map like this. The newer map is well, mistakes like that can potentially be made, timings like that can potentially be found, but this is already kind of going to show it. And the newer a map is, the easier it is for the attack, because the defenses aren't really sure exactly what angles they should kind of hold for, or how they should use their utility to stall these kind of pushes. So typically, when a map's newer, as long as you're holding W and just trying to kind of force your way onto sites, statistically, you're going to make that work. The more we see of Summit, obviously, that's whenever the pivot comes through. So right now, BLG should want to capitalize this as much as they humanly can.
Oh, let's see if it's going to actually be extended in that line. Because, of course, you know, for the past couple of rounds, Vangear has just been relentless in terms of aggression and trying to find space. Perhaps now they're going to try to adjust a little bit. But, well, speaking of the adjustments, all gamers apparently expecting that one to be an A side. A heavy gambit in terms of the numbers. They've been found out towards B. That does not mean that AG are actually going to move. And Shrimp, one of the better performers so far on the server, gonna have a lot asked of him in this round. Goes up, tries to ascend. Unfortunately, though, very messy when it comes to the duel itself. It seems like this round is over. K-Knight got the rotation held, and all gamers want nothing to do with this round anyways.
Seems like it at the moment, Vol. No information to be found yet from K-Knight, though. The timing just doesn't work out. And if you are Billy, the belief that all members of All Gamers are still just stuck on the A site, bit difficult to believe. K-Knight, though, of course, trying to get all the way back around. He does get the potential moment on to buy here. Actually, as well, you do get to see FT coming around all the way through the attacker side spawn again. So there is a potential here for a clench, but the timer already on the spike, not potentially going to really factor that in, give that all away. And speaking of giving away, Rusia has managed to pick up Fangear's operator, and it's going to be a 3-man save for all gamers. But Billy, especially with a donated operator, very much in the driver's seat.
Yeah, crown jewel in their hands. And unfortunately for AG, I don't really see a way back for at least a couple of rounds from the way that they are playing. I would take a timeout here, to be honest. I know it's super early and it's only 1-3, but there's some worrying signs. It's not even them winning or losing the duels. It's them really not being able to play the map. Right? Like, their entire play is basically resting around, hey, can Fangear get a pick early? And when it's not happening, well, they're going to switch it up now. Fangear's playing a bit more defensive. But the entirety of all gamers were thinking, initially at least, about testing A main. Not really gonna overcommit there either. But instead, it seems like a mid-pinch is on the agenda. And there is a sniper, though, holding that line behind the dark cover. So it should be near impossible for AG to push into them. But they're gonna try to take a timing behind the wall here. It's falling off soon.
Oh, and Bai, okay, Bai actually ready for it as well. Thought that was Rusia's shot, but it's all a distraction. It's all just to buy K-Knight his time. It's a fake push even really from the A site. At least the utility being committed is not going to be getting as much value. Shrimp just staring down K-Knight though. Very much ready for the flank, knowing that we haven't seen the Cypher very much at all. So he could be really anywhere, and that's exactly where he is. FT though walks through the mound of corpses that was his teammates, picks up 2 for himself, but we've talked about how awkward the A site is. If the spike gets stranded anywhere that just isn't on that bomb site, your chances of winning as an attacker basically become 0.
That's the meat grinder out there on the corner. And perfect range really for all gamers to be able to function. That leg shot really was everything. The fact that Vi was able to find the initial kill and then keep his life to play with the Stinger later on in the round. Well, that is a little bit ludicrous, to be honest. A couple of good, fortunate duels for the side of all gamers, but most of the credit, for me at least, goes for Shrimp, right? Like holding that flank from K-Knight, making sure they get another multi-kill, playing the trade so well. And we were just talking about it, right? Like all gamers were struggling with trading, we're struggling with their sequencing. At least Shrimp isn't. But now let's see if GRQ is going to be up to the task.
Oh, it's beautiful seas. Feel like we might be saying that a couple of times here. Shrimp just seems to really be catching this down. It's a beautiful shot from Fangear. Takes down Rusia. And now one of the thorns already gone. Fangir actually doubling up as well. GRQ sniffing that FT might be somewhere close in the vicinity and will not fall down because of it. And K-Knight, the very least on site with his duo with YZ as the last one. Paint shells are going to be dedicated towards that security hall in the back left. That is going to do a decent chunk of damage to Fangir, but not before he does a ton of damage right back to the last two members of BLG. And Shrimp is going to clean that up very nicely.
He left poor K-Knight on 8 points of health. No time, and the Hounds already feeding the blood, but much better looking from Fangir, of course. Initial shot is everything, and we can tell, right? Like I was saying, hey, we need a timeout. We need to see a change in the approach. I'm really glad that we actually have seen that without taking the timeout. They switched from taking that initial aggression and being very proactive to being reactive before the execute settles. They don't let them get the spike down, because as he said, like getting the spike down makes it a lot more difficult. But they're still like taking fights pretty early on in the round, right? It's not the fight is taken just before they get to site. The fight is like 2 or 3 angles in and gives multiple chances for people like Fangir, for someone like Shrimp to use the C's, and Boy is another part of that mechanism, is able to use a stun and take a second duel that unfortunately though goes completely wrong. The timing betrays all gamers, and the A site is going to be there for Bilibili.
Oh, that's a big mistake from Bai as well. Panic re-slides into the engagement, but meanwhile, Kira trying his best to hold down the site, does manage to pick up one. Shrimp is going to get the hunt, is going to get the wall hacks, but K-Knight can just shoot through it better. And speaking of shooting, FT on the A site, once that spike is down, the defense are going to go down with it if he has something to say.
Oh, mate, please. What are those shots? Like, what are you even supposed to do at that point?
Go next.
Great round. Yeah, great round from the pistols, to be honest. Like, whether it was the Bandit and the Sheriff initially, and those two. Just look at that. My God. My God, that's beautiful.
Oh, and here it is.
Now they need to take a timeout, right? Because this is not the first time that this happened either. You know, superior weapons. They have the util. But they just forced the issue a bit too much, as he said. Like, the slide from Boy was really overplaying their hand.
Yeah, it was. And just a quick couple of stats and information for you all while we're on the timeout. Shrimp has now reached 1,000 kills. Already, very over the course of the entire region, of course. This is not just over stage 2. That would be quite insane, a stat. But overall, 1,000 kills. And then we did get some information from Kira and Allgame and the AG manager regarding like buy and such, because they didn't want any more kind of volatility to it. Anyone that's kind of watched All Gamers or kept up with them, you know that a lot of the players do end up kind of jumping towards different roles, or even sometimes players getting actually traded out in generally. So very much Bai has, at least from All Gamers kind of perspective, he's been surgically handpicked, and he is that kind of final puzzle piece to allow All Gamers to just work on their stuff and really capitalize off of it.
I mean, the meme was always all of the gamers. They had like, what, 11 players at a point?
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
I think it was kind of a bit too much, right? Like, it's something to have a 6-man roster, but it's another thing to basically have 2 teams in play. And here's the thing. I have my own reservations. I think that Bai is a great player. But I really was a big fan of Spitfires and what he was doing at the team. But I think that Bai definitely has that advantage of perhaps being a bit more flexible in comparison to Spitfires when it comes to the agents and everything. Because that's something that I was here in casting over Spitfire's game when he was playing with DEC. I was just speaking about how, hey, like, he performs much better on the duelist than anything else. Yes, Bai might have a lower ceiling, but he's so flexible. Like, he's going to be 8 out of 10 in, like, 3 different roles. And I feel like that's something that, as he said, for a team that likes to play a plethora of different styles, fits them perfectly. But let's see if this style is going to lead into success. As you can tell, though, rotations forced by All Gamers. They have sent Bai all the way over towards B. It seems like that freeze from Bilibili might have stalled the A players a little bit. Now, success, though, initially from All Gamers still. Fangir finds the one towards middle. That is going to make their A campaign a lot easier.
Oh, Oh, but not if Kira's going to at least try and make something about it. Rusia has gotten in, and now the all the pressure that was set towards the B site has basically have to rotate through. But BLG, they've played the timer far too well, and now the fourth dimension's coming against them. They've just went far too patiently. I say far too well. It's all gamers that are playing this clock down to perfection right now, Vol. We already kind of highlighted, you know, whenever it's a new map, if teams are getting nervous or if I don't know what you're doing, how can you know what I'm doing? But all gamers, especially off the back of BLG's aggression, they've now completely just took it back. They've just put on the brakes. They're just holding these kind of usual, typical angles, and well, BLG can't really seem to find a way to comfortably start their executes.
I mean, it is even really found in their setup in terms of the utility, and they immediately take a second timeout off the back of it. They got themselves a very good position with the freeze that they had, and that's something that is fundamental. Transcends a specific map in mind, playing the freeze and trying to pick your timings. But the thing that really was a letdown for them is in what they did with that. Right? They got a player in, they were supposed to make something out of it, but they were not prepared to take the duel, they were not prepared to break the crossfire, and they were not even prepared to perhaps try to abandon that part and go the long way through the Omen smoke and try to do Fangir. So they basically had nothing for a take, and that's not really a look that you want to see on your own map pick. Of course, Haven was going to be all gamers' pick. It's a lot more studied, a bit more solved, so we expect a much higher level of play in there. But even then, you know, like, there's definitely a lot more maps in the pool that could have been options. Of course, you know, Lotus is one of them that I don't think that Billy Billy's better Lotus at all. It's actually historically been one of their better maps, but apparently they want to lean a bit heavier into this summit, which, to be fair, I'm not a fan of for any of the teams that have picked it so far. I don't think that I've seen any single team that made me feel like, oh, you know, that's the team that got good ideas. It's very similar to when Sunset was first out.
We've been kind of seeing the aspect. I was more, just before you did join us, I was more talking about the feeling of Icebox in terms of its overall just so many angles to clear, so many corners to look out for, and kind of either, if you're the attack, have to obviously deal with them and kind of expend resources towards, like you said, or if you're the defense, there's still just a lot of angles that you can really hide yourself in towards, and well, at least the Viper's Pit on towards B main is going to do a big chunk of that for all gamers.
And just look at like this setup from mid, right? You need to look for at least 5 different angles before you're actually even able to get out of that link towards the B side or the A side. Like 2 cubbies almost everywhere, an elevated angle, the player in the site which have a high or a low. But apparently, all gamers very happy with that kind of start. GRQ though, had a lot of difficulty on him, but nobody's capitalizing off the utility. But YZ and FT still gonna make good work out of that. Fangir with the worst timing imaginable. Going to die just as he lets his operator go. Now he's buying Kira, supposedly trying to save the day. YZ's prepared for the swing. The stun again, good. But is it good enough? The swing is there, perfect from Boy, but couldn't find an X, couldn't Kira find a trade either, but he's left with a one-on-one, and Kira's gonna spray it down. All gamers maintain the lead.
Live life on the fast lane, and you will find yourself very quickly on a victory podium with a performance like that. Holy, what a slide from Neon. You do say she's nerfed, and yes, she's not as strong as what she used to be, but I think it's really going to show how strong she still can be when you're playing with confidence, when you're still playing with aggression. And Bai, yes, okay, doesn't get all the kills, but he does enough. He gets the damage done, and Kira is certainly gonna take that opportunity gone. Look at the heartbreak from BLG, especially when that's a round that the timeout was just taken on.
Oh, let's see if those heroics are going to be enough for all gamers to basically rule what remains of this half. 3 more rounds to play. Fangir again, out exploring very early. Don't mind this angle at all. This has been something that they have not tested at the start. Something spotted by the Prowler. Close call from Fangir, but not the connection that they wanted. And my worry now is that how many times have we seen this before? Pistols from Billy. Just basically taking away space, and all gamers not really having any clean duels.
The one moment that you would like to have all gamers maybe not play aggressively, but just, as you said, take the duels themselves, play for it. And Kira, he does exactly that, but it's got to look a little bit more cleaner than that. It's got to look a lot more confident than that aim, especially with the vulnerability created from the snakebite, from the molly. All of that damage is done, but here's the difficulty. All of that work to get onto the A site, and technically, Billy aren't even on it yet.
Might not be on it, and again, do you know what Bane is the timer to run out? I mean, Angel will be really proud of Billy at this point in this attack, but FT can still make good out of that one, and Fangir is really left in hell. Players on all sides. That's gonna be one. K-Knight looking for the next. Unfortunately, could not tame the bandit, and neither could they tame Bai, who's found 2 out of 3. Neff is on 5 points of health. The lightning gun is going to be enough. That was supposed to be how the round went. It got a bit too close. But at the end of the day, the superior firepower prevails.
Yeah, indeed. And a fantastic piece of patience there. We've seen from the shadows towards the B site as an attempted pivot, but you have YZ just waiting there. You have the Neon just waiting there, apologies, to get all that damage done. And just to prevent any sort of shenanigans like that, I mean, it's a good shot from Neff here. But the rest of it, yeah, GRQ and everything looking very clean. And while it was a great lurk from K-Knight, we're seeing the difficulty of a map this big. We're seeing a difficulty. Bai, apologies, that was who Bai was sitting ready and waiting over towards the B site there just to counter from the shadows. But we're just getting to see, again, it's another massive map that's been added to Valorant. Having your Sentinels lurk and gather map presence is a good thing, but timer is important, and if you're not getting those kills on the flank pretty quick, you can find yourself still struggling.
I think that I really actually like the analogy that you were saying of, oh, hey, this is basically Icebox, but a little bit less vertical. I think that's basically it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I am one of the biggest hater of Icebox in professional play. It's a blast to play in ranked, but in professional play, oh no. Well, that's another thing in professional play that always sucks whenever the rocket does not find much value. Thankfully though, YZ is still able to shoot despite it. The Nightfall comes out early. They're trying to flood before the spike is down. It's gonna go down regardless. Shrimp with a seize. Kira with his own poison that pushes Neff aside, but he's still able to find the angle for the kill. And seize immediately goes away. 3-on-3 in the end. Perfect timing for YZ, who's looking to make it a quad kill, but instead shut down momentarily. Nothing though is gonna stop Billy from finding round 4.
Fear them. They are not out of this just yet, and objects in the mirror are closer than they may appear. One more round would take us to a 7-5. All gamers already kind of at least taking the half confidently, but we did say this can be a map of, as you know, typically it does favor the attacker as the map gets, or the defender, as the map gets solved, as the map gets more comfortable, as the utility timing gets worked out. So I mean, all gamers here very pleased with their 7. Would be over the moon if they could get their 8th. Billy though, if there has been some practice on these executes, if there has been, or against these executes, with the Cypher trips, with the paint shells, they do have quite a bit of utility to stall on their own. So we might be seeing once the halves switch, and with K-Knight already a beautiful kill on the Shrimp. This lurk has been stunning, and the Neural Theft will get a lot more value.
So Fangir at least able to TP to relative safety, but they're still swarming on him. A kill from GRQ was second from the chamber, and this round is nearly over for Billy. This time YZ is not going to be able to find much, and it's K-Knight who started off this round looking to close the half in a positive light for his team. A 1-on-2 for him. GRQ on half health, and Bai has nothing but a wall. So there's a real chance that he could isolate 2 1v1s. It's just all about the timing here. Setting up a high-low on their side, and K-Knight peeking into it. Too much for him to handle. gonna be yet another 3K, this time courtesy of GRQ. 8 rounds confirmed. And the question becomes for Billy, can they match what we have seen from this All Gamers defense?
Yes, indeed. They do have this, as we just talked about him, and K-Knight, phenomenal work on those lurks, but he's just not getting the value at the time that's necessary, either just because of the fact that he's a bit too slow, or a predominant number of the team are dead before he can really get the full conversion of the flank over. And if anything, we might start seeing Summit be one of the maps where you do need either the double sentinel or like the double controller kind of setup, 2 players kind of lurking to save space because of how difficult it is to get onto the site anyway, and kind of get the spike planted, that we might start seeing a lot of mid splits, 2 players down mid, and then either the link into A or the link into B, even if B's is a lot more delayed. So I'm looking at Billy to see if they can, basically push those extremities to their absolute limit, and then make AG sweat.
I mean, here's the thing. Just like Icebox, there exists a connection between one mid and one of the sides, but you really should never go there. Like, I really feel like all of your mid takes should eventually end up in the A side. The B link is just a death trap. Like, it's so easy to play it from the defender point of view, right? Like, how many angles they get, how many chances going up and down the ropes, the elbow side of it as well. If you're posturing defensively on the side, just it feels like the A side is a lot easier to take in comparison. At least that's what I've felt so far. Well, let's see if this is still going to be the same look from Billy. They themselves were really halted for time, so I'm actually wondering if all gamers are going to be a bit quicker in their tempo, because that's something that perhaps could actually be an absolute statement from their side. Because I don't know about you, but I felt like Billy were really forced into the slower pace more than anything.
It was, all gamers were so defensive, they were so patient, and we'll see if they are similarly so on attack. And to be honest, a little bit less patient, I should say, and BLG gonna deal with that accordingly.
That's two pretty much happy days for Billy, who had the right read. They had 3 players out on the early angle towards the A site. At least there's a chance maybe for Kira to get the orb, but that's basically all that he's going to be able to get. 2 players on the other side. Oh, that's so crisp on YZ. FD's still there. Spike has not fully made its way through, and it's so late from Fangir, but K-Knight, unfortunately for him, is ready for that kind of heads-up duel. And by the time that Fangir goes back, there's another player that is supposedly ready for him, but I like this from Billy. Instead of taking the duel with Fangir and having higher variance in the round, they just decide, hey, we can play the 4-on-3 now, and it should be a lot less complicated. Kira, though, tasked with holding that line. 3 players on the other side. Spike not planted. The neon jump proves to be too much for him to handle, just a single player at an angle that he perhaps should have found a multi-kill from. And that's an important duel from that side. Unfortunately for Shrimp, unable to tamper expectations, and great shooting continues from FD. Maybe he's had a slow start, but he's definitely been back in the rhythm now.
Yeah, what without a doubt absolutely has been. We get to see, obviously, the smiles come up as the defuse gets really kind of set down, and this was just so beautiful. Such an aggressive setup from BLG. Again, we're used to it if you've played it on the rank ladder. Obviously not to that same cohesion, but you are already, I'm sure, more than experienced with those kind of pushes and with that setup. And BLG now looking to kind of show us that, yeah, the defense, they can really make work. And we were talking about just the A site earlier, and I really have to say, I think playing post plant on the A site is one of the hardest post plants Valorant has ever seen, because you just sit in a corner and kind of hope.
Hey, I see hope whenever Fangir comes around. That's all I'm gonna say. Like, he's been a player that can definitely electrify at moments, but for now at least, seems to be things are simmering down very slowly. All gamers bringing their numbers back towards the B site. I would have said a chance for Fangir, but now that he's found, shouldn't be that complicated for Neff. This time around, though, Fangir is going to win that 1v1. Rifle upgraded, but not going to last for too long. Rusia's back on the other line of sight, and Billy mopping the floor with the remnants of all gamers. Just YRQ and Shrimp, last two alive, at least a chance to put the spike down. That really should be their goal, but they're looking for duels, which is going to be their bane. That's one. Another kill from Shrimp makes this round at least worthwhile in terms of the financial investment, but it's not going to be theirs. Billy closing in. The buffer is down to just 2 now.
Already seeing potential gaps forming here. Potential mistakes coming through. This is Billy's map pick. So they maybe were just expecting to have a struggle on the offense and then really play for the defensive side, which is why obviously K-Knight rocking the Cypher. He usually, of course, rocks it anyway, but that additional piece of information, that additional support can be very good for him.
Wait. Why are they buying this many light and regen shields when they know that there's an outlaw on the other side? Hello, all gamers?
Oh, that's right. They know Rusia has this. Oh dear. Oh, that could be well, look, if you don't run into the outlaw, then it's never a problem. But Rusia's currently set up in mid, and all gamers have set kind of their presence towards it here. It would be a fool's errand to swing out in front of this. The outlaw has not been nerfed yet, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, even the nerfs, really, I don't feel like it destroys the identity of the outlaw. It just tells you, hey, take some time between your 2 shots. That's basically all there is. Not like, oh, and I actually think that's good, because at times, and even you can tell up until now, a lot of people in the bonus round basically play the outlaw like it's a 2-shot operator, and the 2 shots shoot so fast. It feels like you actually could lose to that outlaw, but only a single one needed. We're just talking about this mishap, perhaps on the other side, and thankfully for Billy, somehow Rusia stay alive. He doesn't stay alive for too long. Fangir is able to get him down 4 on 4, and the firepower is very lacking. Gotta remember, they lost 3 in the round prior. But a Spectre this up close, usually a good choice to play that CQC fights.
Yeah, indeed, and it's going to get very up close and very personal here. The smoke's being danced around, all the utility being expended, but 8 seconds left on the clock. It's another expectation. It's another tragic moment of that 4th dimension coming through. FT, a beautiful shot onto Shrimp, but it's not needed. Nothing else is needed other than 10 seconds extra if you're the side of all gamers, and attacking on this map is hard. Attacking on this map is very difficult, especially with these tightness of the angles, with this level of presence and control coming through, and it seems to be a touch too much at the moment, at least for all gamers.
Unfortunately for AG, fall into the same trap that Billy basically fell into, right? Like, it's so easy for the defense to just posture up and hold some angles, and then it makes things very complicated for the other side. Hey, at least thankfully the light shield situation didn't really pan out to be a bigger factor than perhaps it was supposed to be. But so far though, well handled by the side of Billy. Trade the one of YZ for Kira and Bai. And it doesn't look like that there's going to be much trouble on the other side. There's a little bit of a gap that they're wary of. Perhaps that's why we see reinforcements. Now FT and K-Knight can both clear the connector, so there's a lot more freedom for Rusia. He could definitely try to go out and explore if he wants to, but keeping it safe for now. And thanks to that bit of map control that they also have on B main, things should be a lot easier for them in that push. Easy kill from K-Knight. Perfect timing on Fangir. And those last 2 now tested by the sky. That's one. That's down to 25. And he's going to be found 1 on 3 with a rifle in hand. Could have been feasible, but apparently GRQ really wanted to switch out the optics. He goes back towards middle. Doesn't really need to commit over here. Apparently he really wants to take a duel. It's an isolated 1v1 on K-Knight. So maybe a real opportunity. He gives his own tell, and down to 8 HP he goes. This seems like a round over. Over the time, I think saving that one rifle is perhaps the best course of action for AG.
Yeah, it seems like it. And for anyone that maybe was wondering about, you know, the tightest angle, is there really an angle for a link? That's the angle where GRQ very nearly lost his life. That is nearly an impossible angle to push out of if you're going towards the B site. And even, you know, had the round worked out a little bit differently, you've still got a very difficult kind of process and journey to get the remaining players kind of through that gap, if you even want to pursue it. And there wasn't really much left in any way, shape, manner, or form for the side of AG to kind of keep themselves going anyway. So now 4 rounds back-to-back for the defense here. BLG not dropped a round since the halves have been swapped, and AG really are going to have to try and make something work right now by trying just to bait out a little bit of the utility. FT, of course, already set out with the paranoia and the paint shells, but nothing being pulled just yet.
For now, though, it makes it a lot easier for Billy. The trap play was there, but the C's did deny any push on top of it. The usage of the util for the side of AG, but that's messy, unfortunately. And Fangir ends up going down for it. Seeker's out defensively speaking, and YZ is crisp. That's a deletion on GRQ. And let's see if the rest of all gamers is going to fare any better than their initial mates. Boy goes wide. I actually do like this. They do really need to expand their take on the site. They open up extra space. Bai doesn't use it to take an aggressive angle. Instead, he's holding on to one of those tougher 50-50s that he can play. He's open from the elbow side, but he's got mates to cover them from there. And really, for me, everything lies on Neff. If he dies there, this round simplifies itself tremendously. Now they got 2 from main, which is one of the angles that they'll need to worry about eventually, but the orb is going to go down, and that leaves another angle for FT to try to play on the back of. They're trying to speed their way in. Excellent from Kira. And they really should be able to take it over from here. A second from them means that YZ's left alone. Little time remaining, no hope for the Star Duelist. Spotted, identified, is able to deal severe damage, but there's too little time left. And he's going to contend with taking down 3. But in the end of the day, the round goes for all gamers.
Economy, at least damage done for the side of Billy. No operator in hand anymore. So if you want to get that bot up, it's going to be even more expensive. All gamers finally managing to stem the bleeding here. Just a very good push from Bai. And as you pointed out, Volt, just really nice positioning. Really good claiming of space to make sure that BLG didn't just have such a simple time. And then Neff, yeah, getting dropped, just not expecting Bai from that angle. And a very quick kind of handing off the flowers to all gamers here. Very, very consistent showing from everyone here. 3 kills between Bai and GRQ means everyone is kind of doing their role and kind of essentially showing up and presenting themselves whenever they need to. And if all gamers can keep that up, they might find themselves taking their opposition map pick. The Trailblazer gains a little bit of information on the Fangir, but no one really set up to take that fight just yet, at least.
See if that is going to be the case or not. For now, at least, Billy really trying to settle the pace. But doesn't really find much. Great work from all gamers. Tempered. And making sure that that pocket of aggression doesn't really find much value behind of it. No showstopper. Now, no overdrive, and perhaps this should be an easy way for them to drive it home, I guess.
Nice.
I'm sorry. I just had to be done.
Oh, but here we go. Another a showcase of how good Cypher can still be. The minute all the cages go up, you really do start to fear. You start to potentially worry here. But everyone's all set up here. BLG have managed to get the defense play absolutely beautifully set up. And Neff, he does not die without taking 2 of his own from that position this time. The paranoia comes through, and Knight cannot get the information, cannot use the kill on time. And yet again, Volt, it's 10 seconds and the spike's only just been planted. It's only just been stunned. But YZ doesn't care. He doesn't need to see you to shoot over your shoulder to get your teammate.
That is beautiful work from YZ. Finds the second off the back of that initial spray. And Billy continues the rise to the summit. All gamers, as you've said, really could not break the ranks of the Cypher. Very valuable to be had. Of course, you know, credit to Fangear and him being an important piece of all gamer setup on the operator. But that's really when you do see the extra value of having an actual fully dedicated Sentinel instead of a pseudo-dude of Sentinel. That is this Chamberlain himself. Only 12 kills for Fangear though. Maybe that's where he will need to have some making up to do. And perhaps this is the round to do it. Tour de Force out early. All gamers threatening that A-Link to boot. 2 players set up on the other side. Perhaps a good chance here for Fangear. But Neff is in a great off angle, able to take away 1 head, 2, 3 between him and YZ, and that's the spike gone 2. Round is over. The remaining 2 from All Gamers are on measly pistols at that. And that was supposed to be Fangear's moment in the limelight. It's all stolen away by Sky.
Yeah, just the tight tucked swing, not really going to get you the most value there from the Tour de Force, and that's the angle again, right? Fangear never going to make that mistake again. You should you want to hope for kind of the wide swing and a double swing because of how deep that corner can surprisingly be. So now I would have to imagine that's being put in the notes. That's already being recorded as a moment to take away for this map. Now 30 seconds left, but for once, All Gamers, it's not really the timer that's the problem. It's the numbers, it's the positioning, it's the fact they don't really have much. YZ doesn't have much either in terms of his sight. Manages to dodge the second flash this time. And Kira and Shrimp gonna try a double swing. Shrimp immediately deciding against it, and YZ coming in to meet him. Double digits, and it's for BLG.
I wish that we could actually just ban the summit, you know. I think that would be a lot simpler for all gamers if they play the other maps, but they fell into the trap, and everyone is like, it's a new map, like how well prepared could the other team be? Apparently, neither of you are prepared, and credit to Billy. Yes, they are only 1-1, but they are looking super sharp, right? And perhaps that is one of the things that have been haunting all gamers. Yes, they were able to make it to Santiago, but not to London. And the question is, can they actually make it to home soil on Shanghai? And at least in this kind of form, I think that there are definitely a couple of decent teams that can give them a run for their money, and especially if Billy is already one of them. That is a big worry for what is coming up on stage 2. We didn't even get the teams from the nationals yet, and I think once that gets into the mix, that's where I'm actually going to be really excited about it, because I think that a lot of people don't really perhaps pay tier 2 their due right in terms of the player levels.
Yep.
And all across the regions, I think, are going to be most surprised. Of course, the easiest, at least with us being from EMEA, we know how the VCL teams are, at least the ones at the very top, and I think that they are perhaps some of the best teams that we have to offer. Even, I would say, could compete with some of the lower mid-half of the teams in the VCT, and I think it's a very similar case here in China, and it's just because the 2 Ascension teams are XLG and DRG that it just feels impossible for anybody else to really ascend into tier 1.
Gatekeepers are... While tragic in some instances, they get that title for a reason. They get known as that because it's purely a point of, can you take it from the reigning champions, or can you take it from people that have been here so long and that have gotten so comfortable and so cozied up. Speaking of comfortable and cozied up here, All Gamers really having an idea that there's going to be a complete push up through here. The Trailblazer not going to get the information on Kira. A shot coming through. YZ not actually going to push off the back of it. It's Kira to come and meet YZ. And while the shot's initially not the most comfortable, he does get that frag. And it's a big pivot towards the B site.
Did Bai just slide? He didn't, right?
I don't...
He did.
No,
he did.
He did. Yeah, he did.
Okay, I guess that's a choice. And here's another choice made. But if Neff is on that kind of a level, nothing is gonna come into his way. 2 kills down early. The other 2 stopped in the heart of their take in the B site. Now, going from a reality to perhaps a distant possibility. Even if they take that control, it would take a miracle out of GRQ. And oh, that kind of got dicey. If Neff was a little bit more accurate, that would have been a round already over. Chance here for Rusia. That's the outlaw for one. Leaving Shrimp and GRQ both a single shot away from the sniper. Spotted by one. Paranoia is great, and that's a shot from FT, leaving GRQ, who will be dead to rights. And that's Billy 2 rounds away from taking their own map pick against all gamers.
Yeah, and they are looking quite a bit. Maybe more confident is not entirely the phrase in terms of the overall map, but having that knowledge there to just wait for all gamers entirely, believing that this will be the moment for the flank, was really, really clever, was really, really smart. And it was played very well. I mean, Kira got a little bit shaky with the shots onto YZ, but he does get them landed. He does get the frags. And then off the back of it, BLG just retake very, very cleanly, and all gamers not really given any space to work with there. Yes, Neff's kills were, or apologies, the kills from Neff were great at getting BLG back into that, and it's kind of stealing that away from all gamers. So we'll see now if that presence can be continued. And the man of the hour already back up in the kill feed there as Kira falls.
Let's see if the rest of the team is going to be able to hold after Kira. Usually say life after death, but death of Fangir is imminent and is now the case. Breaking apart for all gamers. If there's any hope, probably is in the play that they're making. Bit towards middle. Early shot though alerts more attention on the side of BLG. By needs to find an opener. They need the trade to start in their way, so when the sequence is over, it ends in their way. But unfortunately, FT is gonna slow that down with the paranoia. That means that this fast lane doesn't really end up being that fast, but even with it being a bit slower, works out well for all gamers. Now 4 on 3, and they need to find a kill there. Unfortunately, FT finds the perfect timing on the shots from Shrimp. ERQ and Bai remaining. Spike not even in their acquisition. They just really want to take a duel to the other side. Unfortunately, nothing is given to them to boot. And they'll need to realize, hey, even the Spike is not safe. Great timing on the peak from YZ. And that pretty much is the round. Paint Shell's ready. K not ready. ERQ still rather healthy. That TP could lend him away back into the A side if he wants to, but there's no time remaining. Unfortunately, he'll have to just leave it at that. Match point for Billy. This is the 4th round that all gamers just feel bankrupt.
Everything is just kind of falling away from them now. The push is not really there. The executes, you know, not really that clean at all. I mean, FT, that's a beautiful shot onto the opposition. That was with the haunt active from Shrimp. You would think that at this caliber, Shrimp takes that kill every day of the week, but BLG, you said it, they're just warmed up now, Volt. They're just ready to play, and if anything, that might make AG's Haven. It is one of their strongest maps, of course, but that might make their lives even more difficult going into it here. The immediate engagement on the A main just to clear out the Prowler, just to clear out the util. And as we said now, AG, all 5 members poised to try and burst through this smoke. That's already a decent amount of damage from Rusia, though.
Yeah, and all gamers on the last legs. And Bai's legs were spotted. Not the kill so far, but K-Note eventually able to find that kill. Another one from Rusia. Praise coming in from AG, but it's not enough. They still haven't gotten themselves into the site. They're going to try to use the pit to gain a little bit of space, but even with the Nightfall, you got nothing to take away K-Night. It's a 50-50. Really, in the truest sense of the word, and Shrimp already taking that duel. Now they try and exit. Poison Orb will for shortly, and that's a great kill from Shrimp, but that's a spike down. And they need to try to get it, and that means that YZ is going to be able to shoot another pigeon. Kira gone. Fangir left in a 1-on-2. 30 seconds on a timer is just about enough time if he makes a run for the hills. He's patient, waiting, and so are the other 2 on BLG. There's a rocket for YZ. Still stashed in the pocket. really should be the end of days for Fangir. Even if he gets his spike down, it just feels like it's gonna be impossible to hold it.
Nah, the rendezvous isn't even really set up, so it's not. There's no kind of teleport play to bait this rocket. He just kind of has to get the 50-50 and survive it. But Neff's not even going to let him see the rocket. In fact, he cannot get the shots isolated. He cannot get the fights isolated. And BLG, what looked to be a scary start to their own map pick, really was just going to show that once they moved over to the defense, they had themselves sorted. They had the patience to just wait and play. Only one sort of aggressive push-up B main. Everything else was just angles being held and waiting for all gamers to just get a little bit impatient and a little bit antsy. That's exactly what happened.
How many times did we see both teams, to be honest? A little bit lackluster in their takes once they get that initial A main. That round really fell onto the pace of all gamers also being as slow. Not even a little bit slower, to be fair, in comparison to Billy. And unfortunately for AG, not really the way that they wanted to start their season. Disappointment at Paris. And perhaps still even more disappointments to come along the line. Didn't really have the best of starts. But they're not really against an easy team either. You know, Billy are no slouches, even if their recent results haven't been the best.
Definitely not. And I just want to, like, while we're kind of looking through the highlights here, we are seeing the efficacy of the Phaeton. We are seeing what happens whenever there is a map that's so fresh, that's so new, that people don't really know how to pre-fire that utility, because it's getting plenty of scans, it's getting plenty of kind of identifications, but there's just no... There was none of that whenever the sides swapped. At the start, from Shrimp, absolutely stunning stuff, but whenever it changed over, it wasn't getting as much value. Granted, wasn't necessarily as needed, but it still would have been a massive kind of boost for that in those regards. And other than that, it was just kind of more clean shooting rather than phenomenal play, which I don't want to take away from all gamers, but we'll get to hear exactly the call.
A 大可以
我看不到那个，
开口了，
我准备给你们那个烟了，准备给你们那个烟了。
交烟你们交烟，我开口了 A 大，可以风险直接推开，
给烟了，给烟了，给烟了。
哎，封烟，
开了。
他护点手，得把门碎了，得把门碎了。
两个在顶，还有一个，
得把门碎了，哎，他帮你框的。
房顶有个毒女，小心。
毒女在 CT， 毒女在 CT。
我直接下包了，我有奶王者过来 ，CT 来了，王者 CT 这里出了。我得去帮小 K。
不用，我这里。
我要拿枪，我得。哎，他技术
几家出来了，
还在 CT，
两个 CT。两个 CT。
别，他在架锅点。
我有上头，
我下 S，
还有，
躲下。三个警察，
一个 B 小
，3个警察，一个 B 小，3个警察那就是有闪吗？
没有，3秒
，2秒。
等我。
田波尔费德在警家，
非常。长光。
还有，别急，继续，别急，二打一。
One health share.
Didn't really ask for anything better.
They even have to be asked.
No. We never asked. I think we knew. I think we knew who it was going to be honest, and it was a hell of a performance.
Yeah, absolutely deserved. It's always a pleasure when YZ is on the server. Some great shooting from the side. Of course, maybe not really the game-winning superstar of some of the games that they've had, but even then, even by his standards, still a really good game to deliver. And it's great to see that Billy are perhaps back even more to being a team, right? Because there was a season where it was just the YZ show, and it's never really a good look for a team when they're relying on a single player, even if that player is one of the best in the world. And really, tactically, they're looking a lot more sound. And you can even tell, really, when it comes to those ACSs, a lot more tightly packed in comparison to the other side. Yes, maybe not the best of games for Rusia, but YZ, Neff, and Kanelight all having some amazing times of their own in what is a pretty close game, to be fair.
like that's the thing. It does look very, very close, and I kind of highlighted all gamers looking a lot more like comfortable in terms of 3 kill difference between the top performer and the lowest performer. But if you look at this, 12 first kills to get those first bloods so consistently and then not be able to really convert them as much, that's a massive, massive difficulty for all gamers. And the same with the spikes being converted only 1 out of 5, BLG getting a 66% conversion rate off of the spikes planted. It goes to show that the effort has been kind of put in towards this map from BLG. It's not surprising at all that it was their map pick just from all of that. And then Neff, who was a bit hit and miss. I mean, again, beautiful stuff at the 1.64 KDA is not a bad stat at all, but very much built up due to his multi-kills. Very much the damage was done due to those kind of 3Ks and 4Ks that he was picking up. So a really solid first performance from BLG on the surprise map pick, and we'll see if AG can do the same on Volt, as you said, basically every team's map pick.
Yeah, of course, a much higher set of expectations, though, for all gamers. But we always talk about this, right? Even in the last years, when teams were back from Masters and from international events in the mid-season, it really takes the wind out of their sails. We've seen that for the last 2 years. Teams start a lot slower when they have, like, 2 days worth of break, really. They didn't have any break at all. So let's give AG some stack, and in fact, let's give ourselves some stack. We're gonna go to a brief break, guys, and then when we'll be back, we'll be seeing what is going to be the conclusion of the series. If it is gonna be a shock 2-0 for Bitty Bitty, or if all gamers have a little bit more to say in the series. Billy still tried to grapple the lead back, take their rightful spot, at least in their mind, as yet another international team that is supposedly supposed to represent CN in Shanghai. We'll have to wait and see how that fares for them, but at least for now, they're looking pretty competent at it. Taking a map of all gamers. Welcome back, Medante, and we are ready to latch onto map 2 and see how things are actually going to go over at Haven. Asian Select should be ready. Do we see any oddity here from you, or do you think that this is par for the course here?
This is fairly par for the course. Looking at FT, just on the Phoenix, just as you highlighted earlier back on Summit, there was a moment where we weren't seeing as much of FT at the start, which is when kind of all gamers were really starting to thrive. That's why they even got that 8-4 split. On the second half, the FT, though, really started to come into his own, even in terms of aggressive peaks, very confident. So he's warmed up in more ways than one, and I don't believe there's a better agent to reflect that stature than Phoenix. But other than that, everything looks about as expected to go. It's basically comp versus comp here, and let's see who runs it better.
Yeah, and again, like, the Chamber being the choice of Fangir, the choice of all gamers, I'll definitely say he's definitely a lot more used to it. A lot more comfortable when it comes down to that Haven, but we'd have to wait and see how things go in the quintessential map of Valorant. This is do or die for all gamers. Their week has been rough. Let's see if they can pick it up from here.
They'll need to pick it up from here. Well, if they want to pick up the trophy, they want to pick it up from here. It all starts right now. If all gamers can kind of keep this momentum going, that 1-0 from the first series win, if they can make that a second and take this over BLG, it would be absolutely beautiful stuff for them. But BLG, off the back of a very nice Summit performance, one that looked a little bit shaky initially, but then very much started to show off its skill. All gamers in a 4-stack for A-Long for this first pistol round. A gamble that hasn't really worked out for them, but Kira at the very least able to survive the oil drone, and because of that, BLG not aware of how completely free this C site is for them.
They did not need to play the Haven versus Wolves. Of course, that ended up 2-0 for them. But they struggled tremendously on the Lotus when that was the case, so maybe that is the sign that I'm trying to play on. But for all gamers, they're playing on the sign of a post. It's like completely left to the open. 3 players out of lobby in the A site. They've completely taken over any alternate angles. It's going to be a very heavy C-Long retake, maybe. That seems to be that Garage is the point of attention here for them, which does mean that Billy are in their right mind to try to contest that line of sight. Fangir forced out. Now will need to find his own timing. Shrimp starts off well, but the time is running down, and that's the power of the Phoenix there. That Molotov is going to be everything. Curveball right in their faces, and FT is able to find a kill behind it. 3 kills quickly from the side of VALORANT, but still Billy trying to hold on to nail time is of the essence, and it will be just about enough for Shrimp somehow saving this round.
A bloodbath, if there ever was one. About 8 kills, it seems like, in 2 seconds, if even. An absolute just storyboard of how you retake on the site as all gamers. And I really do want to highlight this. This is a big aspect coming into it. Beautiful shot from Shrimp here. But despite 4 players looking towards this, the defender site spawn, that's a mistake. K-Knight not being able to kind of keep an eye on Garage, not being able to make sure that that angle does get completely held down. Shrimp taking him by surprise, and that's the risk whenever you take C-Site without taking Garage. That's the risk of peeking Fangir when he's got any sort of rifle in his hand. And immediately chamber for chamber, YZ taken out of this second round. And BLG now pivoting towards the mid just to try and force their presence, force their agenda, and force this spike into the ground.
Now they isolate Russia, but they've not been able to take care of him as of yet. Thankfully, though, they got care of everybody else that was supposed to take on the site. A couple of kills for K-Knight. That's just only gonna be Shrimp and GRQ. Maybe not the flawless round that all gamers were looking for, but definitely one that they'll be happy with start to finish. It felt like the round was in the palm of their hands.
It did start to believe, it started to look that way, and I did start to firmly believe it. BLG could have just gotten something, but with that quick pivot towards the B site, but Shrimp and GRQ not gonna let this happen. And despite, yeah, double up from K-Knight with the classic.
Free, by the way. Yeah, a free gun.
It's a free gun. Time and time again, it is a free gun. Oh, this is not a free gun. This is an expensive gun. This is an expensive round by Kira. Already good for 2 at the very least, but not good for getting out. And K-Knight with the refrag, with the retrade. A C site with only 1 player even close towards it here. Spike should go down, and short of a massive blunder from BLG, they don't have anything watching the site, but this round is theirs to lose.
Yeah, I know we're talking about GRQ, of course, when he joined the lineup. Somebody that's not scared of playing a duelist. Most known for his waylay, and perhaps the Phoenix is not really his best pick. So far struggled to get off the woodwork, and apparently it's going to continue to be the case. Billy are going to be able to win their gun round. But a 3rd kill here would be great for the case of all gamers in their first gun round. Of course, GRQ waiting for a duel. Phoenix on Phoenix action. Gonna be GRQ to reign supreme. Maybe try to fish for another kill, and that's an Omen out in the open. Perhaps not really willing to take that risk. GRQ is happy enough to get away with a Phantom. Not the ultimate though. He used it in this round. So perhaps that is another part in the equation that FT still has his running back for the first gun round.
That is a big factor. We did see it come through from the side of all gamers just to try and take back the space. We get to see how scrappy this was. This big fight towards C Long here, and then, yeah, just as you kind of pointed out, we've still got that run it back from FT. That's the attacking Phoenix as well. Light shields being risked. The Outlaw, though, not presented from Fangir previously, but we know he had a Marshall. Bai also going for the Odin as well. All gamers really wanting to make sure this round goes their way. They are forcing it to go their way. And they didn't even want BLG getting through A main. Of course, they will back off to let them know, but Bai's ready to introduce them to the Odin despite this run it back.
Oh, it's gonna be great work from all gamers. Shrimp and Bai finding their pieces. The rest of the hold is actually solid, right? They got support now in 2 more players. And even that long take is stunted. They have to fall back out of lobby. Perhaps the one worrying part about this is that means that Fangir is left to his own devices. Yes, he's got a trip in garage, but he could be outnumbered and overwhelmed if they're not careful. But at least for Billy, they are trying to take the smart and methodical way about it, expecting that perhaps Fangir himself actually captured space. Not to be so. Not to say that Fangir is not going to be impactful. He's got an Outlaw. FT is a kill. And K-Knight is a kill. And there are questions about the other 2 if you can actually find them. That's the lucky one. Right player, right time. Still healthy from the chamber, and perhaps could even let that one go and just try to play the 3-on-5 if he wants to.
Oh, if he wants to. It is Fangir. Is that something he ever truly wants to do? YZ, meanwhile, on the A site, the big lurk for him. Kira popping up in heaven. He's just not able to see it. Too focused on that CT side. The leg shot from it onto FT. Despite the one being lower HP, despite the fact that should have been an operator in his hands. It was not going to work enough. 6 HP for FT. Might not sound like much, but it could be the difference maker. The paranoia is there. Looking at the wall is Neff to try and dodge the flash. But he cannot get the aim set back on time for the 3rd. And Kira going to shut him down on very little HP. That could have just been all the difference for BLG. Had 1 more bullet. Went Neff's way.
AG, shake the ship just enough to rattle the boat down. Couple of good peaks, but perhaps this was everything, right? Like, YZ keeping the rest of the take towards the A side made it a lot easier from their side, and eventually they're able to use their numbers to get a real advantage. And the question becomes, will that actually be a extended kind of result? Do you know that Billy should be a lot weaker in terms of their firepower, which is meaning that Fangir is not going to be scared of taking that duel, but he's got to worry about the drone and the smoke. Outlaw out. But they're going to take their time right? They're not gonna peek into what they know. It's gonna be a death trap. But this means now that they force Fangir, they got themselves the better of the two snipers. The tour de force is absolutely better than an outlaw. But then the question becomes, can they even find value behind it?
Well, Shock Dart to take out the trademark makes Garage a lot easier to actually convert upon, and this was the difference. This was the previous critique I had for BLG back on the pistol round, was just a full commit to the C site. Yes, it's good for getting you on the site, but it's really difficult to kind of survive the retake. It's really difficult to kind of position yourselves in the way that makes that survivable. But we're running into the B site. We've got the tour de force here from YZ. Could even pivot towards the other sites if we want, but Spike's going to get planted down. Utility being expended from AG. They want back on fast.
Oh, so fast. Akira's able to get them all for free, and that's the rest of the take coming in. They decimated the ranks of BLG. Just K-Knight remaining. At least he's able to make good with that reveal, and it was very messy from Shrimp. The Odin got a magazine more than to make up for his initial error. The recovery is there. Splitting hairs, really, Billy. If they were able to hold on to C-Link a second sooner, things would have been very different. But they made their choice and they focused on A-Link. And perhaps one thing that we see the top teams always do whenever they do take the B side is they actually expand into that link. They were still in the B side, which made the retake actually a lot easier for AG than it was perhaps supposed to be.
Now we're starting to see this gap potentially in BLG's attack, is that lack of scalability, is that lack of taking the site and then actually gaining the space in the background, gaining the space to support themselves. They very much looked like they were struggling with it on the attack side on Summit. Very much just looked like they weren't really able to get themselves the pace up. It was the defense that they did really start to find themselves more comfort in, and well, potentially could be a repeat of history here. If all gamers get themselves another 8-4 half, that doesn't necessarily put them in the driver's seat, as we've seen from Sunset. So all remains to be seen right now, but everyone alive, basically everyone on full HP bar FT. Even then, he could... No, he doesn't have the molly, so he doesn't have the option to heal himself. Meanwhile, GRQ essentially can get himself refreshed and run it back whenever he wants. All gamers, all the utility, all the ultimates really online here. Fangir getting flashed out, having to rendezvous to get away.
Well, the Undersuri is on as a player spotted, but not a player found. That tag, though, is going to be valuable on FT, who does not have his running back, so he's not going to actually be healed back up to full. We'll have to play what remains of that round, the 60 HP. For the side of Billy, though, they're still holding on to the side. No take from AG just yet. Here comes their own Hunter's Fury. Not that much value behind it, but GRQ is able to find the first. Second player in hell to lock down the site pretty well. Praise left and right, but all gamers end up winning at the very end there with 2 for 1. And that is going to be 3 for the 1. And actually, 1 it will remain for Billy, as it is now 5 rounds for the defense.
It's looking very, very difficult for Billy. Again, just the site takes are solid, but they are not managing to really survive the retakes there, despite the fact that the Hunter's Fury, not as much value as I'm sure all gamers would have hoped to get. Everyone else is able to back it up so well. Everyone else is able to swing off of it so well to the stage that the Hunter's Fury almost certainly got more value than we are giving it credit for, just because obviously no frags showed up onto the kill feed. But Shrimp, a pivotal factor in retaking the site. Marusha, very prepared for this, goes Neon against Neon, and Bai, the first one to fall into the dark cover.
And apparently his slide got the cheat codes for accuracy. Able to find that one despite being stunned. And all gamers really have got to concede a lot more space. Fangir not tagged at least. Not going to be the case for Neff, who is found out. Still pretty strong in terms of the firepower, and I like this a lot from GRQ. Somebody's got to make a judgment call on their side, but I just want him to be patient. I don't really see any reason for him to be as antsy as he is. He needs to bide his time, wait for a good opportunity. He's thinking that they're going to expand out a garage, but his position alone means that he probably can get a very early flank if he's active. If there's any information from the side of Kira, Now they know it's the go sign. And FT is trying to find something. Rusia is going to be able to find yet another kill, and it's going to be so well played from him. Not a single player from AG left standing on the side, but on the flank they find success. Let's see if him and Fangir can split hairs. They can make do. A second kill for the chamber. And suddenly that 5 HP Rusia could have been an easy meet, but the timing is even better from Billy's icon. YZ is able to seal that one down. There's nowhere for Fangir but out.
Yeah, this is all said and done, really, at this stage. 3 shots in the operator, so if he wanted to, he could try and take this fight, but BLG are not going to let this slip through their fingers. They've already had 1 or 2 sort of shaky moments from previous executes that didn't go their way. This time, though, very dominant, very clean, very cohesive work from the back of, well, Rusia getting that initial kill onto Bai there. 3 and 6 right now. Little bit of a slow start from him, but if he's getting those opening frags like that are able to allow the rest of the team to get the space on site, to take the space on the and get the actual flank, or get the actual plant, apologies. A beautiful heads-up call from Rusia and the overdrive then, just to really seal the deal there. Fantastic execute from BLG, but All Gamers not really throwing much in the way of an obstruction, and that will play a bigger part as we get now comfortably into the middle of this half.
Let's see if in this one things can perhaps turn around for the better for Billy. I mean, 5 rounds already good enough for a defense on a Haven, to be fair. So for Billy just about trying to scrape by. Been a quiet game for FT. We're talking about how he's a slow starter. Really no time for him to be slow anymore. Needs to get a grip on what remains of this half. So let's see if that is going to be the case or not. So far, All Gamers have actually played a lot more defensive, Modante. That means that they're going to have to hold and execute. The good part is that there are no ultimates. The bad part is there are no ultimates of AG, at least nothing other than the 1 single overdrive on Bai.
Which could be enough for the retake, but the way that AG are playing, as you said, very defensive, very now passive in their regards. Even the trademark being shot and all of this utility being expended, there's still a bit of patience. All Gamers not immediately looking to rotate off the back of this. Now they are. Now they believe that there's no one to kind of fear on the flank, and of course they would be correct. Kira and Co, though, still have all of the extremities, both the C and A link, and this might be another problem for BLG unless FT can come in and do something like that. Shrimp with the Odin deals with that close range proximity. The ult from Fangir, despite the slow though, is going to give Rusia all the information that he needs. So now a 1 versus 1, 30 versus 150, a single headshot seals the deal no matter what. And Fangir playing so tentatively. Rusia now given some time, forcing him off the spike, slides in to greet him, and slides a 3rd onto the board.
That was the perfect slide, just the right distance to show up at the very end on Fangir. You said it, a headshot sealed that round, but it was not supposed to be that difficult for Billy. They were the ones that decided to bunker down, not be as aggressive, and they paid the price forward. A couple of great shots from Rushi and YZ made this round into a 1v1, and as you can tell, like, All Gamers know that they're still in a good position, but of course they want to make sure that Billy doesn't really get into their own tempo. The metronome could start to run perhaps a bit more rampant than they were hoping for, and they called off that C take because of the garage presence, but that still gives YZ a chance to find something for free. It's actually Fangir to find the first kill, and here comes the overdrive for a hat-trick for Bai.
Oh, and bye BLG. Absolutely stunning work. It was the only ultimate that was online to start with. It was the only ultimate that was needed. Stunning stuff there. And you said it, Vol. I mean, had there just been another 3 seconds where BLG They don't show the presence on Garage. They get that timing. YZ gets at least a free kill with the Operator, maybe a second one, but it just wasn't meant to be. And now BLG with the first timeout of the map. They were also the first timeout on Summit. So we'll see if this does similar, or if this gives them similar solutions than what it did on map 1.
So far, okay. Look from all gamers, not a world-beating look, but considering the amount of ideas, to be fair, that Bilibili has had in this one, I think that they've done really well, right? I think that there's definitely a lot more that could have gone wrong for all gamers if they were not prepared, but the preparation is really solid, and they're one of the teams that I feel like a lot of people sleep on how good tactically they are just because they play a looser style. But even if they themselves perhaps don't play the most, like 7 layers of utility in a take that nobody gets to breathe while they're executing, it's their anti-stratting that actually makes it a lot more subtle, but a lot more visible if you know what you're looking for, right? Like, not a single time where Bilibili able to catch them by surprise in this half. Those 3 rounds they won, they're just able to shoot better.
That does seem to be it. I mean, the counter-strike from AG, I mean, everyone's kind of got the right guns. We're seeing double Operator now committed alongside an Odin, just because who would really expect this buy? And that's the thing now. Yes, Fine Gear's got his frag, and now BLG potentially about to be... Oh, nice damage. Yeah, not a kill, but solid shot on the FT regardless. And now you've got a conditioned BLG that they've already seen one Operator. Surely there can't be another. And that's what they've played with. That is the counter-strike that you talked about, Volt, especially with such a low buy that BLG have. This firepower should just be essentially a round ender on its own.
I'm such a big fan of what they're actually doing here on this side from all gamers. They got their pick. They are even going to get a second, and they're not going to play for the side take anymore. They're going to let them take their plant, knowing that GRQ still, of course, has his own piece of the running back, and it's not really going to be that complicated to play it from there. But look at that from Bilibili. They want to stop the retake before it even begins. They got 3 players ready to hold on the line, but GRQ doesn't even need the running back. Now, he's going to start running. He's even got a Neon to pick up the pace alongside him. K9 got it all to deal with. And he's not going to be able to find anything other than his counterpart. There's 7 rounds on the board for all gamers.
And if they can make it 8, if they can make it 9, that is phenomenal work. The thing is as well, it is a 3-site map. So basically all 3-site maps inherently will favor the attackers just because there's more places to go. There's more places to pivot. And right now, we're seeing it not favor the attack at all. Right now, we are really seeing BLG struggle under, not necessarily the executes, but that is by AG's design. They're really happy with the retake setups, whether, as you said, Volt, they're playing at that fast pace or they're deciding to play it slow. Both are acceptable. Both are choices for this team. And now all gamers, they are not disturbed, though, from how this went previously. And K9's already cut down to 50 HP. And Bai surely not going to swing into this. Even if it could get a kill for him, that would be a bit too much. But with the backup of Kira, it might be a whole different story.
Dante, they just might be disturbed. I mean, look into their eyes. Tell me the things they were blabbering about this round when it started. I mean, look at Bai, right?
Oh,
like,
it's changed.
Yeah, like there's nothing that they can do. They're just waiting for an explosion. Contact play. Not that bad, but Grim should at least have a little bit of damage in him. Doesn't really need to overcommit. I like this, right? A good pacing. Doesn't overforce their hand, but neither does Bilibili. A lot of damage on K9 and Rusiel. Even more so on YZ, who's left on a measly 20 points. And if there's one thing that doesn't really matter about the HP is that the binary operator nature. Doesn't matter what HP you are in. Take a shot, you die. Fangir, though, has got to be aware of the numbers on the other side, and now the utility is coming in, and he's going to let that round go. 5-on-5 it is. They still have the run it back from the last time. They didn't actually use it in that retake once they got that initial kill. But GRQ, wary of an Omen teleport. Now they know where the Phoenix is at. Doesn't really stop them from trying a retake after all.
No, it doesn't. And this is the first time that BLG were able to kind of actually take All Gamers by surprise. It was very in-depth, it was quite a lot of effort, and despite a beautiful flank coming through from YZ, not necessary. Rusia on that left corner with the judge just to completely shut everything down. And YZ, even with a further delay on the lurk, it doesn't matter. Nef's already got the kill. Rusia jumps over the operator shot from Fangir. But it's now a 3 versus 1. YZ even coming to collect. He doesn't run to save the operator. He doesn't really rely on it as much as Fangir does. He's got the tour de force as well in hand, so plenty of guns going into this last round of the half. And we're already seeing either the exact same half from Summit, or BLG could find themselves going one better.
Even with one better, right? Like, an attack on Haven 5 rounds is not that satisfactory, but let's just bring it back to this round. I don't know about you, but I felt like Fangir really should have stuck to his devices on the C-site. Right? Yeah, I feel that's at least my feeling. 5 on 5, even with that low HP numbers, without ultimates, it's not going to pan out that well. But now they do have those ultimates. So on this last round of the half, I actually wouldn't mind it if that's the case, but look at that from All Gamers. Again, the exact same setup for buy. And I think that this time around, it's actually going to be tested, right? YZ's patient on the angle, and as you can tell, the rest of the team, after not finding much on C long, I'm going to just head back towards lobby.
Yeah, a little bit of indecision, but there's the oil drone, there's the recon dart. Apologies, Hunter's Fury comes through from Shrimp. This is beautiful from BLG. Forced out one of the strongest ultimates that the AG were going to have to prevent this push. The Odin comes through, and now, yeah, come on, let's go indeed. Fangir gets one, the trade comes through. The Molly, the Incendiary doing decent work, but Bai, especially with the overdrive from Ruche, they're not going to be able to stand in his way. All Gamers are all gone, bar one. It's Kira on the flank, 4 to himself. Beautiful, beautiful shooting. 13 and 100 respectively for Rushi and K-Knight. The From the Shadows now into the defender side spawn. Dodges the oil drone stunningly. But that could have been heard. That should have been heard by K-Knight here. The dark cover just up in the air to try and force a one-way. But K-Knight, the only way it's gonna go is BLG's way. 5 rounds on the half for them. As you said, Volt, still a potentially disappointing half if you're on attack Haven, but it's a lot better than 8-4.
Yeah, one better, as he said, than their outcome in the last half, and really it's thanks to one man, and it does actually, I guess, prove that this round is the outlier that proves the rule, right? Like Rusia going thermonuclear on that one, and even then, if K-Knight wasn't as prepared, that would have been a 1v1 with a player on 20 HP. Almost perfectly played from Kira's side, but you gotta give a lot of credit to Billy, as he said, like spotting the neon, knowing that there's the potential for aggression, forcing out that Hunter's Fury, which, to be fair, I don't think that forcing out is the right word. I just thought that really All Gamers thought that they had their number there, but there was more than enough time for them to make a move, and they're able to make the best out of it.
Literally in those last 2 rounds of attack, we really started to see, and I think I want to say BLG heard you, Volt, because we started to see a lot of dancing back and forth between the 3 sites. We started to see a lot of, you know, a little bit of presence towards C, and then a lot of noise would be made towards A. We would see the kind of rotate from All Gamers semi-begin, and then BLG would make a lot of noise on the site that All Gamers were just rotating off of. And in the last 2 rounds especially, it never seemed like All Gamers were fully comfortable fully knew where BLG were executing onto. And that Hunter's Fury, I think, a great example, as you said, really thought they had BLG's number, were certain it was an A push, and then all of a sudden it was the B site fight with no ultimates to their name.
Yeah, and again, a couple of those rounds, you can tell, you know, I was talking about their counter-stratting and how they are prepared for the ideas of Bitty. They were prepared, but perhaps not the right judgment calls in the mid-round. And that's where Bitty benefited the most, right? Like Fangir letting the C-site go for free without trying to take a duel. And then in that round, the ultimate from Shrimp, and them trying to contest the B-site, even though that's the site that's a lot easier to retake. They could have just held on to the post. A couple of choices that did not go the way of all gamers, but let's see now on the attack side. They're the ones that are proactive, the ones that are supposed to lead the charts, and they will. Great start from Fangir to kick off that second pistol.
Beautiful start. K-Knight already fallen as well. Does mean the recon dart's not there for any sort of retake. But YZ is here all the way up through sewer already to try and gain as much positioning as possible. There is a trapped Fangir on towards that little cubby.
He knows.
I'm not... They have a sneaking suspicion, but not sure. But Fangir swings out to check longs, chooses back towards YZ. Shrimp, though, patient, deals with that lurking chamber, and now 4 versus 4 potentially for the retake. Unless we're going to just see it not even start. The spike not planted. Rushia's already on site, gets dealt with by Kira. But FT now in a 1v2. First body shot is good. 1 versus 1 now. Shrimp and him. 1 body shot versus 1 headshot. It does need to be a little bit cleaner from Shrimp. Oh, but it's FT that makes it oh so clean and gets BLG the pistol.
He spreads his wings again. This man is the sheriff incarnate. How many times have we seen headshots in this series alone? Beautiful work from his side. And, well, could have gone a lot better for Rushia had he found the gun, actually, unfortunately for him. The 2 pistols went a bit too far away from his reach. For Billy Billy, this perhaps is a time to make things a lot better for them. It is the unfortunate scoreline that we have here. Do I need to say it, Madante?
Well, no, it's 7 and 6. What's up with that? I don't know what you're talking about.
Fair,
yeah,
fair.
it's 7 and 6. It's a completely fine and reasonable scoreline, and we don't have to talk about it anymore. What we do have to talk about is the fact that already all gamers are on towards the C site. No space from BLG really considered in towards garage, and look at the difference that it was. It was so much easier for all gamers just to walk onto the site. The information was gathered, and even still, YZ not able to find the shot on the Marshall, doesn't know where Kira is. A second shot to be stolen away. That is not, unfortunately, wall bangable for the side of YZ. A shock dart to the face. A curveball from GRQ that is unturnable. K-Knight now completely taken out of the pistol round. Has to do everything on the second round. Does a good chunk of damage, but makes the arrow bounce. And that's all the difference. That's all the time Fangir needs to step into the right shot and hunt for his head. All gamers answer right back by just blowing through a gap in BLG's defense.
But how, though? That's the true question. I felt like that setup was made to ensure that they're going to be able to hold those garage duels. They just let them too close. Not really. Like, there's literally one thing you do in pistol rounds. Don't let the classics get too close.
Near you. Don't let them near you.
And unfortunately, didn't learn from COVID, didn't learn from social distancing as much, I guess. is the thing that we've learned as a takeaway.
6 feet at all times.
Hey. One team wants them to be 6 feet, just under.
Oh.
And that is Billy Billy. Look at how far forward YZ is. I mean, just in that alone, perhaps find a good timing, but apparently, at least with where the spike is going, it's going to be back towards that A site. Unfortunately, the trademark is in a position where YZ doesn't really have the luxury of even sneaking a look. Maybe they're going to give a look back into him. They go out towards C. You can hear the neon. Start to pay some mind to it, but the rest of Billy Billy are all towards the A side, actually. They don't really care about that footsteps of the neon. Well, they'll have to care about Fangir. No trade is a massive question mark. At least able to find that kill. That means that YZ is stranded. They say that no man is an island, but right now, he is a castaway from the rest of the side.
On a completely different postcode, on a completely different region, potentially all the way over in EMEA. That's how far away he is, but either way, now we are starting to see the retake come through from BLG. Not really seen this too much from them just yet, at least on Haven. And of course, it is a lower buy, so in theory, this should very much be all gamers' way to play. A beautiful curveball, beautiful swing, and Shrimp even on the flank watch there as well. going to take the dome right off of K-Knight. The Outlaw not finding any value for BLG, and it is going to be pretty comfortably a 9-6 for All Gamers, and Neff just trying to die to the spike. He's going to do that. No issues at all. All Gamers wanting just to keep their entire arsenal good and ready to potentially take them to a 10th round.
Yeah, and I mean, just the way that those couple of rounds have gone, bit too slow by Billy, and really expertly handled from the side of All Gamers when you're talking about how they actually do the things that you're supposed to see Billy do on the defense, right? Like, they're defending better than a defensive team. And I guess they might not have to do that much more. YZ with the operator on the C site. And apparently, Rusia getting ready to be set up on the other one. Curveball, a good value, but that is a massive blunder in terms of that relay bolt. It stunts any attempts of scaling from the side of All Gamers, and it gives a real chance for Billy. A third player rotating in towards that A site. Both the initiators and the duelist. There should be enough support system in there. The paranoia doesn't really pan out for much. And K-Knight and FT are gonna find them all. GRQ, the sole survivor. But he really needs to run for the hills now. 100 HP to his name. 4 players on his case.
What a beautiful swing set up there from K-Knight and FT and Rusia. Every single one, they're so prepped, knowing that the ult play was going to come through, and that it was going to be just a set-up play that was just executed so suddenly. The run it back from GRQ. I mean, he's already got 2 points on for the ult, make it a third as he's shot through the smoke by Rusia. So, I mean, you have to say, yeah, the ult doesn't gain any value, but he's already halfway to another one, so I don't think that's too much of a pain for the side of All Gamers, but just the setup, really, from BLG. This is more what we were talking about. This is more what we want to see, and this is more the defensive side that you asked for, Volt.
Yeah, and it's a much better look for them. They were prepared for the paranoia, as you said. It's just about having a player up close in K-Knight that was supposed to tank the paranoia, but apparently he's just able to do it all himself, man. Doesn't really matter much. And it's All Gamers, the one that are now taking the timeout, just trying to close off this game because they had a healthy lead, especially with them winning that second round thrifty in this half. But things are starting to look a little bit worrisome for them. Billy, bringing back momentum in their hands, and we know how good the team can look at times. And perhaps for me, that is just always going to be the main question, is can they actually continue on that high level play? Because that really has been the case for at least what I'm worried about in this team, right? I don't know about you, but like the fall from grace for Billy, just gonna say, coincidentally started when they got Muggle into the team. And now that Muggle is out, they're looking a little bit better. Hopefully for them, with the changes that they made with the introduction of FT as well. Maybe they are looking forward to see if they can actually go a stage higher and again back to where they were supposed to be. They were the third team in the internationals next to EDG and XLG. Now I guess there's a very clear hierarchy where that third slot is really in a lot of pressure.
Which is good to see from a region. I mean, you would want the top 3 spots all to be heavy in contention, but usually number 1 and number 2 are kind of there for a reason, and that third spot is then when you really start to see that sort of lack of flexibility. Speaking of flexibility, though, YZ dealing with the fast lane stunningly is going to dodge the paranoia by actually just going in for the slide and the spike tap just to force out the angle. Kira going to get taken out of the sky. YZ has hit that jump shot so many times, and today isn't any different. All Gamers now really need to find a way just to key in all this space to keep Garage control, especially without the Hunter's Fury anymore. Beautiful use of the curveball here, and by now in a 1 versus 3, an impossible feat surely. The jaws closed down on him, and BLG getting closer and closer yet again to All Gamers and to equalizing the scoreline.
1 round is what separates them. You don't peek that man. Why? C. Okay, is the right question here. Like, great shooting from YZ, but then Like, look at how decisive Bilibili were on this round. They were I don't want to say scared, but some concessions were made, and that's not the case here.
No. Definitely not. All of a sudden, things are starting to come online. The run it back from FT, the space that was granted, YZ even just getting that opening frag. It does seem to be a BLG, despite as well the performance on Summit, right? All gamers were actually walking away with more first bloods and still losing the game overall. BLG really seem to be relying on the first bloods right now to give them their momentum.
Yeah, well, let's see if that is going to continue long term. For now, though, things do slow down a little bit, and perhaps there's a real chance for the side of Bilibili to be a bit more proactive. A lot of early access next to Garage. Another thing found from their side. Perfect util combination, but the Hunter's Fury not to find a kill. Significant damage done to Fangir, though, and maybe that is going to be enough for YZ to find something, but he's still a little too late. They've already bypassed them in terms of having a player or two near lobby. And that's the kill for YZ, but is he careful? Oh, he is. Not tested at short. They actually go back towards long, which opens up more space for YZ. There's a chance for a multi-kill here if they're not careful. They're all going back into garden, into the embrace of that man, and he's not gonna miss.
There is no fear from Fangir now, and all gamers might start to feel the fear. They might start to really understand the operator that's coming through here. If Fangir's given any more sort of space vault, he could be, or if YZ is given any more space here, then he could just be the difference maker. He could just seal the deal here. Meanwhile, of course, Kieran Sherm still just trying to get themselves onto the site. 13 seconds left, roughly. Counting down to even less. We'll see now what it is through. K-Knight trying to get onto the site. Kira is able to fall. And because of it, an equalized 9-9. BLG just playing so beautifully patiently. And they're just not letting this game go yet.
Held really well from their side. Let's see if things are going to continue. Perhaps look any better for their side. They tight things up, yes. But then the question in my mind always becomes, yeah, like the second timeout is always going to be inevitable at that point. Let's see if it's going to be any better from here for all gamers. At least, you know, we always talk about Fangir and how good he is on the chamber. And it's really good to see that YZ is not losing his step, right? Even if he's not on the duelist anymore, he's still as good, right?
Yeah, it's looking really, really good from him. The thing about YZ is what always tends to happen, at least for me, whenever I watch BLG, is there's moments where YZ just is completely taken out of the map because of the positioning and because of the sites that he's typically holding down, right? And this is a difficulty on the defense. Is YZ on the operator, like very similar kind of to Fangir, you know. When there is a performance happening, both players can just pick up the team, backpack style, just carry them towards the end. But at the moment, right now, both of them are starting to come online at roughly the same time. Fangir at 15 and 14, YZ at 13 and 13. It's very much unstoppable force versus immovable object. And we're seeing what happens when they collide so frequently as we now move on to round 19 and 9-9 scoreline. It currently couldn't be closer.
Neck and neck, literally. Bilibili got big numbers actually here on that C site. There is the potential for GRQ to get that orb and get the run it back. That's why you can see Bilibili are adamant not letting that one go away. Lovely stuff from YZ. Gotta be careful. Gonna be outnumbered here if he's not prepared for that duel. And Omen TP gives him the information. But look at that, Rushia from the other side exploiting that gap, and YZ is able to get back safely. A man advantage for Bilibili to kick things off, and it's not going to be traded. That was a close call from Fangir.
Yeah, that's a tough shot. That is a tough shot, but YZ was able to land one similar. The jump peaks back on, I think it was around 16 or 17, was absolutely difference maker, but a whiff shot from YZ, the unstoppable force versus immovable object. is only getting tighter and tighter. The trademark is set up to stop the A-site push. Relay Bolt, a little bit of a mistake. Actually, crippling Bai's push just that tiny bit, but trademark still dealt with. Sight still under control. And with 22 seconds left on the clock, the spike is going to go down comfortably, despite the fast lane coming through from Russia to try and sell a fast retake.
I'm not a fan of them actually slowing down the retake. You're giving space for the operator to be back in business, for the overdrive to be back in business. They really needed that flood. And right now, no way back for them into this one. All gamers with that timeout might have a real chance. A buy! Oh, he's in sync. And he might just be rolling back the prime after all. This YZ in a 1-on-3. And nowhere to go but back home. Waiting to see a resurrection, a restarting of this timeline. One where he might have teammates, might have hope. But this round is not going to be it.
Not even close. Beautiful, beautiful shooting from Bai indeed. And yeah, I do think you can't. We both kind of discussed it, but the slowing down the pace of the retake, just all of a sudden on a snail's pace there, especially with the opening frags looking so clean. At that moment, yeah, just too much space granted, too much was let alone, and Bai, absolutely stunning stuff. We see now the last timeout from BLG answering right back to all gamers here, and if they can convert this timeout, we see 10-10. Minimum of 3 rounds left, maximum of who knows how many, with how close this map has been, and BLG potentially going to take the series over all gamers if this timeout goes their way.
Well, I mean, this is basically it, right? Do or die for what is left of Billy. Of course, that was around again. Perhaps that hesitation that we've seen a bit of in Summit is starting to show up once more. They're able to close it out there. But, yeah, again, you could tell, right? And that's the thing that worried me the most. There are like 2 moving pieces in that retake that you needed to take care of. Make sure you beat the timing of the operator that you know was towards window. And that Bai is only a single orb away from the overdrive. A flood solves those 2. You beat the timing of the operator. You make sure that Bai doesn't have time to use that overdrive and get into an opportune position. But they just feigned it. And to be fair, all gamers called their bluff. They were just like, yeah, you're not going to actually flood. This is the fake wall. We're not going to invest util into it.
Stunning stuff. It was stunning stuff. And the economy's still looking okay for both sides. But, you know, looking at the performance of the players... K-Knight on 20 and 13. Meanwhile, FT really starting to struggle on that 9 and 16. You know, yes, okay, 6 assists, but from your Phoenix, you really want a bit more of a performance, especially at this point in round 20. And Neff as well, similarly struggling, 5 and 14. Oh! But YZ doesn't need anyone else in his team. 1 bullet for 2 kills, and I'm pretty sure he only seen 1.
Poor GRQ. What is he even supposed to do? He cannot bring the runner back for any of those rounds. And why is he spilling blood in the water? But right now, it's going to make sure that he's not going to muddy his own team's odds. The relay bowl doesn't find value. No, K9, why?
No.
Why? This is starting to get dangerous. There's a chance back on Garage. They take the A side, the long flank played by Kira. YZ holding on that line. But they actually decide against it. I'm not sure if that's the call that I would make. Looking over at the side of Billy, they've still got plenty of util. The paranoia from Neff could be a detriment to whatever remains of that round, and the timing is there for YZ to ensure more havoc. By not wary. The chamber behind him, but YZ couldn't find the kill. FT found the one though. Vengir got a shorty. Is not going to be able to find a thing. This round is blasphemy. To order, perhaps chaos is what is needed for Billy to bring it back home.
Yeah, something definitely... Some rules of Valorant were definitely broken there. Head stomping, your opposition doesn't do any damage. The collat that was just insanity from YZ. I'm sure we're going to get a look at that in but a moment. And I don't believe maybe he does. Yeah, he has no clue. He has no clue that GRQ is about to swing. But that timing from the shot could be nothing less than perfect. It's a heartbreaker if you're an AG fan, of course. But BLG really wanting to capitalize off this momentum. Shrimp stuck on a Bulldog. This is a full buy up here. This is do or die vol for both teams that kind of, or well, I say that for AG. BLG got plenty still to boot, and the utility spam is right back to what we're used to.
Oh, Akira's the one that's finding the kills. All gamers have found everything. The running back is not even needed by all gamers. Kira is gonna shut everything down, and YZ left alone against 4. Just might have to call it a day. I don't think that there's any way for anyone, no matter who they are, bring that one back from the dead. I mean, Bitty started this one right. They had the flame out. They had the run it back. They just had the setup. Unfortunately for them, though, the player from short wasn't decisive enough, and perhaps that is really the biggest problem for the rest of the take. Didn't commit enough. Even with the reveal, couldn't find the wall bang. And that, unfortunately, means that all gamers now a step closer for bringing this one back to a sunset. 11 really is the number on the board. Is it going to be 11 to 10 with an operator or without? That is the only question that remains. Fangir taking a sweet time, meaning that that angle and spawn should be safe for the time being, and is.
Operator going to be in the hands, and we just talked about it, BLG, at least a very, very clean economy. But all gamers, such a clean performance here. Kira, absolutely stunning stuff. That member of short, just as you said, Vol, incredible work. And Rusha, a little bit absent-minded from the shooting there. Plenty of opportunity for him to get the kill that could have been the difference maker for BLG, but not today. And this time BLG learning from their mistakes a little bit, not as much of aggression towards A-Long, knowing how much utility all gamers are willing to expend. This time it's just a big stack on towards B, and it will be a fast rotate, at least it should hopefully be if you're a fan of BLG.
Let's see if BLG are going to be doing any better this time around. Drone, right time, spots GRQ. Who, mind you, this has been, what, this 4th round with running back still available. Like, I think we've seen 2 ultimates from FT in that same time, but well, there it is. Unfortunately, doesn't find anything. K-Knight brought low. But Rushia is in a great spot to make sure the buy doesn't actually get going. Well, Rushia, gotta be careful. The relay bolt there on the right timing, and they're able to stun take again. The boy's still alive, and the defense now.
No.
Let's go, Kira! How did he TP? How did nobody check? Bitty! Why? Why do you give our hearts hope and then do that to us?
Well,
I can.
While you recover from that, Neff is now going to try and recover the round for BLG, but not really going to be a possibility. Just a touch too far, and yeah, this is a heartbreak, really. Just a quick flash on the left, but yeah, GRQ faster than what FT was. And credit to all gamers, this was a brilliant collapse onto the site. There was far too much for BLG to kind of keep an eye on, and now on the last round, the economy has finally been broken on towards BLG. Most players are going to have full buys. The tour de force from YZ as well is going to make that a little bit less painful. But Neff, 7 and 16, having to risk it with the judge. At this point, you've just got to kind of hope that all gamers pivot towards the B site just to try and play this final round fast and furious, and you have to hope you're in the right position to punish them for it. And as they pivot towards the C site, I don't think Neff's made that judgment correct.
I'm so tired, honestly. I'm so tired, Medante. I'm sorry, there's no paranoia, there's no nightfall, nothing. How do you full channel from the shadows, start to end, in the open, I can't. There's not even that much util. It's not like that there's like 3 people pushing with their util all thrown at you. There was nothing on that side. Like, What? How?
Potentially just nerves. The fact that every single second ticking away means that we are closer to sunset. That's a beautiful shot from YZ. It's not the collat that he's got. And he tries to go for the second, the rendezvous, not teleporting out. And this seems to be the issue with BLG. They get the kill, and they try to force. They try to force their presence from BLG. They try and force themselves onto AG that little bit more. And then they start to find themselves struggling. They start to find themselves not able to capitalize and giving away these moments to AG. 10 seconds left on the clock. The spike is going to have to be stuck at this form. Borussia now with the overdrive, sliding back left and right, but the Omen smoke is in his way. That is the ult survived. Tries to do a little bit of a spray, gets on to buy. Nev actually with the judge. If his timing is good, he can find anything, he can find something, but no. Russia now to do everything. The fast lane's gonna get cut off, and K-Knight has done so much before in this map. Has done an inordinate amount, particularly against the Phoenix ults and the run it backs, but it's a high and low with a shorty at that range. All gamers take us to sunset.
Magnificent work from all gamers there at the very end. Start to finish, they have been decisive. They have been absolutely enamorous when it comes down to playing those positions. They know where Russia was, and they played that line to a T. And now they take it over. We've seen the sun shine. Sometimes, unfortunately, the sun don't shine on Bilibili, and that was one of those games. There was a chance for them to take a win, and credit to them getting that close, but that was their game to lose at times. And all gamers made the best out of what's presented. And even in a round like that, right? Like YZ's there, that repeat. That repeat wasn't it. And unfortunately for Bilibili, Russia just did not find anything by the platform at the end of that round.
And that's the aspect. That really seemed to be what was happening on to BLG on the defense here. It did seem to be, you know, the first kill would be gotten, and then, oh, we need to like push, we need to execute off this, we need to really force this advantage that we've gained for ourselves, and then that kind of led to an overextension, to an over push, to an over commitment that just never really then went to their favor. And the moment that all gamers realized that they could play a little bit more patiently, that BLG were going to be the ones to kind of force their agenda onwards, the survivability just really jumped up, and all gamers a very solid attacking half from them, or a very solid defensive half from them. And while it took a couple of rounds, especially with these shots that we're getting to see, a highlight reel from YZ essentially, just not enough at the end.
Yeah, YZ did his best, but of course on the other side, you gotta say it was a great game from K-Knight, statistically speaking, but just was not enough. The highlights still rolling on. And that was a great display from all gamers. Now, let's hear how they actually were able to do it themselves.
我们赌 A 就 A 就赌吧。
我打剑，
来去这里，去这里，去这里。
都错了，那我打不了剑了。
不用打，我打。
A 给剑了，想打 A， 想中了 timing。没事，没看见 C， 没看见 C。先骗破到几把。
Ultimate, out there.
先骗我。
我去2楼回，我去2楼回。
TP maybe.
我们还跑了。
骗你骗到。
Yes, I guess.
我从2楼回，我打。
刀骑手1楼，有大手1楼。
OK。
One shot.
我能过点吗？有烟吗？
先骗我，还有一片。来。到架给架。
我给火墙，我跳。
高地库，
One long, I guess one long.
我准备好了，好了吗？走。
Smoke me heaven.
开大，我推了，
打我，
推了，拉。玩一球。
They have default.
跳楼下。
2楼下。
死了。两个。
跳一脚，拆包。
跳一脚 ，OK。
Nice.
哇
Save up.
我们真棒，
我打了。
Kira.
The death, the shadow on the wall that hovered over everything that Bilibili had tried to do. Kira, 83% kill assist, survived and traded. Beautiful stuff. And he was just consistently showing up on that kill feed.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, start to finish. Something that you don't usually expect out of the Omen on the attack half as much. But I guess we're showing Kira from all games at that point. All the gamers, all the games, and really, all the problems for Bilibili was in rounds like these. As you can tell, like, there was a bit of a dry spell for FT. Maybe if that was solved, Bilibili would have had a better time, but hey, credit where it's due. A great game by the two sides, and that was the man that perhaps could have put the lid on the round there. Rusia actually doing even better on an individual scale. But it was a team effort and a half on that side. As you can tell, both Neff and FT did not have the best of times over here at the Haven. And, well, I'm just interested in what is going to happen on the Sunset, because both teams now have shown that they are willing to bring the chamber into the board. And that can be a very crucial point to the way that Sunset plays. Because we've seen multiple different ways that this map playing out, right? Double Initiator has been the case, double Duelist. We've even seen like triple Sentinel from the side of XLG, even though that now they're more leaning towards the double Sentinel with the Deadlock. So there's a lot of ways that you can approach that map. And, you know, it presents a unique opportunity for both sides, who have at least 2 players on each team that are able to flex both the Initiator, Controller, Sentinel roles at a moment's notice.
We'll have to see how it comes through. Maybe this will be, if anything, BLG now look towards, I believe, Neff in particular for that controller kind of, well, control, funnily enough, on towards Sunset, and to do that kind of damage on towards all gamers. But that was then, this will be now, and we'll be able to guide you all through that third and final map of this best of 3 just after another quick, short little break. Don't go anywhere. When we're back, the finale, we're in Sunset. We'll see how this goes.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets cause real big, gets off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for the party. And if you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. No exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. No exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
A conclusion is to be reached in this series. Now, each team have taken each other's map, I guess. each actually of their own maps at that. And now we'll have to wait and see how things span over at Sunset. We're back for our coverage of Project Horizon of VCT CN. Of course, there's still another entire best of 3 at hand after this one, but we're only a single map away. We'll have to wait and see how things do actually pan out. The Asian Select should be here shortly for that finale. We're talking about compositions. I just want to hear what you have to say about this, Medante. Given the two teams, what are the do and do nots that you feel are necessary for them to play here?
Well, whenever, back in Summit, I was obviously talking about the kind of VO whenever Abyss was in the map pool. A lot of teams were kind of trying to run that. All Gamers and BLG even did kind of try their hand at it, even though it was quite a lot less than some of the other rosters. I do firmly believe, and despite the fact that she does get a decent pick rate on this map, I still, despite the fact she is literally my main, she is by far the hero that I love to play the most, or the agent I love to play the most, sorry, I guess I should say. Sage, I don't fully believe in, and we've seen a lot of teams kind of pick her towards it. We were talking about, you mentioned earlier with the Deadlock, double Sentinel kind of coming through in that regard, either then having the Cypher, the Killjoy, or, even the Chamber again, if you want to go super aggressive. I don't see Sage ever kind of doing enough to kind of slow the matter down, something away that, the Phoenix Molly we were seeing coming through back on Haven. So my do is run your fades, run kind of the double controller, I think, is a safe bet. Even the Viper Wall can still make work. My don'ts is just avoid Sage. Any other Sentinel will probably do you more favors.
I mean, Hot Hands are running all throughout the servers anyway, so that is, of course, the hope that is going to actually continue into that third map. I feel like this is really a good point, perhaps, to talk about the trajectory of the series, right? We were talking about players being hot and cold. YZ have had very high impact, but actually, when you think about it, he was third on the scoreboard.
Yep.
And a lot of credit have got to be given to both K9 and Rusia for perhaps doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Bilibili, but then that raises the question of, are we going to see the same Neff that we've seen on the Summit back here on the Sunset? Because if that is the case, then there's a very real chance for Bilibili to close it out.
Yes, indeed. I mean, Neff did go from basically a name that was getting kind of maybe not the top of the team, but the multi-kills were there. The preventing the refrags from all gamers, that was there. It was very, very solid damage and very, very solid efficacy. And if he comes back, if he can do that, then, as you said, BLG might have themselves a comfortable showing. And on that fade, it's not the Omen, it's not the Sky, but it's pretty damn close. And K9 actually the one to jump over to the Omen in replacement.
Yeah, and that's the thing, about the comfortability. Because, sure, it might be the same Asian, but it's going to be played in a very different way when you change map to map, right? And I think that Fade is the perfect case for that. The Seas is enough on the Summit to actually deny an entire execute. Not always the case on the Sunset. And especially with places like Market, like Tiles, things can get a bit complicated when it comes to that affair. And the Fade becomes a bit more supportive in comparison to the Omen. So we'll have to wait and see how things do actually pan out. But for us, this is it. One final map for you and me. And one last chance for all gamers to start their week in a 2-0 fashion as they head into the server one more time. Bilibili hot on their heels, looking to rectify their ways and go back into a positive standing.
Indeed, and we actually kind of was talking about the double Sentinel. Neither team rocking it. Rusia and Kira both jumping over to the Cypher, and Fangir swapping over the Chamber. A bit hit and miss, which unfortunately, if you're Chamber, you kind of just need to be all hit. Sorry, not all miss, not that at all. But Riaz will make, hopefully, Fangir's life just that little bit easier, just to have the guns in hand and the showstopper to be able to execute off the back of it here. So very much like the compositions from both sides. Love I actually love to see the fact that it's not a Phoenix from the side of all gamers. It is that Riaz Neon setup, which is very good at getting you on the site, very good at kind of making executes happen. But right now, it's just a very patient fight for B main. Fangir still takes down his first on YZ.
YZ's down, and the A side is completely barren. There's a chance for Neff to find a good timing, but there's already a player in elbow. As long as he's holding that cross, shouldn't really be tested by GRQ, but Bai is there on that line. Now they see the shoulder. things can become a lot more complicated. No util for Neff. Haunt still 10 seconds away. Got a second mana short, but they're leaving elbow on the side itself for the taking. Now they try to swing in. Spotted by the camera, spotted by the paranoia. Needs to hold on to their life, but it's not going to be enough. 2 more from Bangir. Off the back of the paint shells. Second set of nades is going to let him a quad kill. And he's on for all 5. Hungry for blood. The young man shot down by FT, and perhaps a new rookie might have his time to shine. He'll just have to make a race though to that 1v1 against Shrimp. Bandit in the hand, spotted initially, but down to 13, and that is the round over. Experience trumps all, but nothing besting Fangir.
Beautiful work from him. Already looking a lot more freeform, a lot less stressed is probably the better way to put it. Back on map number 2. Back on Haven, it was seeming like a much more stressful kind of time. You could kind of... He was showing that he was understanding that the shots weren't quite landing, that the effect wasn't having as much as it maybe could have, especially his one. And now, 4 kills, Showstopper's already halfway charged. Phantom's been bought up just to really force this momentum down and really make BLG uncomfortable in these first 2 rounds here.
For that start, I'm just hoping that we're not going to see any thrifties. Should be a smooth sailing for all gamers, realistically. Defense that is stacking towards elbow and a high-low that is at least trying to get a pick. As you can tell, all gamers are really trying to draw all the aggression from Billy that they can. And I like this, right? Like, especially on a second round, where you know that the other composition, especially with a Neon Phoenix, can definitely make stuff like that happen, right? Like a Neon sliding in, 2 more or 3 more players swinging behind her. Things could go wrong, but not going to be the case here. Right read from all gamers even. As the V side should be a lot easier to handle than the high-low on elbow and then a third on the other side. But high-low not being tested. And Kira gonna buy enough time to bypass a more difficult part of the take, but not actually to keep his own life after all.
Oh, indeed, in the trade-up, Neff's already. That's a big impactful kill, actually. Manages to now secure the Marshal for his team. Most of the buy-up is good for all gamers. In fact, all of the buy-up is fantastic for them, so shouldn't really expect too much. But Bai going super aggressive, trying to force it, trying to make their situation happen. The exact mistake that BLG were making, and all gamers now seem to have made something similar, forcing their perspective on top of it until DRG makes his name heard, makes his name known. K-Knight with a classic Marshal in hand, but the free gun. He doesn't need any economy to support him on it, and that thrifty vault that you said we hoped not to see is exactly what's just been called out.
Oh, and that was just all around magnificent play from Neff. A lot of damage there on the no scopes, but the Marshal is so accurate on such that it almost feels natural to send those peppering shots down on Fangir, finding 3 kills in total. And all gamers, while Fangir does have the showstopper, they're not going to be investing that much into this round. Light shields on a couple. They really want that showstopper to work out. For that, they need to close on the distance. Gotta be very careful of your K-Knight. He's the one that was able to close it around prior, and now him and YZ are not going to be enough. Oh, the showstopper doesn't find a thing though. There's a chance for an amazing repeat on the other side. Peppered down, slowed. But Kira and GRQ already basically on death's door. And GRQ, despite that, is able to find a kill. Still be enough for Bitty though to secure the round from here. 4 on 3. 2 bandits and a classic. If there's any way for AG back into this round, I would be kicking myself in the foot if I'm a part of BLG at that moment, right? Should be very easy for K-Knight to hold. Even with all the shenanigans from the Neon, I say that, but starting to get nervous with Dante, and thankfully, Neff is here to soothe all my worries.
Yeah, a little bit. Still, to be fair, could have been a lot cleaner. But as you said, you are right. The timing from Kira, though. Oh, FT donates the Outlaw. But 30 HP, 38 HP in combination. Russia's ready on the mid lurk. Not going to be too much of a concern for him. All smiles as a round converted, a showstopper forced out and basically survived without incident. A pixel for Fangir is the difference between a double kill and nothing. Potentially 3-0 and a 2-1 for BLG, and you can see the frustration there. This should be a 2-1 for AG, but the shot's just not going their mark. Now BLG right back in the driver's seat.
Of course, at least for now, a Rosa doesn't really pan out to be the beautiful ultimate that they were looking for. So no more showstoppers for them. They got from the shadows, and every time there's a from the shadows against Billy now, I just have to be worried. Let's see if Rusia is going to be able to do well. Locked in the site, utility raining all over him, but not a kill to be found for now. They got the front half of the site, but Rusia is locking the back half. FD there for support. Oh, Rusia is so crisp, but the support is going to make sure that there's not a way for AG back into this one. That was a lot cleaner from the two sides, but even then, Billy were unstoppable.
Yeah, this is what a defender side round really should look like. The minute Rusia shows himself off in that corner, the minute that any sort of presence has been shown, love how quickly the support from FT is there. Yeah, FT, you know, literally swinging in front of him, but crouching, not getting in his teammates' way, making sure that it is such a clean double swing and making sure that Rusia does not pay for his life. And all gamers now, they bought up that last round. They used the showstopper in the round previous. BLG very much building the momentum up here, very much keeping the economy strong. And all gamers might have to decide on a timeout after this round unless they can pull a miracle.
At least for now, the discourse changes a fair bit. Player spotted in tiles. So information going to make it a lot easier for Billy. Rusia aggressive on his own side. And K-Knight should not have any difficulties from there. Initial shot onto Fangir. It seems like this one is going to be a pistol round without any problems, which is great to see.
Well, if it does continue to go this way, that will be it. But all gamers are very much fond of creating these upsets and creating these moments where BLG really start to find themselves struggling. See if they're able to create that. Again, pistol round, not really expecting it, but still a possibility. Especially if this timeout is going to get saved. Neff cuts down by, not a concern at all. YZ up towards me and to get down Shrimp, and a bandit kill, a second from GRQ. I actually got a little bit nervous for Neff there at the range where the bandit is a one-shot headshot. Could have been the third, but that's going to be where the bleeding ends for BLG. And now all gamers, economy recovered. I expect a timeout.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not yet. I want to see one more gun round, see how things are going to pan out. And then if that doesn't work, then the timeout is more than valid enough. But at least for now, solid look from their side. And apparently, they're going to take your stuns. They think, hey, like, we already lost the gun round. They might as well take a timeout now and just try to cauterize the bleeding one way or another.
I think either way was absolutely fine, but it's just with that being the save, we now get the next gun round. If you give BLG, this is by far the strongest start BLG have had. If anyone missed Summit, if anyone missed Haven, all gamers were the ones kind of out the gate, doing the damage, getting the rounds, and BLG had to kind of claw their way back. And Summit, obviously, it was their map pick. It was a lot easier for them to do. They were more comfortable once the side swapped. Haven, while yes, it was still comfortable for them to do, it wasn't as comfortable. Obviously, that's why we are now towards sunset. So BLG coming out of the races right now, blasting through the doors at a 4-1, surviving, you know, ultimates from all gamers and such. Whether it's the map or whether it's just everyone is now warmed up and fully comfortable with their playstyles, BLG now seem to be the team to really beat. And Neff, a player that we were saying really needs to show up for his team, 7-2 on the third map.
Yeah, and even their worst performers, when I say worst, it's not even that far off. It's just 3 kills away from that top frag, 3-4-3. And now, a 5th round, might truly be possible. A lot of ultimates here for Billy. They might try to play it for the post, and honestly speaking, if they do, I wouldn't even be that much against it. FT got the slide, went away from the overdrive, but Bai is ahead of the paranoia. They're taking their sweet time, and I think it's already in their face. The relay bolt doesn't do that much. The slide in, denied by DRG, and Bai has got one of his own to find the kill. No run it back. Now, they'll have to run for the hills. Billy, limping. Somehow, K-Knight survives that initial exchange.
Dark cover now pops, but it is 3 for 1. Bai should get that information. That should force K-Knight out. That should force K-Knight away. That's exactly what's going to do. Dark cover pop just to still get this one-way angle. 2 kills for the side of All Gamers, and for the most part, everyone pretty healthy. GRQ not feeling exactly up the tip-top shape, and fine gear a little bit, but other than that, we've got Nightfall online. If for the side of it, All Gamers as well, they could just guarantee this A site being cleared if they really want to give themselves a comfortable spot. I would not hate it, just to make sure that this is safe. They're going to play it a little bit riskier, try and get the site under control with very little utility. K-Knight gets their first kill, and now Neff throwing the Nightfall in.
It gets 2 at least, but Rushia not really finding the timing just yet. Great work from Fangir, but here's Rushia and Neff. Trading back 2. Neff is on a single point of health, but he's just gonna be enough to be a watchman. Kira deleted, and Rushia unaware that the second is at elbow, but now with the boombot out, he knows! Oh, it's messy from Fangir! And Neff is gonna be able to find a trade. Billy frees All Gamers at a single round.
This is now scary times for All Gamers. BLG so confident on the A main hold, and it was dealt with pretty decisively. Not a single frag, but suddenly the Nightfall versus Nightfall, and Rushia, who is always such a solid pillar for his team, and he continues to be just that. He had a hell of a performance all the way through this series. It really was FT and Neff that, all love to them, were letting the side down a little bit back on Haven. FT 3 and 5 isn't awful on your Neon, certainly not, but Neff, a commanding jump up over 4 KD compared to, I believe, what, 5 and 17 on map number 2. It's a hell of a difference, and BLG are loving the impact it's having.
If things are gonna change in that round where Billy took a judgment call but missed. Fangir lights out for YZ, and oh, deletion from FT! A flick that's out of this world, but unfortunately the rest of Billy continue to be unsatisfactory for those duels. The pistols storm the site, 3 rifles in their hands, and that might be Billy having to call that round off. Heavy casualties incurred in the round prior. They're not that bad financially, but I mean, the smart choice would absolutely be to let that round go, but seems like they have confidence. Let's see if they are able to make something behind the confidence they inspire themselves.
Well, the honk comes through, Paranoia's baited out, but the spike's basically already at ticking point here. A nice little double upswing, a triple upswing actually. And Kira manages to get the double for himself, gets his way onto the neural theft if necessary, and yeah, just a little bit of the exact wrong level of commitment, I have to say, from BLG here. That's a beautiful kill. That is 2 ultimates still forced out of All Gamers, right? So if you're BLG, the overdrive had to come through from Bai. The showstopper's obviously already been used. So if you're BLG, you're not heartbroken about how this round had went, but it is a thrifty. It is something that's not to be expected, and because of that, the first time out from BLG comes through.
Like, there's got to be a conversation about how Billy are unable to handle pistols, because this is an ailment, and let alone here in CN, it's actually one of the things that a lot of our representatives internationally struggle with. Like even XLG, for me at least, at times have been the worst defender. But they just lose so many thrifties for no reason, and if you're doing that even domestically, then it becomes very worrying. Especially with the way that the round played out, right? Like, I think that it was the right call to make that push early on towards the B site, but they weren't thorough enough with them clearing the corners. They didn't back out enough when they were supposed to hold the line, and most of all, really, you gotta say, the knife. That was just the icing on the cake, I guess. No.
It does seem to be that, exactly as you said, the icing on the cake. But no, at the very least, BLG, still plenty of economy, as we said. They've still got another round kind of before they really start to struggle. Rusia popping out for the Guardian, but that's what happens whenever you do buy up the Odin. And this time maybe YZ and FT not going to make a similar mistake here. The relay bolt through, the curveball is online. Counter relay bolt though, the utility from both sides is just back and forth right now. Serve one, return to sender the other. But all gamers do not look distracted. They want to take this site, they will by force.
Force, they may, but not really taking the side just yet. Still held in main, Madante, and there's a real possibility of them routing back towards the A side that, at least for now, is a lot weaker.
See if they do. They definitely did sell me on the commitment to the utility. Had fully thought that that would be an investment on towards the B side. Not going to be the case now. Of course, Shrimp also rocking the Odin for his team, so both sides are rocking a little bit more of a economical risk. Of course, the Odin is just that bit more expensive. Not much, but the credits do add up, especially for your abilities and your utility and such. The pivot towards the A site seems to be correct, Volt. Exactly that. A lot of space put down towards mid now for all gamers. And actually, something that I haven't had to say in a while, but was very relevant back in Summit, the timer's starting to be a factor. 20 seconds and counting.
I'm running very low, but Rusia almost peppered to low HP. Healthy enough to still be a factor. That tripwire won't beat. There's going to be a 5-on-5 in the post. It's been quite a while since we've seen that. Run it back and overdrive. They're trying to beat it to the punch. Great work by Bai. That's Neff out. Hands are hot. Balls are curved, but kills are still all found by AG anyways. It's Gainlight to find the sole kill for Billy in that post as time is taken away. Yes, YZ have found one more. There's still a player in diagonal. Goes out. It's a third for Bai. Rusia might be able to tap it initially, but they know that there must be a player elbow, and it's all about just trying to hold GRQ. That's the first half. Second half in. Trying to force their time. There's enough for them to stick it. There's enough for them to find a round! And YZ continues to be the insurmountable force of Billy.
Fear this man, and if anyone asks why, we just say C. Look at what he has just done. Look at this level of complete confidence to go against a neural theft like that, to not have the information at hand, and still a beautiful swing, a beautiful double up. One bullet to the head of the opposition in Kira, and then GRQ falling sooner behind him again. Economy still not broken for all gamers, but this round do or die with no ultimates on the line, and with 2 from BLG already built up and a lot more on its way, all gamers are really stumbling on this third and final map so far, Vol.
They gave YZ an inch, and he took a round that might break the back of all gamers. They lose this round, and they might have to go back to an eco. High-low for YZ, and nearly netted them a multi-kill, but it's just going to be one. And considering the way that they're set up, maybe there's going to be a lot more. K-Knight finds a couple low on health, doesn't find the Neon, doesn't find the Omen. At least, thankfully, he is still alive after all of that. I don't even know how.
I can't believe he's alive.
It's a bad advantage for AG after all.
I'm still shocked. I'm still shocked. The K-Knight is alive. He'll finally go down. But all of this damage has been done. Shrimp finds Rusia, despite Rusia having the wall hacks. No one actually is safe, even if you know the positions of your opposition. And now 7 HP in total for the side of all gamers. The Odin has been traded out by Neff. He's now just rocking the Vandal. And this has to be played to perfection. Not a single mistake, not a single mistiming from all gamers. Neff should know how low the HP is. He's good for 1, and he's good for the second as well. Bai had exactly 2 shots to fire, and unfortunately for him, neither hit the opposition there, and that is why doing damage to the opponents, even if you don't get the frags, can still be so pivotal.
Yeah, Neff is having fun with that one. He knew that he didn't really have his work cut out for him. It was so easy all he needed to do was just shoot twice in a general direction, but you gotta give it over to Shrimp, man. That was a clinical second shot. But at the end of the day, not better than Neff's accuracy. And from perhaps a serious phase to a lot of despair for all gamers, as Billy are now reading by a deficit of 5 rounds. And it seems that it might actually expand even a little bit more. The mid take is there. They now know that it has to be towards the A side. Rusia needs to stay alive, and he's gonna do one better. He's even gonna find a kill before they even get the spike down.
Oh, and this is another issue. Bai's not been able to get the entries the same way that he was previously, right? The fast lane's just not quite getting the same value. The sprays from BLG just being that little bit better. And that's, you know, that's the highlight of maps that you're more comfortable in. Yes, okay, Haven was a little bit of a struggle, but Summit was a big one too. The Nightfall is down. Fastlane also follows up. The ults are all committed here. BLG really want to make this happen. FT just out with the shorty. Bit of a risky business, but Neff gonna cover it up with the Odin, the Frusha as well with the Phantom. And the jumping father of the God of Thunder collapses down onto all gamers. It's another round for BLG, and I mean, it's a risky gambit, but potentially all gamers are looking at the second timeout and saying, in case of emergency, break glass.
You need to look at what is happening there for all gamers and see that there's actually plenty of good. Like, the way that they always deal with the short takes has been great. Every time a running back was used, it was immediately denied from YZ. But the problem comes after that. Like, they got the first layer, but it's always the second layer that comes through with the trades, right? Like Neff on that side, Rusia at the elbow position, everything from there falls apart. And for Billy's good fortune, by the way, because they played that round aggressive on mid and they didn't really find this bigger stack from all gamers there, that means that they don't really need to repeat it. Now they know that, yeah, it has to be eventually coming around to a mid take from the side of AG. Means that they are prepared well. They got a player in market setup. They got 2 players in YZ and Bai, making sure that there's not going to be anything untowards towards middle. And with Kanai just holding his line here, they have a lot of early warning systems, pretty much is what I'm trying to say. And they're going to be able to make quick rotations. YZ closer towards short. But look at the other side at B. 2 players are trying to sneak their way in.
Currently a bit more of a play, potentially. AG trying to do what BLG were able to do to them by the end. Or, apologies, the other way. AG doing what they were able to do to BLG by the end of Haven, which was that potential double, that counter strat up to kind of force BLG to doubt themselves a little bit. This time, though, not going to be the same result. 30 seconds on the clock, but Rusia in a terrible position here to survive the paint shells. Basically, no way would it be expected that he does unless the fast lane comes through, but he takes down Fangir before he falls. And Neff, with the power of the haunt, is going to do exactly that. Hovers over the rest of AG. The Odin is going to make it smart. The timing from Kira could be it all. Manages to find 2, but 10 seconds left on the clock. And the spike trapped in B main means it's going to be a saved gun and one final chance for all gamers this half to not go 10-2.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if Kira can somehow summon the Death Note after all, but at least for now, though, it's going to be death for all gamers. Neff has really been making the most out of that round. That's a beautiful haunt combo. But even with Kira's best efforts, is it going to be enough for all gamers to somehow find a third with how weak their firepower is? They're close to a lot of ultimates, Madante.
That's something.
How many of them can they get? And look at that, Billy again looking to overpower middle. A lot of pressure on Kira. Paranoia there. And instead of pressing on, they're actually going to be a little bit more measured on that side. FT is the human drone for YZ to net that kill. And there are already 2 players on the A side to try to slow down the take even a little bit more.
Oh, but there's already 4 players in AG on that site. And now there's 1 less player from BLG here. Neff, you're going to have to do all the work with this Odin. Eventually, it's going to stop going your way. And Fangir, the one to make it stop. The overdrive now popped by going to find himself running low. A little bit on the energy. But at least he kills a little bit of time. There's no run it back. Neff died with his Nightfall. That's an absolutely massive blunder to not be able to use this on this side of the half. The showstopper now again, all of this ultimate, all of this utility are just time killers, are just time wasters, but they can get frag takers as well. Fangear doubles up, makes it another one, and K-Knight in a 1 versus 3. The Spike in an impossible position, himself in a similar one. And at the very least, all gamers may start to hope that Superstition grants them a pass.
I mean, if it was DRG, we would have been all over the voodoo right now, but this is a team that plays Valorant by the book. Yes, of course, they have moments like these where players like Fangear can be deadly shooters, but at least what we've seen in those 12 rounds have not been the most satisfactory. Just 3 to their name. Them on the defense, though, I think is going to pan out a fair bit better, but I don't know if it's going to be good enough to overcome the deficit that they are in. There's only one solution for them, and that is to get the pistol. If they don't, it might be game over.
Pistol, it's again the most consistent debate of all time. How important is the pistol round? Is it the most important round in the entire game? Is it the least important round because well, it's just the pistol, move on to the buy phases? And you know, the less satisfying answer, but the more accurate one is it's fully dependent on the rest of the scenario. First pistol round, that is just kind of the 50-50, but this pistol round now, with how much momentum BLG are on and how little all gamers have really been able to find themselves working. Fangear's 2 showstoppers that didn't hit, that got kind of shot out of the sky near enough immediately, or at the very least didn't find any sort of value. A third one from him does, but to take an entire half to do that, to get 1 kill from your showstopper might be a little bit too much already. But with halftime closing out, we now remain to be seen. One final half, and we get to look at Neff's score here. A complete difference from what it was in here.
Great. Almost 400 ACS in a single half. 212 damage around is over a kill. That's one of the stats that I'm always most wondrous about, is how many kills around does a player have, because I feel like that is really an important statistic, right? If you're 0.8, you're already doing great. I think Neff is over 1.0 there. But you know, we're talking about one more. This is one more half that we'll be having, probably the final one. And I love the fact that the crowd are actually all in with us in terms of, hey, no, we go for one more. Even if it's a loose streak, we still send it. That's how you end up at 3 in the morning. all the way down in Diamond 1 after almost being immortal. But hey, there's a chance here for Billy to re-establish what was initially thought to be an immortal legacy. They start on attack, very patient in that initial take, spotted early on, but the position that they are in gives them all the options in the world, Menanti. That's why I really love those slower paced pistol rounds, especially on attack.
Yeah, indeed. BLG right now, they are playing around the map. They know it is their friend, and they can make some awkward moments happen for all gamers, despite the fact it's a very small map, especially, you know, on average to the size of the average map in Val. It is plenty of room for those little awkward kind of angles. There's also plenty of room for just triple stacks like that and a big slide. Paranoia, the Prowler's still up. Shrimp is still kicking. Eventually falls. Had he been able to steal a second kill away, that would have been absolutely stunning work. Speaking of the stun, Relay Bolt's already out for the back corner. Buy's gonna fall immediately though. Rusha and Neff gonna get their double ups as well. Rusha on towards main itself, and then Neff on towards the back of the defender spawn. And that was not only a quick pistol for BLG, that is a clean pistol for BLG, and potentially the door slammed on AG's face.
Yeah, I mean, it almost got a bit hectic there in the middle. Thankfully, though, they were able to take care of the fade. Because if that wasn't the case, I think that it would have probably been a very difficult time taking care of Shrimp, who he himself actually not even doing that well. 5 and 11 after that one. And it seems like 11 might also be on the board. We are seeing a 4-stop from all gamers, which does mean that they're either conceding match point, or there's a real hope of a true comeback here. We'll have to wait and see which one of the two is it gonna be. By isolated, there's hot hands on one side, but they're gonna be happy enough taking the orb and not really forcing the issue much more. And I feel like that's the right call, right? You make the audio queue, you got over a minute to play for. You can just take your sweet time and wait for someone in AG to make a mistake.
Oh, and Shrimp, depending on how he dances here, depending on the movement, that might be the mistake made. Both haunts are trading back and forth. BLG, FT is going to get caught out by the Cypher Trip. Not aware at all, especially for the fact that you are on the low. The AG should be on the low buy. Of course, now the Stingers and the Bulldogs have echoed out. So BLG realizing that they are on a little bit less of an advantage regarding the guns than they maybe initially expected, especially going to be on the disadvantage now that they're missing FT. And all gamers have been patient. They've played this to a T. Kira's going to double up on the kill here. The Outlaw's going to need to be huge. Rusia does get it, but 30 seconds and counting here means the A site basically needs to be decided upon right now.
Well, Fangir breathing in that dust, and he's able to mince a couple of those numbers. Rusia all alone, 10 seconds remaining with the Outlaw in hand. There's a couple kills goes by, but he needs to play the corner well. That's one, that's two. Neither of them found, and all gamers steal away that force. There might still be some life left in this series after all.
Yeah, especially valuable for them right now. It was 7-5 at the half here. And then we've basically been seeing a domination from BLG thus far on the attack. But Fangir, yet again, showing up whenever he's necessary, whenever it is needed. He has answered the call, 14-14. It's not ideal, but it's by far the best performance that currently AG are having. So they may need to look up to him. And the economy's still not fantastic. But they were able to obviously carry in a lot of these guns from the previous round, scavenge whatever BLG may have bought for them. So now BLG on the weaker buy and trying to do exactly what AG just did to them.
See if they will. That is the question. Quick play from K-Knight, deleting GRQ. And we might have to worry about one of those rounds. It's a Hero Guardian, mind you. Yes, there's a Bulldog from YZ, but almost everybody else is just on pistols. Not even that many players that are armored up. No shields on anyone but K-Knight. And with that start, numbers are corralling on the A side. I really like the freeze. But again, just like the last time, if you freeze, you need to wait for it. And they're going to deliver it in that duel, but all gamers seems to be even better prepared. Contingencies handled, and Kira making that one look easy. In truth, it is anything but. As you can tell, K-Knight is still on the case, but he's only got 10 HP. Those 10 kills might be too far-fetched. At least he would have to go up to 12 to win the round. I think that one more is the best that he can probably do here, though.
Yeah, I would have to agree. I mean, Fangir's been pretty on it with the Outlaw ever since he's managed to get it into his hands. Shrimp as well, even by, is starting to really kind of crawl up that kill feed. 13 seconds left, and every member of All Gamers just fully comfortable to hold their ground on A, even if, yep, the spike does go down. You've got a full retake in front of you. You've got a 3 versus 1, and you know that K-Knight has a Guardian in hand. You know that's the best he's kind of gotten. You do know he's at 10 HP as well. The only thing you don't know is exactly where he could be. He's deciding to just go all the way back through B, maybe to try and pivot towards Market. He can hear the sounds coming through from AG. This is beautiful. Oh, he's doubling back. I disagree.
I think on him.
I think Volt, what he was doing was perfect, but he's hesitated, and I think he gives himself up.
It's because of the door. The door closed. He knows that there's no way back into that one. Even spotted by the drone. It's the round over. A third kill, not even to be found. Just that crucial detail. One switch turning the door down. That is the thing that lost K-Knight his chances.
Heartbreaking, and that's on defense. That's priority number 1 is to get that door closed initially, is to try your best and make sure that Market door gets shut immediately just to prevent an additional angle coming through. And I mean, it was All Gamers actually. It was their decision to keep Market door open, and it didn't backfire on them, which is quite rare indeed. But this time now, BLG, all the economy's looking more equalized. Everyone's got guns up. Is FT going to get caught in the Cypher's web again? Yes, he is. And the Neural Theft Online, the wall hacks are now present. That's going to make this a blender for AG, and BLG are the ingredients getting mixed.
I guess BLG right now is standing for badly lost gaming at the current rate that we're in. Like, I'm sorry, they cannot find their head from their shoulders. They cannot find a thing. And it has also been a problem on Summit. Of course, on Summit, you know, it's a new map. You do actually not expect some of those Cypher trips. Should have been solved. Should have been a close case. At least they closed the case of Fangir with just a single kill. But 6 rounds seems more and more likely. The timing towards the B side is not bad at all for YZ. He's got the running back. And they're going to deny Kira from running any further in this round. YZ Joe needs to get away safely. Oh, the timing. Oh, this is devastating for Shrimp. He could have won the round there. Now there's a chance to perhaps get the round back. What can YZ do? Shut down by 3 on that line. And he's not going to be able to find a thing. Still got a curveball. Flash is close. Teammate to support. But they cannot break those ranks. They cannot break those numbers. They are trying to rely on fortune. And pace is gonna be theirs. K-Knight with the one. YZ with the next. Up close and personal. GRQ might have just about enough to save this one. And it's gonna be 6 rounds for all gamers regardless.
Oh, I have no clue if what GRQ did was intentional or a little bit of a mouse bump. But he looked up in Arch. He looked up at the roof. I think he might have a lineup for where he needs to aim his crosshair. If he just aims down, that's where the spike will be. Which, if anyone needs an update on Valorant, if you've missed out for a while and this is your first time back, you can no longer just ping the spike directly. You can no longer ping through a smoke. So having a setup like that that's basically just place your crosshair here and then move it down slightly is a very smart way to get around that. Of course, it wasn't enough in the end, but still very cool to see that level of adaptation coming through.
The good old line of Larrys will be happy about that one. For me, as an aggro Andy, though, I think I'm gonna stick to my... Oh, I play off wheels.
Yeah, you play your vibes. It's just vibes.
Yeah,
Valid.
I mean, the vibes might not be that good for Billy, though. They've found 1 round in this half. And all gamers, not only have they found more in that 3 rounds that they've did, but ever since winning that 2nd round force, I don't think that we've seen anything convincing from Billy. Their ideas are not bad, but it's always those executes that are not clean. They try to entry, they get shut down, and the worst part is, it's not that FT dies or that they're actually really unable to make much of it. It's the fact that when you look at it from that perspective, it really does actually hurt when you see players like Rushia, Neff, and YZ not being able to trade because of the way that they're sequencing the round, because the Neon is playing at the appropriate pace, I feel. Just the rest of them are too slow behind it.
I don't mind FT's pace, but he has now got caught up in Kira's trips a couple of times. And the setup isn't there, as you said, whether it is just, either Rushia, K-Knight, or even YZ's not there to kind of shoot the Cypher trip, or FT's just still not fully respecting the Cypher utility. Either way, whichever option it is, it has been causing a little bit of difficulty for them. And now we're going to be seeing a full stack up through mid. The fast lane comes through, but again, if they do not make this decision to push up now, BLG are going to find themselves stuck, and that's exactly all that's happened, Vol.
Disappointing. They let the other side of mid come to their case. Weren't quick enough on the split and weren't decisive enough to, I guess, try to circle back. Neither of the two sides worked their way. And the game phase is on for all gamers. The deficit is now a measly 3 rounds.
It was 6 when this half began, and I did ask if anyone felt superstitious. If you were All Gamers fan, you really had to be, and so far the superstition could be proving itself correct. The swap over to the defensive side here for All Gamers just proving very, very effective for them. Fangir now as well with the Showstopper online as well, so plenty of ults either for retakes or just to shut down BLG's hope at an execute. But we're going to go back up through mid again with the From the Shadows, and so far it's a B fight pivot this time.
I mean, the pacing is great from them, but the problem is Kira's already got a kill. Shrimp a bit too slow on the uptick. But that means that K-Knight gets a decent position. They can try to compile onto the B side, but I like them holding Boba for a little bit more. That neural theft is gonna add another layer to their take, but here comes a big showstopper. Actually stunted Fangir. Roping on the satchels, trying to send it. Oh, there's not gonna be enough. Russia coming to their caves. YZ is there when Nev has slowed down. The rest of BLG will step up to the platter. One of them is gonna go down, but it's still 3 more for Shrimp to find in that 1-on-4 clutch. Looking to see if there's anything for him to find, but all the corners are well held, and Billy finally break the deadlock.
And that's a big moment for them to break it, to survive a Nightfall, to survive a showstopper, force all of that utility out and still make the round there. Fangir just not committal enough to that corner that Russia was lurking in. A beautiful angle from YZ. The positioning was solid, and now the last time out, unless we go to OT, the last time out of this series been called by all gamers. A lot less ultimates to work with, a lot less overall utility to make these attacking rounds easier for them. It's just going to be pure mechanics and pure team coordination to get the rest of this comeback mounted.
Well, let's see if all gamers are going to be as magnanimous as they were in that round and give him midway for free again. I don't think that's going to be the case, to be honest, and I think that's probably one of the reasons that they're taking that timeout. Last time around, they were able to react fast, and even if they didn't commit fully to the duel and mid and just use the paranoia to slow them down, they had Shrimp on the other side for coverage. Didn't really work that way this time. They're able to sprint into Boba, not really even find it difficult of a duel. Kira was in a position where he's going to always be one and done. That means Billy found something to crack the code, as we've said, but I don't think it's going to happen again. Now, the question becomes, can they actually keep up their footing? Remember, Nev got 17 kills at the first half. That means that it has been, what, 6 rounds, I believe? And he's only found 2 kills in them. So maybe this is his time to come back into the limelight. Close the case for BLG. FT taking point as always. I just really hope that this time they're going to have enough support for him to get the job done.
Yeah, there needs to be that support coming through. The operator now, Fangir, I mean, has been doing solid work with those kind of main guns, with the Phantom and Vandal, but he's really wanting to just force this agenda of the operator online. Shrimp, of course, with the Odin as well. Nightfall, actually, I do completely apologize. I was under the impression Shrimp had popped his last round. Not going to be the case. It was just the showstopper popped, and Nef's Nef's Nightfall was the one to get used. So Shrimp will have this for the retake, and that's already just from the way you can see it. Oh, no, thankfully no one to punish this time. But the trips have been basically 100% success rate for Kira, and BLG need to stop that. There's still one alive, Volt.
Here's the thing. Kira's on 2 HP. They finally get the trip, but Russia, oh, that was over-eager. He destroyed the door, should have been patient. Now, the retake could be coming in from Boba. The paint shells doesn't really do that much damage, but it locks 2 in a difficult angle to play. Thrash on 1, and it's demolition from all gamers. Everything in the hands of K9, and he's only gonna find a single kill. That was a perfect retake from AG.
Oh, I think an important aspect to point out is that AG, other than Paranoia, don't have flashes. Now, I don't know about you, Volt, but I've seen that quite a few of BLG were
blinded.
flashed. Yeah, whenever all gamers were coming out of Boba, and unfortunately, we're gonna see it in the replay here, as you said, a little bit aggressive there. That flash hits FT. That flash actually takes FT right out of the fight, and Neff, already so low and so trapped in the corner there, was going to get dealt with no problem. So a big mistake on the flash from YZ, and suddenly all gamers very much poised to make this 11-9. Again, it is the VCT China special, unless a Thrifty comes out of nowhere.
Well, we'll see. Things do change. Just speaking on that point, though, I gotta say that the sequences is all wrong, right? Like, yeah, we can like say, oh, the flash is not in the right time, but the real way to play this is that FT takes the initial duel. Whether he lives or dies, that's beyond the point, right? It's until FT dies and then the flash comes in. But the reason that they're trying to flash early is because they are scared of the pacing being higher on the other side.
Yep.
Problem is now, the pace from Bilibili, even if it's higher, even if they get themselves into market and into the site for this round 20, they're only on pistols. There's a real chance for Bai to find a multi-kill here if they're not careful, or if Bai himself goes down, this could be a real massive problem for the side, but easy work for AG. That's one able to easily get out of the harm's way initially, but as long as they have the front half of the site, it's not going to be the easiest for this side. Don't like the aggression, but FT is still at least going to find one behind it, but it means that they're still down in numbers, 3 on 4 in the final stretch of the post. Fangir finds one, thinking about a second in market. K-Knight finds a good timing, but it's still a 1 on 2. He doesn't have a paranoia, and he's the jump spot with the Odin! That was too close to comfort, but AG still bringing this one closer and closer. And just like I repeated, they need to do this again 2 more times.
Oh, I cannot. When I mentioned about how rare it is for about how unlikely the Thrifties would be, but how it's very much a VCT China specialty, I was certain that this round would not reflect that, and it very, very nearly did. It's decent from BLG at the very least. If you're gonna lose a round, having the spike down and killing 4 of your opposition is a good start. But you still really cannot afford to have all gamers develop their economy to get themselves built up. You can't allow them to develop rounds either, but that's goes without saying. But as you said, Vault, 2 rounds to equalize, 4 away from actually upsetting BLG, especially from how this best of 3 started. It would be quite a statement from them. And the pace is right back down to Snails.
Right now, saw the pacing from Fangir, but that's a crucial miss. If he found that kill, it then will probably be a done deal, but for now, real chance on the other side. AG trying to slow down the pace towards the A side. They know what's coming. It's a different question of whether or not they can handle it, because the Cypher utility is actually on the opposite side. And if you look at the side of BLG, that mid play is everything. If Rushia found that kill, that would have been great for him. If not, though, chance for a multi-kill here for Fangir. 1 found already. No more satchels. But really, no way into the site with 30 seconds only left to play. And they have decided that the B site it is. The door is cracked. There's still a trip and a little bit more util for them to be wary of. Kira down early. That's beautiful from BLG. Can this be their ticket to close off the game? Time is running low. They need to go now. YZ patient, and he could be the insurance policy. He could be the key. He could be everything here.
He has to be. Oh, and the first player, they're not looking, they're not dedicated, they're not committed. It's only 1 for 1, and I gotta commit very quickly, gotta comment. We've seen FT jump over the tripwire, which is why they were able to get onto the site. Showstopper now been popped as well, no information found. Fangir has not been having luck with the bazooka. Fake teleport online, a run and gun from Rushia. Doesn't care about any sort of aim and accuracy. And GRQ now stuck in a 1 versus 2. The crossfire's pretty solid. But Rushia, not needing K-Knight at all, decides this is done. Decides that he is done. And decides that BLG really want to be the ones to take this victory.
Looks like there might be some life after all. And even if YZ only got the 1, the fact that he was able to buy those, like, 7 seconds or so was making the ability for Bilibili to isolate the player in backside. They did that. Found the right timing. And now they got 3 chances, Madante. 3 chances to close this one. This one is even a lot weaker. Stingers all across the board. Figured out early on the B side, Bilibili doesn't really need to hit anymore. They can just be patient. Oh, Fangir. Oh, he's trying. No. He's optimistic, but he's going to be taken down. YZ proves to be too much to handle for the Russian youngster. And from there, seems like everything is going to fall apart. As you can tell, it's a flurry all over the board for all gamers. Fangir pushed, and the B side is empty. After all of that, they try to steady their ranks with putting 2 players at middle. Bilibili have taken B, and they're going to take their sweet time working their way inside.
This is it now. The Cypher trip isn't really set up. The run it back is going to be able to deal with any Cypher trips that may or may not be on the site. Of course, we know there's none. But FT, I'm sure, is going to be more than happy about that. The cage is just being run down. The neural theft as well online because of Fangir's very aggressive push.
Why?
Bai's able to take him down. Bai's able to take down FT despite the aggressive push, as I just say. Paranoia through. K9 just runs it down. Nep has to trade it out. We're going 1-for-1 right now. Rushia, the one to finally stop that to be the case. And now a 2-versus-1 Cypher cam online. Curveball, the Blaze Wall, everything for BLG here. Kira with just a stinger as well. No guns to salvage. Manages to pick up a Phantom now, taps the spike, gets one! Can actually be the one to do it, taps the spike again, the shots aren't there! What could have been a beautiful clutch scenario is BLG's map, match, and series win.
Maybe one golden road has been shut, but over here, the road is still open for Bilibili. Third game of the season of this stage. They are already looking much better than they have been all year long. That was a battle. All gamers did not prove to be as slow as we expected them to be of the international representation, but even then, they were not enough to handle the new team. And of course, all of that comes down to the prep. A lot more time given to Bilibili to work everything together. All of their new additions have got to be put into this consideration, and realistically speaking, a very lovely look that we've seen from them, something that I think that they're going to be looking to build onwards from, right? Adding Balix, I believe, adding Anax and FT as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Anax the coach, yeah. And, you know, they've looked a lot different ever since then. And I was a little bit worried when Levius left because I thought that he was a bit of their glue, but they proved that they are actually still able to overcome that.
Which is a massive, massive statement. That's a huge, impressive aspect to be able to say that is without Levius. I think a lot of people, or at least you know, in the more kind of depths of hardcore VCT China discussion, there was quite a lot of love towards Levius, and there was quite a bit of surprise. But either way, we've seen the newer updated style of BLG, and while I do have to say, no disrespect, FT, a little bit of a slow performance, a little bit of a struggle there, especially just for the kind of entering that we would hope to expect and get kills, as you pointed out, Volt. It wasn't necessarily the entering was the problem, it was the frags. But we're going to cut it over to our translator for the interview. Take it away.
Hello everyone, I'm BLG.
Hello， 大家好，我是 BLG 的 FT。
再次恭喜你们获得了本场比赛的胜利。那聊一下图一，因为今天看到
Let's
BLG
pick
是
Summit
再次
again,
把天
although
数
it
却
was a
作为
little
了
bit
自己的首
difficult.
选图嘛。
Guys,
当
a
然，可
little
能
bit
过程
struggle
是稍显曲折的，在
around
半场的
in
时
the
候你们
middle
有
of
一个
that.
4分的劣势，
Likely got you
但好
guys
在
map
最后
one.
是
Do you
成
guys
功扭转了
think
局面，
that
拿下了图一。
map
所以
one
你觉
went
得今
according
天
to
图一
plan?
整体的走势在你们的预料之中吗？
Yeah, he thinks it went according to plan. They've never been bad at it. They didn't really want to pick it, but they're happy to let the other team pick.
非常非常的厉害，其实可能大家也能看到 BLG 在这张地图打的确实是越来越得心应手了，并且这张图里面有些细节的处理是非常出色的。因为看到你们今天很好的限制住了对手上波的火力点，你觉得你们是怎么做到的？是基于你们的地图理解、赛前准备，还是说今天场上其实大家有很及时的一些
He says a little bit of everything. He thinks they did well on everything.
都有吧，所有都发挥挺好，都挺厉害的，
都挺厉害的，能看得出来今天能够拿下这场比赛的胜利，其实你们是做了充足的准备的，并且在场上的话，可能调整也来得非常的顺利。
Tried a lot of different agents on the different maps so far on BLG. What do you think your role and position is in BLG at the moment? Says he'll practice whatever the coach tells him to play, and he'll make sure to play it well. Whatever they need, he will do.
把英雄练好，反正需要我干嘛我就干嘛。
还是团队第一是一块砖，哪里需要往哪里搬，非常实在的一名选手，并且现在作为 BLG 的第5块拼图嘛，在新的赛季经历了几场胜负。那今天图一图二确实看到你有很出色的发挥嘛，因为看到你有一些关键枪也好，还是说有残血也好，火力爆发是都有的。你会怎么评价自己这个赛季的一些成长？
first time on the big stage, and at first he wasn't sure if but now coming out into the stage, he feels it's not that bad.
其实作为新人来到我们的舞台上，紧张一开始其实是不可避免的，但是也能看到你很好的消化了这一点，和你们的团队共同最终去实现了你们的这个目标。那最后目前看到 BLG 目前团队的积分是来到了2比1，我们也可以小小的喘一口气了。那当然对粉丝来说，我们也是一个好消息。那有什么话想要对一直支持你们的粉丝朋友们说的？
Thank you for everyone who's always supported BLG. Hopefully we can work harder and continue to win games. That's the end of the interview. They'll take a picture and then it's time for the prize draw.
选手再次感谢你。那接下来也让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录这属于胜利的一刻。我们一起来看一下镜头。
Oh, it's a great look. Thank you, of course, for Moon for giving us live translation to the interview from FT. And you know, you're talking about him and how things have been handled. I mean, in comparison to Bud, I feel like he's been inserted to fill a lot of the gaps in the team, and it's a very difficult position to actually see from that side. And that's maybe the one thing that I'm always worried about, Madante, is that a lot of the newer rookies that are added are just added to, hey, we have problems with our teams, right? It's not that you're trying to pick up any up-and-coming prodigies. I feel like, you know, when is the last time that I've seen a young player that is from CN that is picked up for a team that is already, like, the system is there?
It's pretty rare. It's pretty rare, right? As you said, like, CN doesn't have as much in terms of... I mean, yeah, I'll just repeat what you said, really. They don't care about as much in terms of picking up the up-and-comers as much as they want to just fill the gaps in the teams or where they've kind of highlighted that, which is why we've seen it's not Spitfires move over to the coaching role and such. We've seen a lot of sort of internal rearrangement because of the fact that the teams in the rosters, they respect their cores so much and they respect the overall roster that much that they do believe it's a bit more, I guess, macro than micro. A lot of other teams are very much, you know, oh, we just need to sort of fill this gap or find this role. China is a bit more, you know, if this role isn't being found, we can find someone that actually fills that role for us without necessarily having to build them into that role.
And that comes with positives and negatives, right? Like, there might be a player or two that feel fitted like a glove, but there might be a case of a couple of players just being burned by the system. I mean, of course, Bud is one of those cases. There have been a lot of players in Stage 1 that I don't think that we might actually ever see again in Tier 1, and that's one of the things that scares me a little bit, but we have seen a fair bit of BLG. Now let's hear what they have to say.
是的，好枪！B 有烟吗？快！没有烟，我自己找timing了。
人多可是，飞机不让我下刀了，我还有道具的。
他要打回防吧，他要抓我，救我，飞了，黑的，我抓黑的。
闪后，
我黑近点了，我先黑近点了，黑了。
两个没血，
你好像
多一个没血，你有没血？
慢一点，右边一个，右边，脚下，别急，我再跟你。有4、2、8，
欧美一滴，右边，对，拽着。
Nice！ 在干啥？漂亮！你看我这个上开小包，
我开一个 CD 口灯，
我小烟，我开到
OK， 我可以开包点大灯了。
我直接开大，
等我，我可以推了，能给烟吗？
不，直接打，我站一小，别小了，我被黑了。我站一小，马路上，右边，脚下，70，等我，包点，来，70包点还有一个，70，打不枪。
Russian.
Deserved, of course. Maybe we were talked a lot about YZ being the star player of the team, but well, Russian and Nep has been the kingmakers all along, and now is their time to rise to the limelight. Deserved, of course, for Russian, as we said, 8 multi-kills. And that pretty much tells you the tale of the game, right? As you can tell even in the comms, it was multi-kills all along. Like, there were a lot of times where I was worried for Billy once that second half comes around, because a couple of those players, like Rusia, for example, slowed off a little bit at the first extent. I feel like Neff have just gone completely into hibernation, but Rusia was able to pick up a lot of the slack, especially when FT was opening up the space for him, and he's able to make the best out of it.
And again, credit to FT, the scoreline and such. We'll be looking at the stats in just a moment, of course. But despite, you know, a 6-20 is not a confidence-bearing kill line or slash line in any sort of way. The entries were there. Like, there was a little bit of, like, he was at least trying his best to get there, but the Cypher trips were catching him. Kira was just doing a lot of work, and then, yeah, Neff, you know, on 17 and I think 9? 17 and 8, something pretty close for the first half, and then to end 19. Yeah, a big factor. And I've never seen this happen in a best-of-3 series that's gone the 3 ways. All gamers lost 2 maps, and all 3 maps, all gamers led the first blood advantage. All 3 maps, and all gamers only won 1. I've never seen that before. I have never seen that before.
Kind of tells you enough about that one, to be honest. And I mean, for Fangir, it was still a great performance from him, by the way. Like, above the metrics of the usual player, as you can tell from the average. But even then, you know, by his standards, he would say it's a little bit lackluster. And it's not that he played bad at all. I just think that Billy were truly prepared to handle who, to be fair, is the last new prodigy to be brought in the league. It's like him and Swagster. Everybody else that has been added as a rookie almost feels like, hey, like, you be our flex, you be our fill. We'll figure it out from here.
a little bit of kind of a getting it sorted, and then surely this can just work. And the young prodigy, we literally just talked about it, the difference between teams that like to swap out the players and teams that like to kind of, you know, keep the cores going. And China seems to be a lot more about keeping the cores going. So I assume we'll be seeing a lot more of Fangir to give him that chance to kind of learn and develop his consistency. But that is going to be everything from us on this side. Well, we got our 3rd map, very surprisingly, but with that, we are going to be just cutting to a longer break. Whenever we are back, it is XLG and DRG, and you will have 2 new beautiful faces in front of you guys. It'll be Snow and Veggie Hot Dog when we're back, but it was an absolute pleasure, and we're sure to see you very, very soon. Be right back after this break.
You're my obsession, 'cause baby, you're
be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay You should've kept up on your rent. Should've been there when you said I depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend. You better lay
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the light. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamite.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Project Horizon. Over here in week 2, things have already started to get a little bit hot and spicy in this season. The stakes could not be higher, with champions just slightly over on that horizon. As series number 2 of the day is looming, Sheila Gaming and DRG will be the ones in contention. And of course, bringing you all the action today is myself, Veggie, and my right hand man, it's the Snow Spy.
Yeah, it's me joining you again. I know you're not always happy about it, Veggie, but at least for today you get to be happy because we have got, like you said, a banger matchup versus Sheila Gaming and DRG. And one person I want to highlight as they show up on the screen is Raga. Their last matchup, Sheila played their first match against Titan Esports Club and lost, a result that none of us were expecting, but Raga had a monstrous performance, pretty much dragging them through that series as much as they could, averaging almost 25 kills a map, just popping off. But we need the other members to step up if this team is going to look good.
Yeah, that's one way you can try and drag your team across, but if you don't get it just over the finish line, disappointment is always going to be the one that's the biggest worry. And of course, when you start talking about XLG, you kind of want to focus a little bit on their opponents as well, who they're going to be playing up against, and that is DRG. And for their side, Snow, another player that we're going to highlight, and I'd imagine these two players are probably going to be in contention quite a lot today, is Vukashu. Both of these two players are at the top 2 of the stage. Granted, we're only like 2 games in or 1 game in from each of them, but it's just mental that we're looking at a player with a 300 ACS and a 274 ACS, and we're going to get the Titans going head to head today to kind of figure out who the better Russian is, right?
Yeah, I feel like both are kind of carrying their team, but with very different play styles. Even though sometimes they might play similar agents, Raga might also be put onto that Sentinel duty. Sheila been using him on that Phoenix a decent amount, been trying to make that work, and they've been pretty much just going, Raga, go kill. And most of the time, it does work, but the issue that they've been having is that Raga will get 2 or 3 in a round, and they still can't manage to convert it, whereas Vukashu, always that reliable aspect that you can just expect to clutch these rounds when you need it.
Yeah, I think we've seen that kind of stage 1 just before. It's how they managed to qualify for Masters, right? Was that Vukashu stepping up in times mattered? It was all gamers that were in contention for them to try and get that last spot, and then every single time you entered Vukashu's Dominion, it was, why did you even come to try me? 1 versus 5? What are you doing? This is my place, and I'm here to be the one to bring it up. And DRG are going to need that player, like we said, to keep doing that. But as you kind of highlighted at the start, for both of these teams, it almost feels like the other 4 members need to be kind of picking up a lot of the slack as well. You can't just rely on these 1 players the whole time, especially for Sheila Gaming. We spoke about it before. They haven't won a single match since that Masters run. They kind of turned up. You were expecting them to be all right, but they kind of performed maybe about expectations. But since then, so haven't won a single matchup. And I think you were telling me off screen it was like 6 matches in the space of like a few weeks. You'd expected at least 1, surely.
Yeah, but you got to consider how much fatigue might be playing into that. I think it was something like in the past 12 days, they've played 6 full matches. And that is a lot. That's 1 every 2 days. And you've got to add into that, they're also scrimming. They're also going to be pracking, doing VOD reviews. There's so much going on for Gilai that they almost haven't had that time to take a rest, have a break, and reset before it comes into the split. They've just been constantly trying to play catch up, and losing that first series has now put them in a pressure spot where if they now lose to DRG, they're 0-2 down, they're bottom of the group, and playoffs is looking less and less likely because the grind isn't going to stop here.
Yeah, and I think the run-in kind of, I want to say almost gets tougher, but it's because of the expectation that then comes along with it. You're looking at All Gamers up next, Billy right after that. Both teams that we've seen have a pretty hot start. Yes, we've just seen All Gamers lose in that last match up there, but a team that we certainly know are capable. And then obviously they have Titan as well as in the next match, and then Wolves right at the end, which maybe is a given win from the hot start that we've seen Wolves come into and then start to fade a little bit. But it's going to be massive for them because they need to start picking up these wins sooner or later, because they are sitting second on champs points at the minute. But if they let these chances slip, other teams can quite easily catch up, and that's probably the biggest concern I have, is if they don't pick up their form straight away, then they're starting to hit that worrying sort of spot where they're in for their season.
And the all important skirmish happening at the moment is Spirits kind of showing a little bit of aura, picking up the Odin for quite a bit of this. I don't know if that's the strat for the 1v1s now that they're bringing out, but it's definitely going to be tilting to happy way if Spirits manages to win that with a weapon.
No, we're just getting one shot in with the op every single time. It's maybe going to be tilting on the other side for Spirit Z1. But when we talk about tilting, and you mentioned the sort of lack of a break for XLG and the reset that had to happen coming up for them. The first map that they picked after this reset was Summit. And yeah. I mean, you were quite critical over the fact that this was a map that they picked up because clearly they've not had time to play it too much, or they've not had time to prac on it. And yet your very first match in what is an absolute massive stage for every team, they drop it with what seemed like no idea how to play the map.
Yeah, I mean, no idea how to play the map is a bit harsh from you, Veggie. Vegetable. I wouldn't quite.
That's unexpected.
I wouldn't quite say that much. They came in with a composition that was very hard to play because they went away from a standard where you would always have one entry duelist. They only had that Phoenix to try gain space. They had an Astra. They had essentially double controller and were trying to make stuff work, but very much kind of going to be glad for this one, at least me as an outside viewer, that DRG is going to ban Summit away, so we're not going to have to see that from Gilai again. Instead, going over to Lotus, then to Haven, and finishing up on Breeze, which... Veggie, what are you feeling in terms of this this map pick? I feel like, in my mind, favours DRG a little bit.
Yeah, I'd find it hard to disagree with you on there. That's exactly where my mind was kind of going. Haven is one map that DRG have certainly becoming a lot more comfortable with. I feel like, to be fair, any team that you kind of talk about, you almost say Haven is one that they've been confident with. But Haven is typically DRG's first map pick that we've seen across the last couple of stages. It's 100% win rate this stage, so you're already starting to feel like that's going to be confident for them. Lotus is a map that they've been very confident on across stage 1, and especially when you look at both of these teams having made no sort of changes in terms of roster pool, that they're playing with the same people that they've had throughout. They've already got that cohesion, the chemistry between them. They don't need to have reworked on new strats for how it's going to be. The meta hasn't overly changed, so they're going to be very confident on how to play these both of maps. So I can foresee a DRG 2-0 here.
Yeah, and I think the issue is that even if it gets onto Breeze, that third map, Gilai looked really weak when they played against Titan a couple days ago on that map. Most of their round wins came from some monumental rounds where Raga would get a 3-way, Happyway I think had a 1 versus 3 clutch as well. They were it was rounds that were miracles rather than actual cohesive play. So it's not looking great for Gilai here, but heading over to Lotus first, a very important map for them to win if they have a hope in this series.
Yeah, it has to be where the stall is set out, right? It needs to be a very confident look from them. They can't continue to have that kind of downfall trajectory that we have seen since Masters, like we've highlighted. Coming out, starting strong, getting the sort of the vibes that is almost feels like a throwaway statement, but it really is about getting back used to being on this stage and where you belong. Let's not forget, this is a team that we always have standards of expecting to be right at the very top of the tables, right? This isn't a team that you're looking at going, oh well, they just about clinched playoffs. This is a team that are fighting for that #1 spot. It was only kickoff they were that #1 team. They just about missed it off in stage 2. This is a team that really have that make or break moment, and it needs to be break now.
And you've almost got to think like how come they're not kind of going to what used to be their bread and butter. I remember Gila used to be so good on that split with the breach, and even though it's not compositionally what most teams are running now if they're double duelist, you've got to think that in trying times it might be worth going to something simpler to just get a win on the board, because right now that is what they need. Yeah,
it could not be simpler. It is not quite win or bust, but it certainly will feel like win or bust for this team right now. The path just continues to be challenging. You need to kickstart it off at some point, and as week 2 comes in, your second match of the stage, the expectations cannot be higher, and you cannot let this fans and the management team behind XLG down.
As the walkout comes in, No Name always bringing the energy, always bringing the hype, and the team is very much going to need that today if they are to win this matchup. I feel like No Name as a player can be very hit or miss, can have some amazing performances, but can also drop to the wayside a little bit, and we saw that within their last series where on Ascent, No Name really showing up, being right up there with Raga, and they were decimating Titan Esports Club. But then we went over to Breeze, the all-important third map, and No Name was almost a non-factor for them in that one.
Yeah, No Name is probably what you're going to be calling them when this team loses, for the fact that it's No Man. We're going to be seeing
that's the one, No Man. Different player, different player.
Maybe this is where they went wrong. They picked up an extra layer, and all of a sudden they've scrambled to find the cohesion.
Instant trade. No Man. Apologies, No Man.
I just wanted to let you go. I had to call you at the end.
Yeah,
you know
thank you for not interrupting me earlier, Veggie. Thank you for allowing everyone to clip me being an absolute pleb.
I like DRG's confidence. You can see straight off the bat, Vukashu with the baseball bat saying that they're going to beat this team down, hitting them out of the park. This is a side that coming in right now to this matchup 2-0 could not be on hotter form. Yes, they had a poor show at Masters, but they want to get back to that international stage. They've tasted what international water tastes like, and they are hungry for more, like sharks circling their victims. They're waiting and ready to pounce on what Gilai can produce, and it's going to be the Vukashu show. That's what they're going to be relying on, and my God, we have seen what they can produce on Lotus to begin with, and they are certainly here for this moment.
I mean, they're coming in full confidence, 2-0 already. Their playoff spot pretty much confirmed, barring some very weird matchups. So for them, it's all about coming in here, just showing what they can do, keeping that momentum up, getting themselves into that first seed position, going into playoffs, and they look ready and raring to go. Look at that. The energy there is great from DRG.
Yeah, and I mean, in this group Omega, it's hard to keep pointing out, but Gilai is the team that you would be placing at the top, just looking at it off the rip, but instead it is this DRG side that they're facing up that are leading the charge for that #1 spot. Billy just slightly behind them. A tall task to be asked for, but sometimes you have to start it right away, and the coach will be drilling them in, will be drilling what this means to both of the teams, just settling the nerves, setting them up for success, and making sure that Gilai are leaving with a name, and that will be the champions.
Surely the Gilai coach going right now, Raga, please can you drop almost 80 kills for us again? We really need that in that match. Actually, you know what? Make it 100. Like if you can get even more kills, Raga, then we win this game for sure. But all jokes aside, I mean, we are going to need to see Raga step up again, especially when the team is struggling, and that's when you look towards these star players to kind of carry you through tough times. And well, Raga did have a monumental performance in the last series. It wasn't quite enough. So the question is, who is going to be that second behind him to help him out and reduce the burden just a little bit?
Yeah, and that player often has been happy with, right? That's a player that we've seen be the sort of the fallback for this team, one that's been stood up and been counted several times before. But in that last matchup, often MIA, besides a couple clutch moments, I mean, you're looking at a half where they were 3-10 without finding any success, another half where they're only getting 2 kills. They need to find the consistency to have the whole team on lock and getting ready to go. And I mean, you just look at that and you can see that the Vikashu's locked in and ready. He's not messing around. He is here to dominate, and I feel like he always is.
So let's talk a little bit about strats and about what these different teams might be looking to do. DRG, we know as a team, is very much, let's pressure one side of the map, let's see what Vukashu can do on the other and let that person cook, which is why I feel like Haven's so great for them. It's a map where you can really isolate those 1v1s for Vukashu being a 3-site map, and scarily for Gilai, very much the same on Lotus. A 3-site map is going to give opportunities for Vukashu to isolate these fights. So you got to feel like for Gilai Gaming that their first port of call has to be, how can we shut this player down and really break apart DRG's game plan?
Yeah, they'll know that Vukashu likes to get isolated on that C side. The rest of the team trying to take presence out of sort of A main to force the opposition into the kind of rat trap that we'll reference as Vukashu's setup. And I think what's going to be interesting is we're seeing the return of a Yoru Whaley, almost like where we have flashed back into a different stage. Be interesting to see how they utilise this Yoru as an agent that has had a significant drop-off, especially with the likes of Phoenix and Neon being so prevalent these days. But we know the success that it can have, especially when you start to use it as an initiator as well. So how will Gilai handle back into this composition? Well, we're not going to have to wait too long, because these teams are gearing up and getting ready to go to start off map number 1. We are here on Lotus. It's Gilai Gaming starting on defense, taking on the attacking side of Dragon Ranger Gaming, looking to see if they can kickstart the careers or if DRG are going to put the shovel in and start to bury this side.
It looks like it's about to be an absolute scrap towards this A site. 4 members from Gilai ready and waiting. They have a counter to this A aggression that DRG likes to do early on, and off the back of that, a full pivot over towards C.
Yeah, wall's going to be here. DRG looking to get this wall utilised and dealt with as fast as possible so that they can start to cross the time. The TP goes across, the dog goes in. Player identified, TP taken, and now Lysor's isolated on site and will be the first to fall.
Now off the back of that, it becomes a difficult situation for Gilai. 2 people on the flank. Gonna have to try go through Mound, but with pistols not the greatest situation to be in. Happy Way manages to get one, evens up the numbers just a little bit, but here comes Vukashu. Gets his one and backs away. No man, a player I incorrectly named no name earlier is now pushing through towards CT to just, from this defender side, to try just get some space, cause some chaos as the rest of the members slowly look to move in, but the crossfire setup is just too good to handle. With 1 player left alive, not really much to do there. A very simple, easy round from DRG.
Yeah, it's very well orchestrated. Took that original pressure and then just decided, like you said, just completely send it the opposite way. Gilai wanted to stay in case the pressure came back. A little bit late to dealing with the C hit, and by the times that this DRG side had their claws into the site, it was always going to be difficult to take, especially on a pistol where utility isn't really in your hands. It's DRG who get the whole hands for this start. Gilai licking their wounds ever so slightly, but let's not get too carried away as Gilai look to try and prevent this A pressure again. A deeper smoke to stop the cross, and it's Life who's going to try and disrespect with the Marshal, see if he can find anything. But Spike isolated over towards C, where no one from Gilai is watching.
They've just completely left it alone and isolated, and while obviously that is not known to DRG, they are getting some kind of an inkling that maybe that C site might be good to hit. Call it a gut instinct, but might work out for them as Vukashu trying to find any potential angle, just looking for this pick, and has Life almost as the overwatch in the back there towards Rubble, just making sure that nobody can pick them off. This so risky, but doesn't quite want to commit just yet. Creeping forwards, hoping that somebody peeks out to them.
Yeah, they're still just searching for all this information. Now that they've got themselves on C, they'll realise that there's absolutely nothing there, which is why the spike started to retreat back. They've got Vukashu placed, but the double swing for Ragar will come in. Spike can come down uncontested. That'll allow DRG to get another set up for this Gili side to try and find a comeback. But with only an outlaw in hand, could maybe find some success, but the rest of the team are going to struggle.
Spirits is a good fight to take, though. A Sheriff is definitely a weapon that you could look to overwhelm. Eye is going to be used to spot them out. Happy Way swings. The rest of the team comes. It's the Avengers on the backside. And they're managing to pinch them through towards site. Moving now onto Mound. They have to retake that space. Worried about a potential flank. But it's Nick that is going to be the anchor and the all-important one. But it's the weapon disadvantage that does not go Gili's way. As now with no man, the last one left alive does get a consolation kill to damage the economy just a little bit. It is going to be a round win for DRG.
I mean, you see, just a little bit. 4 players fallen. There was 2 Spectres and an Outlaw as well that made their way to the ground. Very costly for this DRG side, given that they got the stack right? They were able to get on site without anything being costed. Still had all 5 remaining. But then that Outlaw getting picked up, and instead of Gili deciding to die to the spike, they managed to make it work and almost force out this funky buy coming in from DRG. 2 Vandals, 2 Stingers, and that Marshal that's getting kept online. Want to go a little bit faster over towards C. We'll just start applying this pressure, but the Vice Wall will have to be dealt with if they want to make anything of this contention.
Thorns as well to slow them down, so it's going to be difficult to kind of force your way through onto this site, but the benefit of the Waylay is doesn't really have to commit if they don't want to. Can dash in and get straight back out if they come across any issues. All 5 members, like you said, waiting here outside main. Just trying to prod and poke to see if they can find any potential angle to get through. And as the dash comes in from the Waylay, forcing a bit of space, but it is going to be their demise. Nick has managed to make it through the wall, but it's just their death that they get as a consolation. And Happy Way, a 4K. You spoke about how this player struggled in the last series, but steps up for a big round just there.
Yeah, that's a happy takeaway for Gili. Fully shut down this attacking side of DRG. Felt like almost an overcommitment from DRG. They understood that there was 2 players there, the Vice Util that had to be dealt with, but refusing to prod on any other site and create pressure elsewhere meant that the defending side of Gili could just maintain their ground. And when you're walking into the crossfire of this player, well, you better hope he's not as activated, because that is the desired outcome. Looking like we are going to see some more C pressure. Happy Way has the Paranoia prepped and ready to go, with 2 players ready to activate off the back of it.
As soon as that orb taps, they go. The Paranoia is perfect. The nade combo as well just decimates DRG. As now Spirits fighting back. They've somehow managed to get 3 back for themselves, and it's Vukashu in a clutch situation. And if you're DRG, there's no better player for it than Vukashu right here. Should be able to plant the spike, but has no information on where these other players could be. Knows that one had tapped the doors, so could get an inkling that there is a player there, and can make a very educated guess that the other one is probably going to be regrouping with them.
That's a really good position behind Mound, but the Prowler spots it, but they get the kill. The second comes in, the C's connects, Haunt goes out, but the door will close and allow Vukashu to reposition and get the 3K. The man in the moment, the one we've warned you about, will not be thwarted. The clutch genes are there and prevalent, and up he stands.
And this just feels like Gili being so greedy, so aggressive to really just try convert this round. They'd already done all the hard work. They got the 3 kills. They got themselves a 5 versus 2, but then they just kept pushing for more. And when you trap Vukashu in a corner, he is going to bite back.
That's where he wants to be, Snow. He wants to be trapped. He wants you to give him no chance, because that's where he finds everything. And all of a sudden, the scoreline should have been 2-2, but instead, we're sat here 3-1. A-side looking like the site for action this time. They've had enough of C, so all 5 players just making their way down. There's only one to contact off the back of it. Leo will certainly have to play their life. Dimensional drift just to start to clear out this site and get any information should force the speed up, and you can already see Vikashu thinking about going for a reflag.
No flood available for Gilai just yet. They're having to still get in position for this retake. Flank is coming through, but Vukashu knows, and Vukashu's ready and waiting. The hack going to be used to gather all of that information of where these players might be. But Leo manages to get one back just to even this up slightly. There's so much utility available still for DRG. They didn't really have to use anything to get on site, and it means that they can push forward. It means that they can be aggressive, but a good paranoia stalls out this retake for a little bit longer. And DRG is just so good at finding those opportunities to win the round.
Yeah, this is where they just keep applying the pressure. Like you say, one bit of util to get on the site, the ult happily being expended means you can keep everything else for the potential retake, and when that comes down, Gilai playing right into DRG's hands. Really dominant start for the Dragons. Gilai maybe thinking about a timeout coming up quite soon. We'll start applying the A pressure once again themselves, going a little bit faster as No Man. Bucky in hand, trying to bait off the back to see if they can find anything.
That's the showstopper as well.
Oh,
if they could have just
God.
found that opening kill, it could have been an angle for a potential hero play, but instead it's Spirits who just shuts them both down. They want to aggress quickly onto site. Raga's already found their way here, but with a paranoia, they are completely shut down, and Gilai are just getting decimated on their own map pick.
Yeah, it feels like we've entered the CM Punk territory, because right now Gilai are being put to sleep. Night they go. Another round that the potential to cause damage finds absolutely nothing. A steel chair to the back of that Bucky certainly found success, and happy with 1 versus 4 with a Sheriff. Finds one, but will they find any more? They're getting chances, but the knife, it seemed, was almost running up behind them, and DRG continuing to add the rounds of the Jenga blocks of this Gilai's gigantic demise continues to stack up. That's
and the mental
so
game completely gone for Gilai now. I mean, DRG running at them with knives at the end of the round there to just try and inflict some psychological damage. I mean, at that point when DRG are so confident and these players, Spirits, Vukashu, are playing so well, they're really hard to counter.
Yeah, and I think for me, like you look at what Gilai are doing, right? And they aren't doing a whole lot wrong. Like, yes, they're almost being steamrolled 5-1 in this situation, but you've got Leo playing on A site at one point, sees that there's a 5-stack coming, so instead of trying to challenge and be that hero to rescue the map, they play back, play their life, which is the right thing to do. They get a kill base off the back of it. When they're playing up on C, they're applying the right pressure. You had that lovely set play beforehand, the round where Vukashu won, where they played the paranoia out. They triple swung off the back of a Vice Flash as well. There is clear set plays that are working, but DRG are just on top of every aspect of it. They were there ready to fight, and that's kind of where DRG's strongest element is, right? Apart from that fact of Vukashu is going to 1v5 you, they are happy to play as a team, and often is the case when they start to get a read on how this is going.
And it feels like it's almost like DRG can do no wrong. They go a bit slower, works out for them, they're able to find the picks. As soon as they up the tempo as well, the utility usage is so good that they either take site for free or they get kills trying to. Now it's on Gilai to really change the tempo of the game, put things back in their corner, and mound control is a good start to that, giving them some great information with that one way early on.
Applying the pressure on door, but DRG are happy to play this a little bit more patient. Did want to fight out of B, but instead will regroup over towards A, knowing that there has been an initial contact. Raga waiting with the operator. Maybe this is the difference maker. We'll hope that somebody just about crosses that pipeline But the thing with DRG is they're happy to poke and prod. They have util to clear this out if needed. A dog to clear the corner. And there's the second Jorowal in only 6 rounds. Gets spotted, but still gets an opportunity.
Oh, life's gone down. The convergent path's no longer able to be used. But Vukashu's finding kills on sight. Spirit's trying to stay safe. The showstopper's been popped. It's a 1-for-1 trade in a situation that it shouldn't be. And now Raga, left all alone, has that operator. It's a pivot towards B. The paranoia is great. The Thorn's even better to slow this player down. And Lysor finishes it up. And you've got to feel that one kill, taking out that waylay to stop that convergent paths, was the difference maker for that round.
Absolutely a lifeline for Gili. The ult finding its value, and Happyway once again shutting down that B entrance, allowing just one more round to be added. But it's still costly, as you can see, players struggling to afford to come in with it. Leo has to come in with a Bulldog, whereas DRG's money still good. They have a full buy. They know they're at a chokehold. They know there's people in contention. And out steps Spirits, picks up a kill, and TP's back to safety. Just like that. Bye-bye, Leo.
And that's the luck player. That's not even where the main pressure point for the round was. Spirits just goes and gets a freebie essentially off some insane mechanical play. But now, a paranoia prepped, ready and waiting. Lysor is going to be the one that gathers this information of where it might be. The dog spots them though. Still after paranoia. Convergent path's going to be used. A double TP out gets them to safety. Life dashes onto Mound. The control is there. Smoke to stop them. Thorns available as well. The door is going to be open to try make some question marks for the Gili Gaming squad, as Lysor has managed to pick up one through the smoke. And if they do pivot towards B, Raga is there ready and waiting with that operator.
Yeah, and they have no man just holding down A side as well. They have this funnel directly into where they want them. And it's Lysor's possession above that will find two, looking for the last couples. And it's Spirits that walks around the corner, who will find that kill. And a 2 versus 3. Some players isolated. Spirits keeps it alive. 10 seconds left to go. Oh, the spike!
Raga! Raga, no! Being the hero that their team needed. A player that we highlighted at the last possible second, denying that plant, which forces a swing from the Cypher right there to try and clutch this round out for DRG. But it was such a good hold from them. They stalled out so much time with the utility and the pressure created early, meaning that DRG felt that they had to make something happen. They had to make a play work, and they just didn't have the opportunities for it.
You talk about early pressure, it was all that for DRG. Since the timeout though, Gili back-to-back rounds starting to apply the pressure of their own to DRG, knowing that Lotus very attacking favours for many a teams. Will have to use that timeout themselves to start addressing some issues that they are finding. And for me, the point that is there is just the lack of pressure across the map. They apply that initial pressure, get a kill and back off, but after that it's just a full focus on that one side where they're going to be, right? We kind of highlighted it just at the end of the round there. You had No Man, who was right up at that A choke point. All the comms can funnel into the team that it can only be C, with Raga watching the B choke point. There's only one place that this DRG side can go to, and you need to be causing a little bit of confusion so that Gili can't manipulate the game like that. They need to be a little bit more spread out, and right now DRG need to find their way back into doing that.
DRG only one rifle in the hand of Spirits. I mean, it's not the worst person to have a rifle on. 12 kills already in this half. Has been doing a lot of work, especially getting these opening picks and creating opportunities for DRG. Gili recently has just been a little bit more ahead of the game, A double Thorn set up now to stall out a potential push. But if they just walk through it, the Thorns is going to do nothing. The Paranoia Flash is perfect to force Lysa off the angle. And they want more, though. They want to push forwards and find this kill. Spirits has managed to do it. Trying to gain some kind of space, but Happy Way waiting with that Paranoia. It misses, but it doesn't matter because Raga jumping out on the angle with the knives. Always going to be good for one in that situation, and trying to find more as well, being the hero that the team needs. And with the weapon advantage, you've got to feel like Gila are favored. Even though it's even numbers, it's just a Sheriff and a Bandit in the hands of Vukashu and Nick, who are on site, pinched from both sides, peeked from above. The smoke is doing a lot of work to keep them safe as Happy Way drops down. Vukashu lands one, and it's a 1 versus 1 situation. No utility to work with, but Happy Way, how did you even find your way there?
I feel like it had to be a TP, right? Because he just glitched across the map back up. Gets the defuse as well, but always in that situation, you have Vukashu in a 1vx. There's always the chance. And I think this is the play right here that almost cost the round, right? You had Spirits trying to take that more aggressive angle to play ahead of the Paranoia, but there was a weapon dropped up onto the floor that another teammate could have picked up. You could have retreated and tried to take a stronger fight, but instead overly committing to it means that this game gets a little bit closer. Only 1 round separating them. The string of 3 for both teams now. And XLG, getting a real grip, will go aggressive over towards A, take all that space back, but DRG's adaptation is to head over towards B, and here is Happy Way to deny it with the first kill.
And they're just instantly looking to flood in. Leo's here as well. While the Cypher ultimate is used, they are going to be able to get that information that nobody is left on B side. Vukashu trying their best to quickly set up as Raga. Bunny hopping through a smoke, going to be taken down. And it's chaos on the site. But it does seem to be going the way of Gila Gaming as weaponry no longer able to be used. It's a brief pause for both teams. As now Vukashu left alone again. They've already converted a 1 versus 2. But can they make a 1 versus 3 work? Looking for any isolated fight, but not going to be able to find it. As Gila Gaming has evened up the round score. And while it looks so DRG favoured at the start, it's Gila Gaming that are now in that driver's seat.
Yeah, they've started just to warm up and get themselves going, despite getting isolated on site, unable to commit it down. Felt like they were just trying to take the fight a little bit too much to them. Meant that the pressure just upped and upped and up for DRG, and ultimately, when the kettle popped, they were not there to add the bag. The bag this time focuses its way over towards A. A fast attack finds life, taking away Rarga's. 5 versus 4, yeah, this is crazy.
Sheriff v Operator, not really a gun not really a fight you're expecting the Sheriff to win, but I guess when you've got it in the hands of life, anything can happen and will happen. A site has 3 members here, so it is the strong site for Gila. That does benefit them. But with that information coming through from the dog, it could be a potential pivot. It seems like they still want to potentially try and force. Oral Ultimate going to be used to gather that information. Spirits is already onto site. Gila Gaming just getting picked off 1 by 1. Every ultimate being invested by DRG just to convert 1 round. Try bring themselves up towards 6. No man, the sole player left alive is going to be spotted now with that information. A hell of a big task to convert this round.
Yeah, 4 names to take out if he wants to convert it. Make sure that there's no name left alive, but instead picks up the Operator and will retreat back to safety. Needs that for the next round. Knows the impact that this weapon can have and has had throughout the series so far. Rarger certainly been that focal point. And DRG, as soon as you start to count them out, they start to galvanise and swinging together. The recipe for success that we've seen so often for them. Playing the numbers advantage. You might have the gun advantage, but ultimately if there's 3 people swinging you, the numbers favour the bold. A nice little emote there in lobby. Alt 4, I think that was, for that emote, if you're looking to do that in game.
Stop trying to grief my games, Reggie. Stop trying to influence the audience into throwing. But I feel like this round very much just a hero round from life, picking off the op and then finding two more afterwards.
Would you say it's a life round?
Why do I still agree to work with you? That's the question I ask myself every day. But the question that Gila are going to be asking is, where are DRG? So much A pressure already created, and it's only been 20 seconds into the round.
Yeah, but they have the answers. They've got B being watched. They've got Raga pushed up on C. They know once again that DRG are funneling into this site. It's a one-dimension attack that DRG just seem to have on repeat every single time, but they find ways to make it work. They've got themselves into the garden. The question is, can they dig themselves out of this hole? No, it's Leo with a 2K followed up by Lysor at the back.
And now, DRG's chances of converting this 7th round win for themselves looking very, very slim. But we say it time and time again. You never want to count them out when that man there is alive, but it doesn't matter anymore because Vukashu, the raid boss, is down. We've got a new raid boss in the server, and their name is Happy Way.
A player that you were massively critical of for underperforming in that last series. Certainly making sure it's a defensive showing here on Lotus. Not wanting to go down easy, making sure it's a fight. And when the pressure's up, the big moment players come out to shine. And it's 6-6. There's still a lot to do, let's not get it twisted. There's a long path to go because it's almost as quiet as Vukashu's been on this map. You're kind of heading into where he's favoured, right? This is a defensive agent that this player plays so often. And now you're starting to enter his playground.
That is the scary prospect. How much work can Vukashu do? And with this Vice, you got to feel like the aim from Gilai might be to just hard hit these sites and be able to set up. The stall utility is so great if they can get themselves on site. We didn't get to quite see it come to fruition on defense. I feel like DRG was very good at either baiting it out or just straight up hitting through it. On this attack side now, if they can manage to get themselves into these post-plant situations, you've got to think Gilai should be favoured.
Yeah, you put it forward for them. Just looking at the last time these two teams played off in the lower final of Stage 1, Lotus was one of the maps and the scoreline was 13-2. So, quite clearly a remarkable turnaround.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. A little bit of a change. I mean, a little bit better for definitely one of these teams.
But DRG...
the question is, do you think that... I mean, you said Vukashi's been a little bit quiet. We saw that one monster round that they were able to have to really pull out a round for DRG. But you said this is Vukashi's playground now. But not actually holding towards C. Instead, electing to put Vukashu towards that A site and hoping that maybe they can make some magic happen through tree.
Yeah, the rest of the team focusing up on B means we are going to see some very fast action. Contacting off the back, it's Raga with the bandit. The flash comes out, a three-peat comes through, and it's going to be Gilai that finds all of the victims. And somehow, life escapes. Not for long.
Not for long at all, and that's one way to counter Vukashu. Don't even go to the site that they're on. We know Vukashu's going to be C or A, so let's just hit B and win in the absolute chaos. And I don't even know how Gilai managed to win that fight through B. I thought all of them were blinded, but the quickest turn from Raga, literally milliseconds to react, and somehow manages to turn the flash and get enough damage off for the team to clean up.
Yeah, I feel sorry for the read on that. Both teams getting it correct, but ultimately a 3 versus 5. Once again, my strong point, but I'd imagine 5 is more than 3, and that certainly paid out dividends right there. A little bit slower on this round, that's for sure. I think the round was already over this time last time, but Zilai trying to see if there's any presence over by A, contacting the Prowler. We'll find Spirits on B. 3 players ready and waiting to go, but the Spike still just sat in spawn, waiting for that first body to be found, waiting to see if there's a stack anywhere so that they can play in towards safety.
And I think most likely expecting that DRG were going to do something very aggressive, which would not be unusual, but instead is DRG maybe hoping that they can create some chaos, some very close smokes for them to look to play in. Paranoia used as well to try slow down Raga, who is so eager to peek, and it's a collateral that will net them that kill and make that 3 as they've able to pick off Vukashu as well.
The paint shells there were just excellent to force the reposition right into Raga's crosshair. And the collapse was found. DRG had the gamble stack pretty much right from where things were heading out, but ultimately Zilai on top of this A assault, leaving only Nick left alive. A little bit lower health pools for the side of Zilai, but with only a Sheriff, the chances of this coming through, especially when there's a triple swing about to fold off, it's only going to need the one, and it is No Man who takes the name.
Great play from Eli just there. I was a bit weary of this aggressive play from Raga, but when you can hit shots like that, it doesn't really matter that much. Like you said, Paint Shell's great to force repositions, just making sure that Raga can get all the advantageous fights that we know that they can win. And actually, with the weapons that they've saved, it's not too bad a buy for Zilai Gaming right here.
No, it's not bad at all. The money's certainly stacking up. DRG wanting to take the fight to them on A, similar to how XLG played it, but it's Happyway who finds once again the first contact and forces a retreat in this DRG side, licking their wounds so early on into the round. We'll have to find another avenue back.
Trying to gain some semblance of pressure, just smoking off that cross so that they can look to take some fights, look to reclaim rubble. The dog going to be used as well to gather information, and then they know now that pretty much everybody has left that A site. Rotates will start to come in towards C. Is Vukashu's site, who highlighted so much, but they haven't been able to do much on defense so far. A couple of consolation kills for them in that last round. A high setup to catch the jump in, the satchel. It's the prediction that's great from Vukashu, but it means a pivot over towards this B site. Cam is there, ready and available to spot them as they swing out, but Nick is just a bit quicker. Flash comes out as well. They just want a flood. They are giving them no quarter. DRG just pushing the pace, pushing the tempo, and it's exactly what they needed to get themselves back in this game.
Absolutely fell for that rat trap over towards C, funneled back into B, and I think DRG do a really good job of getting there on time, right? There's a moment where Zilai could definitely get themselves onto B, but this flash is just absolutely pivotal for the retake. Connects with both and allows the new player of Verse to pull out and write their own lyrics for this team. Show that the academy pickup is certainly proven successful. Flexing not to be missed. Does DRG want to make it smooth sailing?
Again, there's rubble pressure that's causing a little bit of issue for DRG. It's making them draw a lot of members over to this side of the map. And it's what we expected. In the preamble, we spoke about how DRG looks to make plays on the other side of the map and kind of leave Vukashu alone. But Zilai Gaming just opting to not even go towards Vukashu's site. Instead, just keep hitting towards A, keep trying to find these plays, and a net advantage on the trades gives them this A site for free.
Yeah, the triple swing out of B meant that Zilai could force up over towards A a lot faster, could push up the pace, get them on there, know where everyone else is, sets up a retake for DRG. Not the best util, one flash available, and that's all they have. The retract starting to dissipate for life. Contact play through the door, and it's the flash that's used.
Oh, and the timing from Happy Way, perfect to get them that kill. While it is traded 1-for-1, it's still numbers dwindling for DRG. They feel pressured, they have to make a play, and Life, all alone, no real time left to work with, just has to save the rifle and run away with their tail between their legs.
Yeah, has to save that one. You can see Gili already wanting to hunt it down, trying to predict where Life would go, but opposite sides of the map, they've almost switched sides for where they're hiding. And as soon as DRG looked like they started to find a path back in, it's Gili who answered back, this time unaided by a timeout. But it was that fight there, the fact that Lysor's able to get one makes it really difficult for this retake. Forced up the pace for the site take. I mean, the DRG were at a huge disadvantage when it came to try to fight back. No util left either. And I mean, you look at what's going on right now for DRG. There's a 4-stack over by stairs. The old PRX strat trying to play a version of a higher lower, but instead it's a lefty righty. And they're not going to find anything because Gili went, we're just going to head over towards C. We've not been there in a while. Let's see if we can find a setup, and there is nobody home.
It's that conditioning of creating so much pressure towards Rubble early round, which kind of forces Gili to almost have to put more bodies here, especially on that save. But with the slower tempo now from Gili, it does give DRG a chance to rotate, and they are just going to gamble and predict that it is going to be a commit towards C, and with the current setup, they would be correct. Life now looking to make this peek out happen. Has the pop back if they want to. Can't find the first kill. There's so many bodies here, though. It's an absolute team fight. As on the site, Raga trying to create some space. The trades are just so good from Gili Gaming, though. Every play they make it together. And Nick left alone to try be the hero. I feel like it's a situation these DRG players are finding themselves in a lot within this match.
Yes, it's not where they needed to be. I mentioned that lower finals, it was only 2 rounds on defense that DRG were able to get, and right now you can see a world where 2 rounds is all they'll get, as well as Gili close things up to get on to 10. Fairly clean on that side. There was potential for damage, but ultimately when the sweep came through, the bodies were found. And Gili just not allowing DRG to find any path into this, attacking everywhere at the right time. Methodical at the best. You've seen them play it really slow and see if DRG will have any aggression. Mixing up how they want to attack. They've got flank control cover as well. And this isn't a side that you're looking at as being on that 0-1, having lost 6 games in a row since Masters, right? This is certainly a team that would be expecting to see from their stage 1 sort of momentum that they had. You're starting to see signs of life in Gili.
And on the opposite side, the confidence from DRG almost gone. We spoke about how Vukashu on the walkout was bringing that baseball bat, kind of hyping up the crowd, bringing all that energy early on, but then now after this last round, head in their hands. Not quite sure how to answer what Gili has given them.
Yeah, we've really not seen the best of this player. We are expecting more. We highlighted both Raga and Vukashu at the start of the season, and it's only really Raga that we've seen turn up. Yes, Vukashu's had that one highlight moment, but we're used to seeing at least 5 of those highlights in one map from this player.
And it's not even Raga, it's Happyway, who you spoke about and who I said had a rough performance in their last match against Titan, but now really answering anybody that might have criticised them and saying, look, I am still here and I am ready to play.
Yeah, got the confidence back, and it was on show. Lysor not far behind either. No Man will try and go a little bit faster. Showstop investing, knives up as well, just trying to shut this one down. But it's Vukashu, who we've just criticised, that is here to start answering, looking for more, but No Man is quick on the trigger, pulls out the draw, and will try and clear out more space for this team.
Smoke error there leaves a little gap, which was potentially an opportunity for Nick, but just can't land the shot. is forced to back away. The spike down now. Still a lot of utility to work with for this DRG side. Depending on what they want to play for. Paranoia going to be used. The TP behind, but the flash is perfect. And Life has read it. As now they're going to have to open this door again. But Leo, with that kill, could have just been the difference maker. They know exactly where Life is. And now with no weapon to be able to use, Life, yet again, going to be in a situation where they're trying to conserve just that. Will not be able to do so.
Listen, a lot of rounds invested from Sheila, a lot of ult, invested to get that round over the line. But ultimately, when you're closing yourself up to 11, you're giving yourself the best chance to have the cycle available if things start to go wrong. Steel Garden just to steal that one out. 2 rounds away, you know if you win this, you're breaking the back of the economy on DRG, and you should start to see the bright lights of Haven appearing in the not so far distance. And it's going to be a push out once again from B. We've seen this on the pistol from DRG. This time, nobody to contest it. Finding some space over towards A, but it's quickly traded out. And now you start to see DRG look to get back into that Hobbit to quickly retake.
No man has the nade, has everything they need to stall this out. The Thorns as well. We spoke about this at the half swap. That Vice can just offer so much stall if they're able to get onto site. And that becomes so much more difficult for DRG to retake this one.
You're almost wondering at one point, do they have to save to try and find a way? Not get any space on site. You have so much to clear off. Lyson in the smoke could really be the answer. But as Vukashu finds that first kill, maybe the avenue opens up. Lysor quickly gets back, but Happyway on site will shut it down. The TP up to safety, and Life all alone.
Happyway putting on an absolute clinic right here. The TP out into the smoke to just create an extra additional angle. A smoke that's traditionally just used as a one-way, but knows that players going to be lurking through, going to have to check towards drop. And we saw there the convergent paths used as well. It's just all this utility to stall out this push, and ultimate wasted from DRG. The buy not looking great. 3 Guardians on the board.
Look at that.
They don't really have answers.
two no armor, 3 halves. It's a little bit tough right here, and DRG know that, so they've had to go aggressive. They've had to take this space over towards A. They cannot be the people being applied the pressure to. They need to be the aggressors. And as soon as they've taken that, they've backed off, they've retreated, falling into this trap that sits over by C. Vukashu ready and willing to wait on them coming in, but instead it's a play for the orb to try and get closer to that showstopper. But you'd have to imagine it should almost be irrelevant.
As we speak about Happyway's performance, we've got to mention Lysor as well. We've just been told that Lysor's reached 1,000 assists. Feel like that's a very high merit to have as being that kind of role player for the team, filling in what they need. Sometimes playing those smokes, sometimes playing those sentinels, but always able to just provide that support to the key players.
Tell you one thing, they're smoking this DRG side right now. Never mind. Will they fall in? It's Life and Nick who bring up the shooting gallery. Trying to find a way to stay in this game, but the pressure just keeps being applied.
How as we led to Vukashu on a 1 versus 2 again, and the spam through the smoke. It's just an easy round win and a map win. Well, I say easy in the chaos. Gili just finds a way to always net an advantage, and a result that I think none of us would have been expecting with Gili's current form. A 13-7 victory over DRG, who has looked so strong in their first few maps of this split.
No, and it was 6-6 at the halves, though. I said last time they only got 2 on defense. This time they only get 1. It was the attacking side where they were able to find stuff, and clearly an overconfidence in how DRG are able to play this map out, find so little success. And for me, a lot of this just comes down to Gilai starting to look a lot more drilled, right? The little small thing for me is still orb maxing and what eventually was the final round, right? They knew that if a comeback was to happen, that they're going to try and put themselves into a position to make sure they have one final round, and they're still going for it. It shows to me that they're ready and capable, they're not getting carried away, and they kind of know where the end goal is.
So many plays that were just so close between both these teams. At the end of the day, it was always Gilai just pushing it over the line. DRG, adaptations, Veggie. What do we need to see in their next map? I mean, obviously Haven, we spoke about how it is a stronger map for them, but were there any concerns for you in this one that maybe some issues that might need to be fixed but in the break?
Yeah, I mean, for me, a lot of it, I mean, the defense was just tragic, right? In general, they just got ran down for the most part. Not even like speed-wise ran down, more ran down in terms of ideas. There's a lot to go through, but as we come up here, we will get to see the team comms for how they brought this together.
Yeah, let's still have a seat.
They open door for B. They're doing BC default. I can't you go A?
Holding C.
Did you go A?
这在拿一，这在拿一。
啊，来，看到。
这fly，破不来。
No one A, no one A. C is there. One more side, no one A. One more guys, good job.
One more holding.
Nice! Go! Oh, he's heavyweight, not light I thought it's light heavyweight, bro. Okay. Nice, heavy. I see you.
大师兄。
Well played.
大师兄回来了。
对，右上 side， 往右 side。
再扶我手。
side。Real side。对。
我跟你。
我们 high volley guys。Maybe they got B。
Go P。High 给你。
三个最。One more。
高底。
Nice, happy. Let's go, happy. Let's go. Come on.
There you go. Happyway right at the top, heavily criticised from that last series, struggling to really find any impact. Well, talk about an impact coming back in. 286 ACS, 90% cast, 207 ADR. They certainly dictated how this matchup was going to go, and it all started off in this third round.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many opportunities that Happyway had where you would think, oh, maybe it's just a single kill here. Just one is all they get, but they'll get one or two or three. They'd always manage to just consistently be a performer in those moments where Gilai needed them. And you got a player popping like this, and it isn't even Raga. It's good things for Gilai Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you might have thought there was a lack of confidence in that first matchup. I think the Omen TP right at the end shows you that the confidence was back, certainly feeling their way back into it. And I mean, it just seems so weird looking at this scoreboard, right? You spoke at Raga being that #1 player in the whole of China after day one, and the rest of the team really struggling. And then you look at this and you're like, well, Raga's only 13-3. No, it's only the other duelist that's below them. Everyone else with a team that were pulling themselves together, almost as if they were pulling Raga through. Like, you had our back last time and we let you down. We've got your back this time, brother.
Yeah, and honestly, it's great to see from Gilai. It felt like this is what was missing, was almost that team play element, and maybe simplifying the game style a little bit more, going back to what Gilai historically has always been good for, these set plays where they can really utilize their map knowledge and that team cohesion to overwhelm opponents, and we saw it really come through there.
Yeah, and I think another thing that we haven't really highlighted throughout that one is Gilai had so much success playing that triple Senti on Lotus last time, and then got found out quite quickly at Masters for how the composition is maybe only taking teams in China off guard. But the fact that they've managed to address that with having so many games put together as well, and come in and put together such a dominant display. Yes, their defense maybe didn't net as many rounds, but in reality getting 6 is usually pretty strong, especially on Lotus. And then when it came to that attack, just being unrelenting and stacking up the rounds back to back, just saw them finish that across. I mean, what, almost 7 rounds in a row for them. It was just, that's the XLG that we were missing on that match #1 for them, at least.
Yeah, we talk about that 6-6 first half, but you've got to also remember, one of those rounds was just Vukashu doing Vukashu things. Another round was Spirits, who was able to just pick off 3 people at the start of a round. They were very much hero plays from DRG, which are outliers for how that game went. Every time it was an even number situation, XLG was always able to pull it through.
Yeah, and let's not forget, I think they were 4-1 down before that timeout came as well to really kickstart them back into this series. The timeout that proved to be the winning factor for XLG at least sends them to map number 2 looking confident and hungry to seal this one out in a nicer fashion. For DRG, as they head to Haven, they'll be hoping for a little bit of respite back to normality of their home ground to take this all the way to 3 maps. But as we wait the conclusion of this one, we're going to take a short break and come back and find out everything that has to happen. Map number 2 is getting closer, so DRG find themselves 1-0 down in this series. Maybe for them a map that they would have looked at before on Lotus saying, well, we're not very good at it, let's just write it off. But as they head towards Haven, the only map that they won in the best of 5 the last time they played up against XLG, is there a chance for this team?
I mean, there's always a chance when you've got players of this caliber, and also there's just always a chance that, like we said, I hate to keep harping on about it, I hate to keep highlighting it, but G-Light are gonna be fatigued. They played so many officials in the past 2 weeks. They, at a certain point, they've got to reach that breaking limit. Or, you know, there's some teams that when you've just got that constant grind, you can kind of enter into that flow state. And maybe that's what we're seeing from G-Light here, that finally everything is starting to click, because that defense half 6-6, you know, not the greatest performance, but 13-7. The match ending, they were dominant on their attack half, and they looked like the G-Light that we've seen top the region.
Yeah, I think that's the exact point, right? Is that they kind of had a chokehold on that match right at the end and did not let go. And if G-Light can keep that up, yes, obviously a break and heading into a different map, but if they can keep that up mentally, then they really should find their way back in it. My only concern is sometimes when you have someone that is so strong, you know, that when you anger the bear, you need to be ready for it to bite back. That's my only concern with Vukashu that they might have, is that they really shut him down and didn't let him have, I mean, minimal impact if I'm being nice, right? He had very minimal impact in that last match. He needs to be the player that DRG know he can be to get them back into this. Yes, there's 4 other players in it, but he's the one that always kickstarts the comeback. He's the one that we've seen when the team's 6-1 down and no life left in them. He's the one that finds a way to grasp at the air and to really be that parachute. But Haven is a map, like you said, that they've played on before. I think it was 13-7 when they played at stage 1. When they played up in Masters, which is a series that I fully overlooked in my research, it was 13-4 in the side for DRG. So they will be coming into this one confident, right? They know they have some favours into this. The compositions are slightly different for both of these teams, so that's a factor to take into it. And I think that's something that XLG are playing into at the minute, is they're not still playing the old comps that they had from stage 1.
And I feel like in that last map, what we saw was some great research from G-Light, because it almost felt like they knew where Vukashu was going to be every round. And they just played so well around avoiding him, forcing him to retake, forcing him into bad positions where he couldn't be that playmaker that we've seen. And with how much DRG has played Haven, and with these two teams playing each other, there's a lot of footage for them to watch on these setups. And if they've studied well, they can do the exact same thing as they did in Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, let's just have a look at the stats from stage 1. Haven played 5 times for DRG, 80% win rate. They certainly come in here confident that they will be able to take us to that map number 3. But for G-Light, we said that this was a do or die matchup with the rest of the group on looking for how it was going to go. I think though the rest of the group will start to be shaken in their boots a little bit, because as we head into map number 2, we find out if G-Light have fully returned or if DRG are going to rise and protect the prize that they have on their sides. As they start this out on defense once again, G-Light start an attack, want to continue the momentum from that last map.
Trying to gather some of that early information, see where these setups might be, and Life has crept forwards into Cubby. They are going to know that this player is here. Shock darts trying to be used to clear them out, but the timing is perfect. Life has crept through and has spotted the player. It's a full rotate over to A. They know that this has to be the site that is hit. And Life trying to go on this flank. It would have been watched. The timing is everything. Life trying to sprint through, but Leo spots it. But now on site, DRG has all the information that they needed. And Leo, the sole player tasked with watching that flank, is going to be the player that has to carry the rest of the weight of this round.
Yeah, Spike isolated on the floor. Chances of winning this just got a little bit higher. It's waiting for someone to swing off, and it will be Vukashu that swings. The dart is up, but it's a miss. The pressure in the moment does come up. The double stack is still ready and waiting to go. And the verse might have been written before as the kill comes in, and just a little nod of the head, not getting overconfident, knowing that there's still a lot to do. We're only one round into this comeback, and we do not want to overstep. For G-Light, maybe a slight overestimate in what DRG were going to commit to. I haven't seen that 3-stack over towards C at the start of the round. Committed just a little bit too late, it felt like, to get over to A, which meant the reinforcements, the cavalry, could arrive. For DRG, the dream start for them. Can they keep up this pressure?
Gili, all 5 contacting up through, but you look who's backside here. Cashew potentially looking for some shots, looking for an angle to find a fight. Gili is going to get the spike down, but all 5 members of DRG still alive and ready and waiting for this retake. The rotates are going to come through very fast, and there's utility for them to work with. But with 2 snipers on board, the retake becomes a little bit harder. 3 members sitting in this smoke. They're just looking to push out, jumping out of the smoke. It's an absolute bloodbath, but it is going to go the way of Gili as the knife is pulled out. Leo running out of bullets in that shorty. No other options, but 3 kills on the board for this Gili squad. Bringing the economy down of DRG just a little bit, even though it is a round win.
Yeah, look, they knew they had the weapon disadvantage. They knew the sight is going to be really hard to hold if you're just playing passive with pistols and a shorty. So trying to take the timing out of the Viper's orb, that could have went such a different way if the final kill doesn't come in. But for Gili, they get their chance with rifles. We've seen what they could do on Lotus attack.
Life has an op. Life has an op on round 3.
This could be vital.
No way Gili are going to be expecting this, but they've somehow gambled perfectly, and this C site is both away from the op and the weaker side of the map. They are going to have to deal with these trips still as Vukashu rings off 1 shot. The stun is going to force them back as well. The site is completely 3, and it feels like Gili almost got away with murder there, being able to avoid that operator.
Yeah, now you have the problem of holding an outlaw and an op into a retake, a bandit to address it. A really tough situation. The only advantage is Happyway and Lysor both down to 10 HP, a whisper away from death. We'll have to start using the utils and repositions to try and find something else. And Rarga takes a wild stray shot through a box, allowing Spirits to capitalise and bring in this retake.
Life managing to get 1. The operator was swapped out to Verse so that some space can be taken. But as the numbers start to dwindle, you've got to think it might be a save. Life gets another. A 1 versus 2 situation now. Committing to the round, but has to stick. And the 4.7k investment in round 3 has decimated DRG's economy. You've got to feel such a big investment, a high risk, high reward play nets them no reward.
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. It's one of those where they want to just start the momentum rolling as fast as possible, get the snowball factor in, but unfortunately for them, the contact comes elsewhere. Gili, whether they're on top of it or knowing that they can isolate this outlaw of Vukashu over towards C, continuing to play into that. But it's Spirits who takes an aggressive angle, peeks past that Viper's wall as well, disrespects it to get that first kill, and maybe even think about allowing Life to peek up and get a gun.
DRG just finds these angles with, it is, like we said before in that last round, high risk, high reward play. When it works out, it looks great. When it doesn't, it leaves us scratching our heads. Now DRG was hopefully looking to flood, but the molly is just going to slow them down for a few seconds.
Yeah, C-site once again needing to be retaken. No man taking a nice little angle up here in garage, waiting to see if anyone will pull through. Lysor uses a paranoia to buy time and reposition, gets on top and finds 1 kill, finds another. Hunter's Fury invested in, and now no man can activate, and now DRG's retake has capitulated in a moment's outburst, only left with Verse, who will fall at the first question mark as no man claims another victim. This seaside is certainly looking to find their finding feet.
Yep, they're finding feet. And I'm very glad for them, as this looks like it's going to be a close match now. As a good round from Gili, but it kind of comes off the back of that operator buy. Economy was ruined. They had to force into it, but there's 1 player with a bulldog. Life didn't even have a weapon, was just relying on that overdrive, and now they have to save.
Save, but they're going aggressive once again, just right down into mid, but XLG right on top of the possibilities, waiting for positions to be pulled, but they maybe just got got a little bit impatient and want to advance up before they needed to.
Now, Gilai knows they have to reclaim some of this mid space. They've used the dart, instantly broken. Spirits, not again! Spirits, calm down! You can't just be this greedy every round. Tries to go for, once again, that high risk, high reward playstyle, but this time will just be taken out. DRG just full on committing to A, hoping, praying that this is the site Gilai goes towards.
Yeah, well, they have the cam up on C, right? So they can get the information from that when Vukushu keeps flashing back onto it. So knowing that B site is impossible to get to with how deep they were, they will just gamble over towards here. But you can see DRG trying to probe onto it, will get some contact, and the spike, it's all just been a huge distraction as they're happily just slowly, I mean, they looked like they were heading towards C there, but decided maybe just to probe back over towards B. This trip will get the information, but Lysor's TP'd back a site, can hold it down for now.
It's such an awkward position to be in, but the retake flood comes through. They're just trying to create chaos on the site and see if they can find the kills. But it's just Raga cleaning up this round, making it work with an easy 3k. And it was an expected result considering the economy of DRG. You got to think that there was maybe potential with the timing that DRG could have pulled that one out.
Yeah, but it's really well handled from Gilai Gaming, right? They get this pressure down mid, then they start to head their way over towards A. They must have had a little bit of information to identify that there was a stack waiting for them. So send Spike on a mission with reinforcements to try and drag it out. Yes, they kind of land on that B side, which allows for a faster flank and a faster retake, but ultimately, weapons massively in Gilai's advantage. They can just keep applying pressure, start to snowball themselves, and it's going to be DRG that have to call this early time at this time, Snow.
And I think this is harping back to what I was talking about with Gilai and the research that they've done. They knew that applying just the tiniest bit of pressure on A would force that full stack, that full rotate on the eco round, and so they use utility there to draw those members over, and meanwhile you've got players lurking up through B, creating that space and really giving them the advantage there on site. And DRG needs to change something up now because it's becoming apparent that Gilai has the read on them.
Yeah, and I think for me the biggest criticism of that kind of mid push that we just seen from DRG on the save was it was almost like a little bit non-committal, right? You had Spirits taking such an aggressive angle going right up to the window, but the rest of the team almost just left them alone. They retreated back quite fast. A lot of the time you'll see the pressure being put down on mid. It's just a full stack, committing to it regardless, taking the fight into spawn, but instead retreated back, which puts them at this disadvantage where they're 3-2. Yes, they've now got weapons, so they'll start to head up onto C. The op's back online, so Life tries to find a way out, but with the stun in the fast lane coming in, they will get traded down.
And now Vukashu's managed to find the timing to get onto site, but it's all 1v1s. Well, they're not completely favoured towards Gilai. Getting this spike down and a Viper's pit to boot, it's going to be great for their chances at winning this round.
Yeah, the Viper's pit down after the Seekers have been used as well is absolutely massive. And the retake is even tougher. Diversion path now being put in to cut off backside. Try and deal with this pit one by one, but it's XLG who keep finding the blood.
The issue is the paths we use to fight those players off the site, but out of the pit, sorry. And
yeah.
Meanwhile, we had two players in the pit just causing utter chaos, picking off these members that were trying to go in. And I love when teams do this. Viper puts the pit up. You have one extra player in there playing aggressive, while the Viper tries to stay a little bit safer. And it just means that there's so many opportunities to find those kills in angles where you normally wouldn't be able to.
You almost feel like the diversion path is more useful to hit the Viper's pit, right? Rather than trying to isolate that fight outside. You've got two teammates coming in to attack the pit, and instead you're trying to get the one outside it. Deal with the pit first, especially since you lost the Seekers, the Cabbages as they're often known as, but Cabbage was all that they found. Spirit's going a little bit deep searching, will find the turret and start to back off, has to dash back to safety, but the question marks has been raised for XLG that someone has pushed up. And now it allows them to stack a little bit heavier over towards A for this DRG side.
Paranoia to counter the push as well. It's going to slow them down, but not quite sure if it will stop them just yet. They sense that something fishy's going on here, so cutting noise is the angle. Happyway just looking to back away. And footsteps will be heard by Nick actually as well, so they'll know that it's going to be a full rotate towards C. And it looks like DRG might actually beat them there. As now just looking to hit through onto site. Raga's going to be the first one to take this contact. A peek out from Spirits, nets one, and all the members are here to support. Spirits, so greedy, just trying to be the hero of the round. Does manage to slow the push, and only front site space being gained. Life has to take a 1 versus 1. It's just XLG playing off of each other so beautifully.
Yeah, and you could not be telling me that this is an XLG side that we were concerned about coming into this matchup on a map that they haven't won in the last 2 times at least of asking against this DRG side. They certainly seem to have all the answers in their back pockets at the moment. And for XLG, it's just smooth sailing as they collect a 5th round on this attack, still leaving DRG clueless to what's going on. We'll get a repossession kill, but it's not really going to do much, is it, Snow?
Yeah, it should just be all but over. Looking for some exits here, but I think the one thing I want to highlight is this Killjoy setup to watch mid with that alarm bot in the window and the turret looking for that peek out. They know that Spirit's trying to go aggressive, trying to get this mid space and look for a really fast flank. And this Killjoy utility is just shutting down DRG's game plan of going for these aggressive angles, and it's almost forcing them to have to anchor the sites. And with how XLG is playing off of each other, they just get so many opportunities for trades and the ability to just win these rounds out with pure numbers.
Yeah, but I still feel like if you're going to be going aggressive on an eco, you need to be sending more than one. You're not going to find too much success, especially when they have that gun disadvantage. This AWP hasn't found any success either, yet we keep investing back into it. And XLG, they know what's coming up. They will just get their way on to B. They get the plant down. Yes, Lysor falls, but it's now just sticking into this heavy post plant.
A lot of utility to stall them. Shock darts available. Molly's used as well. Spirit's dashing forwards. The Killjoy ultimate, the lockdown, is going to activate. And all of DRG has to back away. The stall is so good. So far, nobody's even near the site just yet, but they are managing to get the kills. But it's Raga that has to be the hero. The time dwindles. They just have to deny the defuse. Vukashu gets that final kill, and they'll have just enough time to defuse this spike.
They're looking to maybe save that operator as well if possible, but have to wait and see if that manages to find its way back into the next round. Wasn't looking too likely, but a grasp at everything when they needed it. Getting that lockdown gone as well is absolutely massive for DRG. Starts to give a little bit of a path back into this, I'm going to say map, but it's really a way back into the series, Snow. They cannot afford to be losing even more. At least the operator should find some danger. I'm not going to say value because we never know how this might go, but there is people to challenge and they will find their way down, and this time it nets success with the aggression from Spirits down mid as well.
I don't know why Gilai changed up their game plan. The Killjoy utility no longer watching for that, so Spirits gets a free 1 versus 1, gets a free kill, and it's just Life on an aggressive angle, able to finally put that operator to use. XLG feels like they need to hit towards B, create a little bit of chaos, see if they can thrive in it. The DRG are just 1 step ahead of them. The consolation kill there for Leo, but not expecting big things with the spike already down. No real angles to play. And it's Vukashu with a bullet to the back of the head that will just cut off this XLG streak.
Yeah, the flames just kind of dwindling down ever so slightly. DRG getting into their own groove, building up that bank on defense so that when they go on offense, they can apply even more pressure. And it's almost shades of Lotus on reverse. One team looked like they were in full control, and then all of a sudden, it's a fight back. scoreline might be 5-4, but Gilai know that they need to get more rounds on the board. They know they need their offense to be stronger. Timeout was so pivotal on that last map. Winning 2 rounds off the back of it and then continuing to find more on their own attack. Can it provide the same value this time?
I think, like you said, attack rounds very important for XLG. This waylay being in play kind of negates Sentinels a little bit. It's very easy for them to just get past that utility, scout onto site almost, and leave if they don't like the fight, or even commit if they've got that utility to support them. I liked what XLG was doing before with this Killjoy setup, but they've kind of went away from that a little bit, and it's been to their detriment.
Yeah, I think Spirits was kind of playing into the hand with the Killjoy setup as well, right? He was often peeking through and just not finding the kill, but it seems they've almost just, I hate when you just say they've warmed up, but it almost seems like that is what's happened on this map. They've started to find the groove for the headshots to get the winning fights. Some real confidence will allow them to go aggressive once again up towards A. Dash back if needed. Just as soon as this Viper's wall falls down, there might be a victim at the back of it. And this paranoia as well sets up for success, but it's Happyway who comes out on top.
And the stun from Raga, perfect to get this kill. Nick now in a position where they could maybe look to be the hero, but doesn't manage to get anything. And now DRG having to play that retake operator. Nothing to find. Yesterday, or not yesterday, a couple days ago, Veggie, I was witness to Gilai Gaming throwing away a 4 versus 1. And I don't want to see it again.
Not again, surely. Against Vikashu, no. Just save the operator and get the heck out of there. This isn't an optimal position. Just wants to see if they can find any exits, but not going to be given. No man aware that the op's been picked up will maybe try and steal it at the last second. It doesn't look like anyone's going to find it.
Really on the hunt right here. Running down to try find Vukashu on C, but he's just going to be safe on this B site. No one really going to peek towards them.
Yeah, I think the money for Gilai isn't the best, so they can't really afford to push out of that A angle, knowing that it's an op that's been watched it, which is why no man is kind of afforded to go down that C route, right? Unexpected angle to be taken back in. But it's vital for them that they get around right off the back of that. They will find some success. We've seen the timeout find so much value over on Lotus, and it's clean this round, right? It's not like it's a scrappy round over the line. 4 members left alive as well, just to continue adding on towards this lead.
And look at Spirits yet again going for this mid pressure, going for that play, aggressing forwards, and at the moment no one's looking out for it. Spirits could just catch all of them off guard. He's behind all 5. There is a smoke to get through, but they have the information. Spirits could just ruin the hopes and dreams of XLG. Has gotten 1, make that 2, looking for more. Convergent paths used to slow them down on this long position, but they've done the job that they needed. That's 3 kills over to DRG, and Gilai might even be looking at a potential save here.
He has went aggressive down mid almost every single round. I think there's been one round where he's not, and he somehow just ignored it. What I just don't understand it, man. Why? I guess you've got the turret up, so there's obviously been a timing to be taken, but the turret looks like it's only watching door. And then the other angle, you have to be conscious that that could be a thing, given how it's been played out so far. But no, Gilai caught napping themselves. Maybe a little bit too confident with their strategy, and it's going to be costly.
Gilai just thinking there's no way that Spirits walks down mid for the 12th round in a row. Surely no way that they just keep doing it every round. But now the pit going to be invested. It's going to be a difficult round for Gilai to win, but this pit does create question marks for DRG. They have a flash to work with. Paranoia as well if they want to try clear out some of these angles. Paranoia going to be used. There's trips to cut off the angles too. Happy Way, last alive, has found 1, 2. Can't find the third. Life will be the savior of the team. But it is almost a Happy Way miracle that Gilai was hoping for. And now 5 rounds to DRG. This game creeping ever closer. And Veggie, do you think we're going to see another 6-6 first half?
I mean, it's all... Oh, I'm just watching the turret just activates a second too late. It's certainly possible, so I'm not going to give you a yes or a no. But it's certainly feeding up towards the stats. Both of these teams have quite a split way of playing this. Both of them close to 55 and 62% win rates across attack and defense. So you might be thinking, it's only attack on Haven. Well, I hate to inform you that both of them very strong on both sides, or very weak depending how you look at it. But it's aggressive from Spirits right down towards C, which opens up an absolute chaotic site hit, and it's XLG with the Hunter's Fury who come out on top.
But Vukashu is there, ready and waiting to tear heads apart. But now backs away, knows that they can play the retake, a 2 versus 2 situation. Not a situation DRG is unfamiliar in. The alarm bot is going to trigger, and with those bullets being fired from long, Gilai has all the information that they need. All 4 players know where the other players are. It all comes down to the gunfights now. The information is there, the swing out, the timing, just not good enough. But no man has been the hero before. It's Raid Boss v Raid Boss, as Vukashu will clean this one up. A 4K to even the round score, and the energy is electric from this DRG squad.
Vukashu, 4 players down, leaving no names left alive for Gilai on that round. Rescuing another situation. I mean, even just avoiding the Hunter's Fury. 30 HP, 25 on the shield. You cannot count this player out. When push comes to shove, Vukashu is certainly the one doing the shoving. 6-6 at the half. Deja vu from before. Both of these teams cannot be split.
Luckily for both these teams, we're not on split. Veggie, we're on Haven. So a little bit of a stronger map for some of them.
Disconnect from call.
And Veggie has left the cast. Just like that. But now we get a little bit of time to relax, which I feel like both of us and these teams need after that chaotic last round that almost went to Gilai's way. It looked like it was going to be a net positive for them, but at the end of the day, you leave Vukashu alive, and Vukashu's going to do Vukashu things. Question is now, how do you answer this DRG attack side? I feel like we saw Spirits be so aggressive on defense, and there's no way that aggression is going to stop when they're on the attack side.
Yeah, goes on attack and just goes passive, just waits and spawn the whole time. It's like, nah, I'll let yous come to me. But no, absolutely spot on. I think we've seen XLG's attacking prowess on Lotus not been able to generate the same momentum here on Haven. They have to have I was going to say a better showing on defense, but in actual fact, they need to just do the same again to get themselves into overtime, right? That's really the fact that it comes down to it.
Yeah, I would hope that neither of these teams are aiming for overtime. That feels like a weird goal to set for yourself. But you know, if that's how you like to play, Veggie, you want a long day, you want an exciting match. So I guess overtime it is.
Yep, just cut to it now, 12 apiece. But it's DRG who are deciding to set the tempo on this attacking side. Will be 4 stacking over towards A. Vukashu setting that camera up for mid to deal with the pressure. The Paranoia forces a retreat back quickly. Lysor just applying some cover fire to make sure nobody can cross and disrespect that smoke. Just holding them at a pass. Re-smoke's now really deep to force DRG out. Cage to try and cross, but you've got Leo on the next cover fire. Information now gained and they will retreat.
Ugh, but DRG, They had a plan in mind and they don't want to back away from it. When they have their mind set on something, they are going to do it. As they creep slowly forwards towards A, and cutting off sound completely is going to raise question marks for this squad, but they're just dashing in. Spirits can't net one, but here comes the other duelist. It's almost like a clone jutsu there, swapping one duelist out for another. As the spike's going to go down, and XLG has to try push the pace, push the tempo to get in before this DRG squad can set up. But if it's 1-for-1 trades they look for, it's 1-for-1 trades that DRG will get, as a flash out is perfect. And a double swing to finish off this round. DRG starting this half off as they would have hoped.
Back-to-back pistols on this map, showing why this is their map pick, knowing the strategies that they have in their back pocket. They're able to keep things growing. Like I say, it's the ass Ketchum of the duelists. One retreats, the other one goes back out, full health pulled down, making sure that they have the set advantage. Deciding this time to opt towards C, but Gili have the gamble stacked correctly. 4 players up by the choke point in case they do need to retreat. Another one probing for information on side. 2 players for DRG considering an assault over towards A, but it's just about them trying to get the information to see where this stack is. And with a little bit of pressure on C, they will force that spike back towards A so they can get an easier plant.
Eli's strat is just don't be seen, be nowhere, be on no sight, and there's no way that they can find you. They creep in life. He's trying to maybe find an angle, but the Skydog is just gonna give them all the information that they need. That A is completely free. XLG are gonna know soon that they are on the wrong side of the map as this spike goes down, but Spirit's still here once again on another very aggressive flank. Only as a ghost, so it's not the worst thing in the world if they are to go down. And it's not No Man again. This is the same situation from the first half. It's No Man being caught out by Spirits on these aggressive pushes, who's looking for more. It's something they have to deal with first, so they are just going to swing, take Spirits out, and they would have been hoping for a better weapon there, but it's just that ghost in hand.
That's the benefit of the human drone with the ghost. Get taken down and you leave in a surplus, getting the orbs online as well. An extra kill means you're getting closer and closer to that divergence path. And it is just Spirits who's finding the pace of the game to suit them, reading out everything perfectly. It's those mid pushes that got them so many rounds on defence that will continue to find results on attack. Only 2 rounds in, but right about now it looks like DRG are certainly have their tickets punched to that third map and looking like it's a smooth sailing.
All important buy round now for Gili Gaming. But DRG, 2 Vandals invested into this round on Spirits and Life, who you know are going to go aggressive and look for these fights. We've already seen it done to great success in that pistol round. Spam through from No Man, just giving them almost warning shots saying, get away from my sight.
Turret trying to watch in garage as well. So worried about where these players can come from. But they will not be coming back on to C. They will be trying to once again get over towards A. The drone's been used to clear out space, but DRG ahead of it, knowing that the drone has now come down. They can take the time and advantage to cross over down into sewers if they want, but instead they will go down to long. Leo ready and waiting to pounce, and will pounce on that first kill.
Not only that, there is a stack here as well waiting for them, so if they decide to hit onto this A site, it is going to be a bit of a bloodbath. The DRG still has a little bit of time to work with. As that timer ticks down to 40 though, they are going to have to make a decision. And with that spike creeping towards B, you might think that's where they end.
Yeah, 2 players still trying to cause a distraction and keep the numbers over towards here. No Man could be the winning factor if he just sits there will get spotted out from the dash, so just retreats, but at least the information is known, which allows Leo to collect on the cross.
Now both of them stuck on site, trying to commit to fights. Will be for nothing. And a flawless round for Gili Gaming, something they definitely needed to get themselves back in this game. Economy in a great position for them now. They can afford to lose a few rounds and still be able to buy. Not that they would want to do that, but it's definitely saved the situation for them.
First of all, they're coming in playing for overtime at 6-6, and now they're playing to lose a couple rounds so that they can still buy. This team's just at it. But
yeah,
listen,
this is why we're not coaches, Veg. This is why we're not coaches, Veggie, because we'll be bringing in some cooked strats, but cooked strats is what we haven't really seen from DRG so far. It feels like we've seen a lot of contact plays. They had a really good strat on that pistol round, but since then, it's kind of been just poking and prodding here and there, seeing if they can find a potential pick.
Yeah, but listen, Haven's been around for so much. It's kind of bread and butter. How you want to play this one out. Set traps. Not the most common, so they will just have to work their way slowly round each one. They've managed to get themselves into garage, looking to cause chaos, and is Happy wants to swing into here. Will they expect live to be so far up? They're not, but it is traded out. But all this is causing is a little bit of chaos as the spike once again in a completely different direction, heading over towards A, where it's Leo who has to find something.
Oh yeah, that drone's gonna let them know that this is a very scary prospect. Not able to really use any utility to slow them. The dart is going to give that information if they decide to hit onto site. Leo gets information, the Spirits dashes forwards, gets one kill, but has to back away. Lysor, the anchor, stalling these players down. Manages to find two, and they've done their job. They've given the numbers advantage over, and Verse, a single bullet will kill them. A breath on their side, a gust of wind is enough to blow them over. They are potentially going to be able to isolate some 1v1s, but they don't really have the time to do so. A smoke going to go out, the spike has to be picked up and planted, and Raga is not going to let that happen. It's XLG now, 2 rounds back-to-back, evening up this scoreline. It's anyone's game at this moment.
But it is DRG's map, so it might be anyone's game, but it needs to be DRG's if they don't want to fall out of this series. They're so close to having a playoff place confirmed, but they need to get this over the line. But on the other shoe, it's XLG who have yet to find a win on this stage, who could really use a bounce, could really use some momentum being shifted in their favour. And we know the impact that can come from these timeouts. We've seen it before. They always seem to find some success right off the back of it. We've seen it on Lotus. We've seen it on the first half for their attack. Can the coaches find the value right now? Yes, it's DRG's timeout, but are they going to be able to use that time themselves wisely?
And it all comes down to what we were talking about before, how well these teams are prepped, how well Gili was countering some of these plays earlier on. Yes, it went a bit awry as the first few rounds weren't necessarily great in the sense of, the first few rounds were able to make it work in terms of countering that mid-aggression, and then finally being able to break through that was DRG. But now, on this attacking side, in this timeout, they're going to have to find some kind of play that works. And it's going to have to be a counter to DRG's slow style.
We've just got technical issues if you're wondering why we're looking at our beautiful faces when the map is ongoing. But yeah, DRG, look, they always want to be more aggressive on their attack. They always want to be the more dominant side. And right now we haven't fully seen that. It has been 2 rounds apiece, which for DRG's confidence is certainly going to be taking them a knock, considering they want to be running it right back down. But XLG just continue to stay on thread by thread.
And like you said, Veggie, before, a little bit of technical issues. We are going to be getting back into the stream as much as we can, but it's almost like a nice little surprise. We don't know what happens after the timeout. We can only guess. I mean, Veggie, you could just cast it if you want. Just like make up some play that happened, and then we'll see if you're right.
Vukashu got a 4K and saved the round. I feel like that's the safest play that we could pick right there. Vukashu clutches up.
but to be honest, you know, with how Gilai's been doing, I feel like these side holds are going great for them. They're doing a really good job of finding opening picks themselves, and we're yet to see that operator online for them actually, which could be a difference maker if they're able to get some money on board and place that weapon into the hands of Raga.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that you would expect to see once they start getting these rounds back together, right? Having lost the first 2 rounds quite convincingly, they weren't in a position to where they could afford to bring that in. DRG on the first half obviously won the first 2 rounds and then opted just to full send it into the op coming back off of that. That was a clear sort of win condition for them, was just to keep investing into that operator, whereas maybe XLG, they haven't quite found that. It was something that they used, like you say, on Lotus, where Raga was able to pick that up, and that kind of almost started a free fall for them to get back into the stage. So now that they've got a couple rounds back to back, will that be something that's invested in? We're just going to have to wait and find out, because we don't know, we can't see. We're just kind of assimilating to guess what's going on in this. But yeah.
Veggie, don't worry yourself. I've managed to pull up the stream so we can see XLG did actually win the round from that timeout, and if you want, I can give a little bit of a go at radio casting if that
go for it. Yeah, give us it.
Yeah, why not? So at the moment, 5 versus 4, XLG to DRG. I feel like this is when you watch like a bootleg stream and like they just have someone react camming to the actual footage that goes on. But No Man is able to net a kill over onto Life, and we've got mid pressure coming through from DRG. At any moment now, we go back into the round, and it turns out I was right. I was actually watching the game on the side.
No way.
As now DRG pushing forwards onto B. Spike not down just yet. XLG giving them this space. Happy to play for that retake as they've already got the Hunter's Fury to stall, but Nick's found one over towards A, which means a pivot can come through. But Leo's been spotted in spawn. A site is open, but Spike can't get through. Verse is going to be caught out, but wins the fight. Raga here to support as well. Stun going to be used. 13 seconds left, just has to stall. Vukashu goes down. Raga jumping, sliding, moving, dipping, dodging. But is there enough time? 4 seconds is just enough. And No Man has to swing, has to peek, finds the kill. And it's not simple play. It's not safe play. But it is entertaining play.
And do you know what I like to see there as well? No Man getting the defuse, and it's not a moment where we've often seen these players getting overhyped, being like, yes, we've won the round. He's using the time to talk to his team, trying to bring it back to Cam. You can see the relief on his head there. They had the spike, they had the time running all the way down. They had the momentum, and he's like, guys, let's just settle this down. We almost threw a round that was certainly in our possession. We can't afford to be doing this, not against this DRG side, not on Haven, where they often make it their playground. We need to just settle back in and continue to apply this pressure.
Obviously, we don't know what happened during the all-mysterious post-timeout round, but after we saw it was a Gilai Gaming win, it's momentum all in their favour as a very aggressive, heavy B hit just puts the spike down instantly, but XLG's just flooding in. They're taking no time at all to get back onto this site. They just want to push the pace. They want this game to be over, and they want it to be over now. As Happy Way with a 3K. Even the production didn't even know that that round was going to be so fast.
Yeah, XLG, the team that was so surprised by the pace of DRG in the last half, reacting to it super well on top of it. First kill from Happy Way, really providing impact, not allowing any more space to be taken, trapping the bodies on that B side, and then it's all just about flooding together, putting themselves up to 11.
Veggie, this might be desperation from DRG. I feel like that's what we're seeing. They're just trying anything to get around over the line.
Yeah, I mean, Vukashu full sending a hero rifle to try and stop XLG getting on to 12. It's moments like these where things start to go wrong. Life has the overdrive if needed, so that kind of reacts as a weapon as well, but it's a ticking time bomb of a weapon. XLG, if needed, can just wait it out. They have the lockdown as well to try and control back space, and you typically know when it comes down to these low buys that B is the site of assault, which is exactly what happens.
Already being contained onto this site. A mid-lurk is spotted. It's that solo rifle. But with that lockdown in play, it becomes so difficult. DRG has to go aggressive, but they're just being picked off. Every member on XLG ready and waiting. Vukashu has only one spot to play in. All three of these players are going to know exactly where they are. Raga cleans this round up, and you spoke about that hero rifle trying to stop XLG getting onto 12. But in fact, it might have just handed them the match win.
Yeah, I mean, he had things slightly in his favour right at the very end, had eyes on Spike, knew where the opponents were, but ultimately XLG have just turned up to the limits right here, right now. Thought their backs were against the wall, though. You think, once again, 6 rounds in a row on this defensive, and you want me to believe that Haven's attacking sided. Well, it's going to be 4 chances for them to seal this one out. Full buys coming in. Still have the overdrive available for life. Some ults online for XLG if needed. We'll get that paranoia to stop any pressure, but life has crossed. Could be a danger to deal with.
So far, XLG not too concerned about it, as it's the 3rd B hit in a row. It hasn't worked the past times, but they're feeling confident in going for this again. Not quite tapping the spike just yet. It is going to be planted now, but again, it's XLG playing that contain, and not only that, looking for a flank. Life gets timinged, knew exactly where they were, and just TPs out to safety, and Vukashu is left hunting for a flank that doesn't exist.
The thoughts, the scaredness in DRG's eyes. One mistake away from losing this series. The snake bite causes the damage, allows for the kill to come in. Viper's pick goes up. Diffuse tapped and now being held.
But it's been spammed by Spirits. But Lysor and Happyway swing out the smoke, and Lysor, a member that is normally quiet for this team, converts, but it's not gonna be the round. Just not enough time, and DRG holds on with tooth and nail, manages to make this round go one further, but the confidence is not there.
Well, that's not tooth and nail, that's literally like the smallest bit of a fingernail that's been left on that round. Just about find themselves a lifeline. Up to 9, 1 chance been wasted. XLG still have 3 to go, still have money in their banks, and they pick up the first kill through a spam from the smoke. Some chip damage done as well, and Happyway finding yet another headshot through the smoke. DRG's chances drifting away in the night.
Just leave now. Don't come to Happyway's site, because Happyway is angry. We spoke about their weaker performance last map, but they are not going to let that stop them, as they could be on for a potential ace right here. No man's going to steal it away, but a 4K would be great. Doesn't even need it, as Lysor comes through and converts this, and XLG have answered all the doubters who said that they might be struggling, and they manage to decimate a DRG that has looked so good in their opening 2 maps.
Look out, Group Omega. XLG have returned. They've addressed their issues. They have sorted their playstyle against the top of the group, DRG, who looked to be coming in really good form. We both predicted it could be a 2-0 DRG. We disrespected this Eli side, and they showed us why they have been #1 contenders for so long in China. The standoff between the 2 greats right at the start, leading the line. The V-God, well, not today, no God. It's the Shilais who rise above it all.
What a way to do it. It felt like both of these maps, they were just scaling. Slower starts on the first half, but as soon as that second half hit, just looked like a completely different team. They were able to read absolutely everything DRG was doing, and you could tell towards the end there, it was pure desperation. DRG just throwing everything out the window, just going for pure sight hits and praying that they can win a round.
Yeah, I think the back-to-back B hits with another back-to-back on top of that screams out desperation to me. It's a lack of ideas, a lack of innovation. And when that's your own map pick, that's maybe a slight concern for me, right? Me and you, I feel like, have always been critical of this DRG side because when they come to play, they can really do it, but often they are left looking for ideas, slacking. But let's have a look at what this Shilai side have to say in an interview.
我们也是请到了刘一手选手来接受我们的采访。Hello， 刘一手。
大家好，大家好，我是刘一手。
欢迎你，因为其实我们知道队伍最近的准备时间还是非常紧张的。那现在来到了长沙，拿下了首胜，现在心情怎么样呢？
高兴，
高兴。 非常的高兴，是很精彩的一场比赛。
是的 ，DRG 也做得很好，然后我们更胜一筹啊，我觉得细节上。
是的，今天共同呈现了一场非常精彩、非常焦灼的比赛。那其实我们可以看到，你们一直在练习的新东西，最近也有了成效。莲花古城的双决斗阵容今天发挥是非常出色的，而且你的维斯也是渐入佳境。那我们也很想知道，你和 Happyway 选手在这张地图上是如何适应这种位置的转变的呢？
我们的话就是听教练讲嘛，因为教练觉得这张地图阵容怎么安排，我们就去练我们需要练的这个位置吧，这个位置能做到最好。然后确实我们回来以后也没有太多时间练，然后现在也是每天都练得很辛苦。
是的，但可以看得出来，你们最近这一阵的辛苦，现在成效也是非常的好的，今天也呈现出来了。那其实对方 DRG 对于阵容的选择，他们也是有一些自己特别的想法在的。那今天他们这个夜路幻棱的双决斗阵容，在最开始会不会给你造成一些困扰呢？
我觉得他们这个阵容其实很有说法，他这个阵容对于 C 点的这个渗透啊，然后一瞬间爆点的这个节奏跟别的阵容不一样。然后过了几回合以后，我想了一下怎么去应对，然后就差不多挺好的。
过了几回合之后悟了一下，因为当时也看到一开始可能对方的攻势是比较猛烈的，但是你们在中后期当时也是立马调整过来了。那个时候队伍的沟通是什么样的呢？
你好，再说。
那个时候队伍的沟通是什么样的呢？
就是我们总结了一下中场的细节嘛。我觉得对面喜欢打哪个点，然后我们需要做到什么地方可以有效遏制他们的进攻。
是的，而且我们可以看到今天你们队伍整体的一个临场的沟通，包括临场的调整都是非常好的。那从上一场比赛结束之后，想知道你们经历了怎样的复盘以及沟通，才能达到今天这么好的一个状态？
我们上场比赛结束以后复盘，然后聊了一下这个问题在哪，然后去精进了一下，然后最后就是什么？我觉得上场过后，我就一个感觉，赢或输都不能阻止我们走向冠军的决心。
是的，无论赢或输都不能阻止你们一直进步，一直向着最后的冠军去进发。那今天赢下这场比赛，所有的粉丝也非常为你们高兴。最后还有什么想要对粉丝说的话呢？
就感谢大家一直支持吧。然后我们 XLG， 然后老手也会继续努力，然后去争取每一场的胜利，一步一步的这个努力去打。
是的，期待你一步一步更好的成绩。那接下来也让我们用联想拯救者手机 Y70新一代来共同记录。
Well, Snow, you did good, but we did better. That's the biggest taking point I'm taking from that one. Set them up for success and then take it away from them. XLG back to sort of that domination that we've seen from them throughout the stage. But one thing that you kind of wanted to highlight was the success that we're seeing from this team is coming in slightly unorthodox fashions that we're not used to seeing from them, and that is the fact that they're versatile in their compositions.
Yeah, I feel like modern day Valorant, we're kind of moving towards a lot more people playing different roles on different maps, just seeing what suits them. And it was highlighted there by Lysol that Happyway, bit of a role change, playing a few different agents and kind of pivoting to different things. It gives so much more versatility when you can change the way that you play these comps and change the styles that you have in game. And another thing I wanted to kind of bring up, I'll let you talk a little bit more about it, but at the end there, Lysol was kind of calling DRG a little bit predictable, saying that on those second halves, they were able to just read where DRG wanted to do, where they wanted to go, and able to counter it with ease.
well, I mean, 6 rounds finished up on B and started up on B. I think that's about as predictable as you can be, right, without trolling it as much. But it sets up exactly for why the second half was so successful for XLG on both maps. That yes, it was tight in the first half on both maps, once again Lotus and Haven, but as soon as things started getting rolling on that second half, XLG just had the read throughout, and it will be that DRG very much always seeming as I hate saying it, but like a vibes-based team that rely on their star players getting the rounds and getting up into the clutches, and we've felt like at times that they've maybe not been the best representations for China at internationals, and we kind of get to see a glimpse of why that is here today.
And this kind of is scary for DRG because it highlights that if a team like Gilai is prepped, but let's see how well they're prepped with the comms.
You're both super low. Can you?
Wait, they have a smoke. We need to play outside.
Guys, go backside. They didn't see backside.
I'm super low.
They didn't go. They have guys, I'm gonna play time.
Wait, I got one way bomb, boys. 3 seconds, I got one way bomb.
They can retake with the power here.
One way bomb.
Possible.
Can small stage up. So you can small. I'm yummy.
They're thinking, one counter to wait. Hold my molly. No one got it. Molly off.
One wood box.
Time, guys, time. Wait. I can see. No TP. Oh, 40. Money. Just.
Nice. Let's go.
I wall, guys.
Hold ball.
I debut. Go on. I got killed. Nice. No me go. Got it.
Let's go.
With a splash. Oh, DK.
Happy way.
MVP overly criticised, but they step up on both maps to really be that player for the team, rivaling Rarga from before. They certainly don't want this to be a one-man band.
No, they definitely do not, and big performance there from Happyway. But one person I did want to highlight is Lysor. I feel like they were so consistent. Both these maps was literally second behind Happyway, just always able to help convert some of these rounds, just being that rock of the team, and scary prospect when all these players are firing as well as they are.
Yeah, and I think that's really what's been missing from that first match day, right, is that this is a team that hasn't always been known for being that one-man show. It's a team that very much rely heavily on each other, and there you go. Lysor actually ahead of Happyway on the kills. On that Omen as well, really putting up a good performance. Rarga just slightly behind, and it is exactly what XLG fans will be looking to see, is that this team have bounced back from the adversity that they've faced, from bowing out at Masters to struggling at EWC to then a really disappointing start to the stage. Well, don't fear, it's maybe just a blip in the storyline arc of this team. Not going to go undefeated on this stage, but certainly looking like it's a possibility for the rest of it.
2 flawless rounds there for Gilai. Just shows how well they were able to counter some of the plays of DRG. It really does tell the story that every time DRG tried to go for something on their attack half, Gilai was just one, sometimes even more steps ahead of them. Always able to predict what they wanted to do and find a counter for it. As Fukashu here, having a good performance. Not a surprise at all, always to be expected from this player, but DRG weren't able to quite convert some of those rounds despite Fukashu still putting up big numbers.
Yeah, and I'm just going to quote what they said in the interview: "You did good, but we did better." Fukashu will be looking at that, and I think one of the biggest things that XLG done was shutting down Fukashu and not allowing him to have those star moments. We've seen it before on Lotus where they step up and they're counted every single time with clutch after clutch after clutch. Well, this time they weren't able to do it. Over on Haven, there was once again a few key moments, but overall nothing stand out. You can't really flash back and see several rounds that this player was able to win, whether it be kills or whether it be set up the way they played the map. It was certainly a lot down to Gili dictating the pace of both maps.
Yeah, when Gili is having those reads and the reads are going well, they're predicting it right, they just look like such a good team, and that was kind of the error that we had for them before from Titan. They weren't able to quite make those same predictions, and in fact, they were the team being read a lot of the time. And, you know, you can comment that maybe it's disrespecting the map pool, picking Summit against them, and then struggling in the later rounds, but this one came back, simplified it a little bit, managed to pull it all together, and I am excited for the rest of Group Omega, but I am also scared for every other team that is an XLG.
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of flash back to the point you just raised there about Summit, it almost feels like that was a stress test. When you look at it back, they were almost been like, let's see what we can do on this after the first. Like, you kind of usually see it with DRG right at the start, where they pick up a troll composition and they're like, well, we're going to try this player out. This time it was XLG with the map picks, and now that they've had that first loss, they're back to just normality of some form. Yes, they've had different changes in the agent pools, but back to what the structure should look like going forward.
And a very exciting day overall, as we did see BLG battle against All Gamers and managed to defeat them. Then we obviously ourselves got to watch XLG kind of dismantle DRG. There were times in those first halves, I mean, the first halves finishing so close, we were like, oh, this might be a 3-map series, we might be heading to overtime, yeah. But XLG didn't want any of that. They wanted a nice early day, get themselves some rest, and get ready for the rest of the split.
Yeah, we thought they were playing for overtime at 6-6, but here we are. They didn't. We also thought they were going to lose a few rounds in a row, but they just won every single round in a row for the most part of it. And when you're looking at this, it's a standout. I mean, Happyway, top of the pops for today. Really, really standout. It's really great when you can see a player that's had such a terrible start to the stage that when it comes to map 2, it's almost that seesaw, right? They've been down at the bottom and then all of a sudden the scales are tipped and they're back right up at the top where we know and expect them to be. And like you said, that's a scary, scary thought for the rest of this Group Omega. As you look at the standings, DRG now taking the first hit to their win-loss ratio. XLG starting to have that comeback. AG, another team that you'd maybe expect to see in playoffs, having lost today as well. It's going to be a little bit closer for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, still technically all up for grabs, quite close for everyone. I mean, the only one kind of sitting there at the bottom, Titan with a big round differential, but obviously we saw them beat XLG, who today looked like a completely different team. So there's everything to play for in this Group Omega, and for all we know, these standings will look completely different by the time we get to the end of the split.
Yep, they won't look different by tomorrow because it's all Group Alpha in the setup, so we have all 3 matches being brought to you on Project Horizon. Nova, JDG kicking things off, followed by Tyloo, FPX, and at the end, Trace Esports versus EDG, your China champions. EDG kicking off everything, coming back from Masters as well, looking to be just as strong. The questions around their roster will always be the same. What EDG is going to turn up?
Tyloo has been looking like a dominant force in Group Alpha so far, already 3-0. So can they carry on that streak? Can they keep up that dominance? And for Trace and EDG, it's almost a historical matchup. When we saw that EDG slump, I think it was maybe even a year ago, Trace was the team that kind of took over them, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, even at kickoff, EDG didn't look like the same side that they were going to be. It was that stage 1 revival that kind of almost reignited the career of the organisation, right? There was one point where I was fearing that this is a team that could just disband. They had a few roster issues, then confidence was gone, but it seems like now that Jet Meta's coming slightly back into it, Kang's able to adapt a lot more and be that sort of that absolute raid boss of the region, and we're going to have to see if stage 2 can possess the same threats.
Yeah, and I really hope it does. I hope that we have matchups like this, even though obviously it was strange to see XLG lose to Titan, and also strange for this match to be as one-sided as it was. It gives us a lot of excitement knowing that everybody can beat everybody.
Yeah, well, that excitement is going to have to be paused. Stick a pin in it and remember where to pick off, because we are done for today. Project Horizon signing off after the 2 series that you've done. But don't forget, we will be back tomorrow with all 3 of them, so make sure to hit that follow button and stick around, because we'll be back tomorrow. But for now, the production team here at Project Horizon signing off.
for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity.